you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed. Let me
so fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you.
Standing on the edge of a cliff, realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven's end with me tonight. Trying to find a place so far, like a dragonfly. Keep your secrets there, hide them everywhere. Just you and I.
Said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Like a broken soul in a wonderland without angels. That is how I feel when the mirror shows me a stranger. Yeah. And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to the planet where you and I are still meant to be. 'Cause I'm incomplete when you ain't by my side when you don't wake up next to me. Yeah, I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets, 'cause I'm incomplete. Yeah, I'm incomplete. Hey, 'cause I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets, 'cause I'm incomplete. More than lovers, destined to find one another. Like lightning and thunder, can't have one without the other. It was written in the stars. We can't be torn apart. We are linked together, pushing fire forever. We are linked together, together.
These roads intersect, on each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home, but I know that home's where the heart is. Guess I'm better off this way, moving to better days, but I know that home's where the heart is.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above our town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain hidden in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, yeah, radiate, but now we're drowning. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, we used to radiate, but now we're drowning.
Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared?
there's an evil inside. It is lurking way down below. And if I can't hold my breath, then I'm bound to become hollow. Can you say that I've disappeared? Can you say that I wasn't there for you when you went into hiding on the front steps of your porch? And I reflected on the memories, but I put out that torch. Hey! But I put out that torch.
You make me feel like home. You turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light.
Alright boys, apologies for the delay, but we are indeed now ready to get going with this opening matchup between Optic and G2. And it definitely should be an interesting one. Of course, I am Dean. I'm going to be your caster for today's matchups rather, as I will be also taking you through some NA games later on. But here we go, things already starting off. G2 on that T side. It is, of course, their map choice, so Optic will have gone for that defensive start. And surprisingly, no defuse kit for the CTs, so it'll be interesting. G2 do, of course, have some utility. Their goal going to be to try and get that bomb down, which makes the retake very difficult. But here we go, aggression coming in. Shox is going to be holding for it. So a couple of players, I believe he did actually see the second. But for now, at least, Optic going to fall back off on that aggression. So it's a bit of a tough setup. They've actually gone ahead and given up that short control. And are opting to try and hold down long instead. There we go. Smoke on short to allow for them to drop down. A smoke into the CT spawn as well. And the commitment indeed looking to now come in. You can see Yugi going to be the first point of contact. Playing from the ramp. Quick headshot comes in actually as he takes down Shox. Yugi somehow still alive for now. Actually not taken down by either of these players that have a bit of a crossfire on him. But eventually he falls and the kills just continue to go in favor of Optic. Locking this A-bomb site down as not a single frag comes in for G2. And you can see Jax, as he was left to lurk and try and find the rotations, he's just being left in a 1-on-5. Not much time to do so either, so wouldn't expect him to find a lot in this one. Repeaks mid and realizes pretty much everyone is focused on his position. And there you have it, the final shot from Yugi. He makes it a quad kill in that round, actually. A massive hold on that A-bomb site. Optic Gaming picking up the opening pistol. Again, the maps are... Let me actually just go ahead and tell everyone. I'm the caster, guys, Dean. But yeah, the maps are Dust 2 being the choice of G2, Inferno being the choice of Optic, and if needed, Nuke will be the decider. So it's definitely an interesting matchup, I was going to say. Yeah, the interesting matchup. Dust 2 being definitely favoured for G2, Inferno being favoured for Optic. But if we do get the Nuke, I think that's one where we could see a very close game. But this is surprising. I guess it's not since they're a French team, but G2 have gone for the force buy. CZ's pretty much across the board. Bar Body, who gets a P250. Oh, hang on. They've already actually made their way up mid. This could get very dangerous. The AUG up close trying to hold it down from Snappy. He does actually find 2 kills, but as we can see, G2 finding pretty successful trades. They should be able to find the bomb plant at least now off of this. And not currently actually defuse getting the possession of any of those players remaining on the Optic side. So this could get a little bit difficult. Still one flash in play as well. Let's see as Optic now do prepare for this retake. Going to be actually all outside of B. No one spotting mid. Jax has the opportunity here for a big flank to come in. No one actually spotting this. He should be able to find at least 1 kill pretty much free. Tries to back away, but does actually go down. But it doesn't matter because the trades continue to go in favor of G2. And eventually Body with the final closes it out. G2 come in with a force buy. One that wasn't looking too good for them either to actually start that round off when they did lose the opening pick. But now it's instead Optic who are put in a tough position. Are they going to force buy up? It looks like they will. see, G2 going to want to try and take this as cleanly as they can. Already some initial long control coming in. Optic, of course, not really having the weapons to hold this down. Don't really bother to try and actually go take that control. Instead, I believe Yugi was boosted up on the short. Snappy on the scout as well. He's trying to get the initial damage in. It's always nice to see the scout around the pistols, rather. You can have that scout just find the open and damage. Makes it a little bit easier later in the round. And there we go. Yugi taking a very aggressive peek on short. Follows it up with a bit more damage. As early into this one, I think Optic are going to be pretty happy with what they've done. Body and Kenny both being slightly weakened up. And for now, at least, not too much control to be found for G2. They have got long, but Optic were willing to give that up. There we go. Again, Body gets tagged up. Eventually, they should find this trade. Optic made it a little bit awkward for them, but they do at least take him down without taking any casualties in the process. So this should be the commitment on towards A now. Cajun actually still somehow alive at this car. Was able to cross over with the smoke, I believe. It's lucky very quickly. Can he escape is the question and stay alive, though. Those smokes at least giving him the chance to do so. And this is bad for G2. They're actually backing off with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Shocks. If this kill, though, it pretty much opens up B. They can make this back around and in through the tunnels. Now they can just leave Shocks in mid to cut off the rotations. Body catches the aggression from Yugi on short yet again. And with the trades continuing to go in favor of G2, it is only going to be Cajun that remains. I think at this point he may just want to consider saving the CZ. Oh, and actually picks up a UMP as well. So, yeah, definitely worth carrying that into the next round. We'll give them a chance to at least try and get some damage, as there should be an eco across the board for them. 999 rounds. Yeah, that's just an ECA thing. It's played on a ECA server, so don't worry. It's not actually going to be that many rounds. I think Cajun's actually hoping he can maybe steal a rifle away. You can see going around in through the spawn towards tunnels instead. Realizes now that they have all exited through mid, sadly. Oh, and he actually does get one. It's a nice little boost in money, at least getting the extra $600. Sadly not able to pick up the AK. But overall, they can be pretty happy with that. Coming into this one, though, as I said, Optic are going to have to take the full eco this time around. Wouldn't expect much to be purchased up. Even upgraded pistols, you can see, I believe Cajun actually just dropped that CZ over to refresh. So at least a chance for some damage to be put in. If they can keep getting a few kills, drop some rifles, keep the economy modest for G2, they'll be pretty happy with how things have gone. But let's see. Early on, G2 taking their time for that long control, and on the other hand, Optic have gone ahead and again boosted up some control towards short. It's a couple of players in this position. Will they get a chance to do much is the question. Let's see how safe G2 are playing this right now, knowing that they're up against such a weak buy. Cajun with the UMP is actually on the bomb site. Not sure if he's peeking aggressively. Might be just hiding. Yeah, pretty much is just hiding, hoping that they'll get up close and then maybe he has a bit of a chance. But the problem is his rifles at long range are going to be heavily favoured. And you can see before he even gets a chance already, 3 kills have come in favour of G2. Cajun be able to find one at least. An extra $600 yet again added to his bank. But the bomb going to go down. G2 Esports pretty much confirming their third round at this point. As Refresh has been spotted. Only a CZ, not much to lose. May as well go for it, but he goes down without being able to find anything. 3-1. A pretty quick start from G2, kind of as you would expect. Of course, Optic picked up the pistol, but lost the follow-in force buy. So now is when they're finally going to get those rifles out. The op is available for Yugi. Not much utility for him. And you can see, actually, they're not able to pull out a defuse kit. Which, again, means if they lose the bomb site, they could be in for a lot of trouble actually trying to pull off a retake. Just a very slow round from G2. Just holding back, maybe expect an Optic to try and get aggressive and see if they can find an open and frag. For now, though, that's not the case. They have actually taken long this time around, though, so G2 not going to be going for it. Instead, actually, they do go for short. And this is like the one time we've seen so far that Optic haven't had a player pushed up in this position. So they are going to be able to find that control for pretty much free. Yeah, this is the online qualifier for IEM Sydney, so both of these teams going to want to try and get that spot. A little bit risky there. Yugi actually did have a chance to try and pick up some kills, and hang on, G2 have got a player down into the CT spawn as well. They can just leave Shocks there now. He can stop the A players from rotating over, and as you can see, the commitment going to come in towards B. Buddy, he gets taken down very quickly. Lucky going to find a trade of his own. But Shocks also chiming in onto config means it's all onto Snappy on the bomb site, and look how quick Kenny is on the op. Takes his head straight off, and at this point the round is pretty much over. Yugi gonna get flashed in. Has a chance to try and take down Shocks, but sadly takes a lot of damage. Kenny finishes him off. And there it is, no saves gonna be allowed for Optic, as it is G2 to get a quick 4-1 start. Again, this is the map choice of G2, and statistically, they are quite heavily favored here. Someone say no caster? What do you mean? I'm definitely speaking. He made me doubt myself. I checked to see if my mic was muted. I was like, no way. But yeah, back on the pistols for Optic here. Not a round that they should have too much chance in, but if they can, again, keep getting a few kills, they've done an overall decent job actually keeping the economy relatively low for G2. True, where is Louis at? Oh, there he is. He's always here. Always modding, no matter what chat you're in, he's going to be there. There we go, though. Again, G2 taking their time, knowing they're up against those pistols mostly. Right now, a little bit of a 3-man stack coming in on short. A couple Thieves and a CZ. Config takes the very aggressive peek. Kenny was ready for it, although he didn't connect the shot the first time around. Wasn't going to miss it yet again. As mid-control comes in, you can see how efficient G2 are being right now, using that utility, ensuring that they aren't putting themselves in positions where they can lose weapons and really give Optic a chance to pick one up and get back into the round. Here we go. Seems like they've made the correct decision as well, as they do make their way towards a completely open B bomb site. Yeah, the bomb being planted. Optic at this point may as well just, I guess, group up, see if they can get a few kills out of this one. Grab a couple of exits. Not going too well so far. Lucky with some nice headshots there on towards short. As it leaves only Yugi now alive. Towards top mid. I think he's been spotted. Yeah, Kenny saw his head. That was an easy finish. All 5 survived for G2 in that round, so really beginning to build up their economy. Optic now going to have to start picking up some gun rounds pretty consistently. Getting a few of them back to back as well. As G2 will be able to buy for at least a couple of rounds after they lose one. So here we go. Double up setup now going to be coming in between Yugi and Snappy. Is this the change that Optic need to start getting some rounds onto the board now? Smoke goes down, so Kenny this time not able to actually spot anyone on the cross. You can see a quick start from Body. Kenny S and Lucky having some decent performances as well, but it is still early days. And again, very slow from G2. Happy enough to just stick back with these defaults and feel out the defense, then make a decision about what they actually want to do. Flash towards mid. Not going to do too much. Config actually playing up close on that M4. Snappy a little bit further back on the op, so he's not completely alone on mid. He will have help if it's needed. But for now, it seems like G2 have a different plan. They want to try and get long control, also sending a player up short. And right now, at least, it is only Cajun B on long. You can see Yugi in a position on the op to watch the short cross, so he can probably come help if it's needed. Let's see, 50 seconds remaining. G2 taking their time, and it could become a little bit of an issue. Interesting boost here. Lucky up on top of the boxes, seeing if he could find anything. But yeah, not being actually given any openings now means they are going to be kind of pressured as they push forward. Time becoming an issue. They're not really too sure what they're running into as they make their way towards B. But Shocks again. This is a position G2 have been exploiting so far. Config goes straight down without even being able to find any damage. And now those 2 B defenders are under so much pressure. Push coming from mid and tunnels. Let's see though, 18 seconds now. Will they be able to get that bomb down is the question. Refresh able to find one for himself, but the trades are coming back. And Lucky, even while blinded, takes down Refresh. That's the bomb being planted now, and as you can see, with the kills continuing to go in favor of G2 across the map, it will indeed likely be that 6th round. Cajun B again. who's going to go ahead and attempt to try and save this M4 over. What's up, Dinko? Got a celebrity in the chat, guys. It's Dinko. Any missing? Yeah, occasions should be able to save at least. That is a positive. G2 have the money to hunt them down if they wanted, but I don't think they can reach them in time. So yeah, one M4 at least being carried over. Could be worse, but you'd imagine in this next round, Optic probably just going to pick up pistols and Kevlar. Occasion could drop a rifle, but I don't think the investment would really be worthwhile. Yeah, there's Refresh on a scout. Some Deegs to be brought out, so it gives them some chance again to keep doing some damage, but at this point, damage probably isn't going to be enough. You can see 3 players well above 10,000 over on the G2 side. Kenny, Lucky, and Jackson, and even then, Body, sure they have the lower money, but 7,000, 6,250. They're not really going to be worried about money anytime soon. Yellow hood. I like the yellow hood. Maybe you guys don't. It's what I play with, and I just forget to change it back to a more standard color before I start casting. There we go. Again up against the pistols. G2 has always taken their time, not wanting to give anything away. Kenny with a quick opening kill onto Yugi. Oh, that flash coming in. Could potentially catch Kenny, but no. He looked up a little bit. I think he was ready for it. Flicked down. Didn't quite connect the shot, but either way, G2 is still sitting with that man advantage for the moment. No longer the case, though. Config, we know he can be a very, very scary player, especially with that Deagle in hands. There's now the commitment towards a Refresh. He still has the scout to work with, and actually a little bit of a gap in the smoke. Tags up Body. Slowly but surely weakening these G2 players, making it slightly easier for the pistols. And there we go. Config finds another on the Deeg. Can he find the hat-trick is the question. Taking his time, eventually gets it onto Lucky. And suddenly a 3v2. Can it be recovered by just Kenny S now? AK in hand. Finds it a little bit more efficient, I suppose, to take on multiple opponents. Oh, a little bit of a mistake from Refresh, running into the open. What is that? 25 seconds still for Kenny to work with right now. As Snappy is being very patient. Hoping that Kenny, rather, will try and push forward and force the fight. That's not the case for now. Kenny actually just going to be able to find that as Snappy peeks out. A 1 versus 3 that Kenny probably should have had no right winning. Even gets his op back afterwards. That's a tough one for Optic to lose. Again, they weren't on the actual buy round. It was just the eco with the 1 saved rifle, so not too bad, but already down 7-1. Winning that round would have been so massive for them. Here we go. Onto the buy. Double up setup coming into play. This time plenty of utility defuse kits as well. Optic need to start picking up rounds at this point, otherwise Dust 2 is really just going to run away from them. Kenny S's knife is called Mum's credit card. I highly doubt that Kenny S needs to use his mum's credit card to buy skins. Pretty common name. You see it a lot. Probably just got the knife with that name, in all honesty. Yeah, that was a big misplay by Refresh there. He's not going to be happy about that. How that went down. Rather, was, I believe, trying to upgrade to a rifle, but ended up giving the chance for Kenny to get back into the round, and he took it. Here we go. Live into round number 9. Oh, okay, it doesn't do any team damage at least, so it's not a big deal. Nothing Eddie was aiming for, though. It looks like this time G2 might actually favor towards B early on. We haven't really seen this from them, because every time they've gone B, they've taken the mid control with the majority of their players. Kenny on long. The flash is perfect to actually force him back off the angle and a smoke to follow it up. But look at this. Snappy and Refresh are getting aggressive in tunnels. Actually able to find that trade there. Lucky enough from Refresh. I'm not sure how Lucky wasn't able to actually chime in with one of his own. But somehow, Refresh falls back off and gets the safety on the bomb site with a man advantage for Optic to work with. That's definitely something he can be pretty happy with. Config on mid, ready to try and shut down this push as well. But actually, no, it's the other way around. Kenny's too quick. 3v3 now. Push going to be commencing onto B. And again, now, Kenny can actually cut off the rotations, meaning it is going to be able to Refresh on this bomb site to try and hold it down pretty much on his own. 2 players to try and hold off against. Low HP. And let's see if he's going to be successful. It's the dink on towards Shocks. Eventually finds 1 kill. And at least keeps it in a winnable position with a 2v2. we should indeed see that bomb being planted unless they try and push straight away. That's the question. Yugi taking a little bit of a fight. He's just going to be waiting now for Cajun to go ahead and wrap around in through tunnels because he has a chance to maybe try and catch someone. If he trades weapon, though, that could be dangerous. Just goes for the Molotov instead, but hang on. Kenny is posted up on tunnels. He has an idea about this. The flash is perfect, though. Good teamwork coming in by Optic on this retake. Suddenly, Lucky now all alone, trapped in the back corner. Hasn't been spotted as of yet, but he is half HP, meaning a pretty easy finish for either of these players. He's going to need quick headshots, and he's not able to find them. A second round for Optic. Asian does have the defuse kit, and will have more than enough time to get that in. As Yugi ensures that he's going to at least reclaim one of the ops. There's the second up there. Yeah, Cajun gets it eventually. I was wondering because I was thinking was it not on the bomb site. There we go. 2 ops being carried over. Not too bad from Optic, but of course, they're in a position living with 2 players, having to reinvest heavily if they lose this round, which of course G2 can easily reinvest into. They get everything yet again. Then Optic will have their economy reset, so this round still being extremely important. Oh, but already Body opens it up. Look at the up! It's stuck on the wall. That is brilliant. Maybe they'll think there's someone still holding the corner. Let's see the occasion. Nice little Molotov to try and force those 2 players out of the corner. Smoke goes down, so it's not going to be too effective, but he does have them pinned in at the moment. Doesn't know there's 2, perhaps, because the boost comes in and he gets dropped by Body. Body with a second opening kill already. Config trying to make a play to pull things back, but it's not enough with only 1 kill. A 4 on 2. As again, G2 Esports is looking dominant in this gun round. A quick reset perhaps to come in. Refresh has been spotted. Pinned in the corner. Molotov goes down. Spam likely to follow it up. He's still alive for now. Well, here we go. Jackson behind. Easy finish. 8-2. The economy of Optic has been completely destroyed, as they do have a couple of players facing the double eco, so a force buy is quite likely. Oh, and they actually do go for the eco. Problem is, they still won't really be able to buy in the next round. Only getting $2,400, oh not $2,400, $1,900 rather, so for the 2-round loss bonus. So yeah, they'll be in a tough position because Yugi will be unable to buy, as will Config. So if they want to go for it, it'll be a little bit mismatched. Maybe have a FAMAS or 2, maybe some SMGs. Already again, B bomb site has fallen to G2. You'd like to see the Optic took at least a little bit of a gamble to stack towards A, but as it says in the name, a gamble doesn't always pay off. And just nothing being found. This is just so dominant from G2. I wasn't expecting this to happen here on in really this series. I thought it was going to be overall pretty close. I did think G2 would pick up this too, just because it is statistically a much stronger map for them than it is for Optic. Refresh, he actually just burns alive. I was going to say he's waiting a while, waiting to see if he can maybe pop out after a couple of seconds when they perhaps would have thought he wasn't in the corner, and maybe stolen a kill away, but didn't work. 9-2 for G2, sitting in a pretty good position, but let's see Optic getting onto the buy. As I said, Yugi and Config going to be put down to weaker weapons of a FAMAS and an MP5 coming out. And again, no defuse kit going to be available, and how consistently G2 have been getting onto those bomb sites, that's definitely going to be an issue. Oh, Kenny catches the opening kill, just running straight out long. Cajun had no idea, and gets caught in his transition over to the long piss, so already a man advantage for G2. Bit of a risk from Optic. They have completely given up B, but even then they haven't really got into positions to hold down A. It's more they'll be hoping to maybe try and actually get a couple kills as G2 cross over, etc. If they do commit, of course. For now, G2 again taking their time, but it looks like they are going to actually go ahead and make their way towards A. Smokes to be put down on the cross. No, they're not actually going to put down a single smoke. That's a strange approach. Refresh able to find 3 because of that. Potentially a 4th as he spams through onto Kenny and gets the dink. The nade gonna go in, but Kenny should just about escape. But this round has begun to unravel a little bit for G2. Taking their time to get up long and then not even bothering to actually try and smoke the cross is just very strange. Willing to take the fight. I guess they were feeling confident in their aim. They have been pretty dominant so far. But it would have been definitely the safer approach. There we go, 35 seconds remaining. Still going to be favoring to hit this A-bomb site eventually, but Optic, as we can see, with all 3 players in position to try and actually help hold this down. No smoke anymore in the possession. G2, they're going to have to try and use the flash to cross over. Kenny actually catches the wall bang through the corner of the box as the peek came in. Config now a little bit afraid to try and take this fight as he begins to fall back slightly more passively. Gets a bit of damage on the cross, but Kenny now posted up, able to find refresh. And it's all onto Config as the bomb is being planted. G2 again somehow recovering into this round. Config coming up through CT. I don't think they notice, even though he'd been shooting at them a moment ago. But as you can see, Kenny is posted up, ready for it. The headshot comes in from Jax as the jump peak from Config is found. 10-2, double digits for G2. And again, that's a round there that Optic really should have been actually picking up. Just back down to the pistols. So dominant right now from G2. Of course, Inferno coming up next is the map choice of Optic. That's a map that I would say Optic definitely do have a good opportunity to try and pick up. And if we hit the nuke, then I think it could really go either way. So, a little bit surprising that we're seeing this being so one-sided at this point. But let's see. Shock's already finding the aggression on B. Lucky finds the aggression on long as well. And within pretty much just seconds, that round is shut down. 11-2 for G2. The buy again for Optic, but they have to make this one work. Otherwise, G2 likely looking at 13 rounds over on that T side. And of course, Dust 2 being a map that is considered to be pretty equal. Maybe slightly T-sided. Oh, you love to see it. The auto sniper in play. Plenty of money, of course. You can just trade back over to the rifle. But it's becoming a little bit desperate for Optic. They need the 4 rounds at least here on the CT side, and then ideally the pistol to follow up on the second half. Jack's trying to aggress. Oh, actually not aggressing on B, rather. He's just sitting back for now. You can see G2 expecting the aggression to come in from Optic, rather. They do begin to actually somewhat push in on mid. Config right now going to actually be the lone defender. There's no one to really help him at the moment. Snappy not in the window, but could probably get there pretty quickly. But he's playing above the box, so I was going to say if the smoke goes down, he could have a good vision. The shot comes in, the nade to follow it up. And although the nade only does 6 damage, Config is, of course, still pretty low at 27 health. So a little bit of an advantage early on in terms of the HP. Now G2 go ahead and change their mind. A looking to be the site that they are going to target. Long control to come in. Cajun B going to be the one to try and hold that down. Yugi on the op as well towards Ram. There we go. Flash goes in. Perfect as it blinds up Cajun B on long. You can see because of that, Yugi going to be forced to reposition himself on towards the bomb site. He can't be exposed to long. But it's going to be very tough for him now to actually try and hold this off. Shox is just sitting on short. He's just been a nuisance right now. As you can see, most of the force coming in through long. And they are doing their job. Eventually, Shox falls, but it's still going to be tough. Config. It was a nice flash, but sadly, Lucky living up to his name a little bit as the spam works out. And Snappy and Refresh want nothing to do with this right now. They're going to back off. No defuse kit, of course, a 2-on-4. They may as well save these rifles into the final round of the half to give them somewhat of a chance to try and pick up another round. You see Kenny sitting at 15-3. Body 14-7. Everyone on that G2 side right now fragging pretty efficiently. Refresh has looked okay. He had that one round where he got the triple spray down on long, of course, but it hasn't been enough. Optic are going to have to step it up massively coming up in the second half, and then also, of course, heading on to Inferno. See, though, they should be able to save. Never mind, body catches 1. Does manage to actually ensure that only 1 weapon is saved over from Snappy. So here we go. Going to be, of course, a full force buy from Optic would have been the final round of the half, but it's not great. Couple of Ogs from Mass, a UMP, and a Scout. Definitely could be stronger, and even when they've had the full buys, they have struggled, of course, to actually take these round wins against G2. And here we go. Quick long control going to be coming in. Can they hold it down this time is the question. Config does manage to shed first blood. Molotov going to force body somewhat into the open, and he gets taken down because of it, so a couple of big names to be claimed early on. Body, of course, being fragging extremely well. Lucky had some great rounds also. With this 5-on-3, this is the best chance we've really seen for Optic to pick up a round in quite a while. Can they capitalize on it though and actually turn it into a round win is the question, because again, G2, you can see the teamwork is quite efficient. That flash perfect on mid. It allowed for their trade frag to come in. Kenny actually, before the smoke blooms, is able to catch Yugi on long. And now suddenly B, only refresh to try and hold it down. Gets the first kill, going to reposition towards the door. And actually, if he can just hold off for another couple seconds, you can see his teammates coming to help the config. Pushing through the smoke is dangerous, but he makes it work for one. As now it's all onto Shox. Can he clutch it out? At 1v2, we know he's more than capable as he hits the opening headshot. And with that, the bomb is going to be planted. Cajun doesn't have a defuse kit, but he does have the positive of course, Shox not knowing where he's positioned towards, but no longer the case. The nice shoulder peek from Shox baits out the shots. As now he looks to try and hold this down. As I said, no defuse kit, of course, for Cajun, so he's going to have to get a move on. Can't really afford to take too long waiting for this kill to come to him. Going to have to hunt it down. And Shox ready to push it, to hold for the push rather. Does indeed find the very easy kill on the Cajun, who was not expecting Shox to have crossed over. So there you have it, 13-2 at halftime for G2. And definitely a few rounds in there that Optic did have a good chance to pick up. For example, the 3v1 that they let slip against Kenny. That 1v2 right there against Shox. It's a little bit difficult for them. Some rounds that definitely could have gone their favor and maybe made this a little bit easier for them. But instead now, behind by 11 as they head onto that T side. Are they going to be able to get anything out of this map? Or are they going to be heading onto Inferno after a very difficult loss? What you want to see, of course, is for them to maybe pick up a few rounds, warm themselves up so that they can feel a little bit more comfortable heading onto their own map choice. And here we go. The second pistol round is indeed live. Cajun B picking up utility for Optic. Lucky picking up a couple of flashes rather and a defuse kit. Smoke and play in this one. Here we go. Early on, long control going to come in pretty easily to be found. G2 instead opting to keep control as short and just have someone from that bomb site spotting down. And that is Shox. And actually, as they push up mid as well, they're finding so much info. Refresh going to peek in and find that they're getting aggressive at least. And actually, Shox takes a dink on the bomb site. So early on, some damage just been exchanged. Problem is, Optic, of course, it's known that they're pretty much all in towards long, so they have begun now to kind of slow things down and potentially fall back off. Not in a position, of course, where they have to commit too soon. They do have still over a minute remaining. Oh, and it looks like they're just going to go back out long, so a little bit of a double fake. Backing off to make G2 think that maybe they were going towards B. And that has worked because, as you can see, a full rotate comes in. Refresh can actually try and come through lower. Kill comes in for Jax. If he peeks upper, he'd find a lot of info. And I think at this point they realize that it is potentially that A commitment. But yeah, overall a decent enough fake from Optic. Problem is they lost one player and they actually crossed to the bomb site. They do only have one flash. So let's see how it works out. They'll be making their way across. Jax finds another kill. Taps away and takes down Yugi as well. As it's all on the config and Cajun B. Two of the more experienced players on this lineup in a 2-on-4. The bomb at least being planted is a small positive of this. But at this point, of course, they do need round wins. Cannot afford to let this one go. And it looks like it is indeed. Jax and Kenny S going to be able to close it out very quickly. 14-2. As I said, the bomb plant being found. So maybe we'll see Optic buy up, drop over a couple of AKs to some other players, whoever can afford them. But, yeah, right now not looking good. If they aren't able to win out this round, then, of course, map point already going to be in play for G2. Yeah, there you go. As I kind of presumed, buy up a rifle, drop it over. Surprised they only got one rifle, though. I honestly thought they'd be able to pull out two. I think Snappy would have been able to drop him, but he went for a Scout and Kevlar instead. So I guess not too bad. Cajun actually did get one, so I was correct in saying there would be two eventually. But yeah, not great. If Optic don't win this, of course, then they're working with a much weaker investment even into the following round. So one that they do need to pick up. Let's see how slow Optic are taking things. G2 should have at least some idea that the force buy has come in just because of the utility being used. They are being somewhat cautious. They themselves have gone for a relatively safe buy. Even getting the op out this early on onto Kenny, of course. A couple of Augs. Presence on mid being shown by Refresh. Are they going to try and commit on this? It looks like they actually might. If he can lead the way with the AK and with that smoke now being down, that cuts off all those A players from helping. They have really long rotates, meaning Lucky and Buddy are going to have to lock this down on their own. And already, Buddy brought very low. Lucky actually playing up on the rafters, rather, I believe. The construction area. Now Optic again, still taking things very slowly. This did kind of cost them back in that pistol round. So let's see how it goes this time around. Through the smoke, Cation actually taken down very low. Oh, and a perfect flash from Lucky. Should be able to catch at least one kill with it, but eventually being traded on. A bit of a wide swing. G2 shocks, rather, just shocks. Why did I say G2 shocks? Reading it too, literally, but yeah, there we go. Openings come in. Body falls on that B-bomb site as well. Of course, he was already down to, I believe it was 2 health, so wasn't really a lot he could do on the hold. But yeah, Optic, they come in. They find themselves a lifeline. And maybe now they can start slowly working their way back into this. It's going to be so difficult, of course. 14 rounds in a row is what they need to take the win. If they let one go, the best they can do is overtime. So it's a very tough position for sure. But if they can at least build up some confidence for themselves, warm up into this game, pull in a few rounds at least before they take it onto Inferno, then perhaps that is a good thing. Jack's trying to find some exit frags taken down, so only the op to be saved most likely. As long as Kenny doesn't fall as well, because he is still kind of hanging around. Now it's just the one up for G2. And he tagged up early on, sadly. That was, again, a really nice flash. I think that was actually from Optic. This should be a 4th round for Optic to be found. Config opens it up onto Jax. Flash around the short corner, going to allow for the peak to come in. Body going to be a pretty easy target, you can imagine. Indeed, that is the case. Kenny also being finished off, so nice little upgrade there. Snappy going to actually pick up the op. We'll give it over to Yugi eventually, but for now he's going to just keep it in his possession, as the A commitment should come in. A completely open bomb site. Shots on mid being taken down as well. And it looks like Optic should take this pretty cleanly. Likely to maybe not lose any players at all, which is of course something they do need to do. They need to build up a bit of money, because of course if they lose one round, they're sitting, or rather they're going to be against the map point already. Taking their time though. The bomb going up short. Maybe that's an opportunity for Lucky to try and catch a kill or two. Config is there ready to cover though, so it's not going to be easy. At this point, Lucky, definitely worthwhile for him to just save the Kevlar and CZ. Not going to be an investment in this next round from G2. They're just going to have to go for the eco. Seen someone asking, is the stream choppy? It shouldn't be choppy. I have it open right now as well, and they can seem to be running pretty smoothly for me, so that might be on your end. I think there is a setting, hang on, there's a setting in the Twitch things, I believe, that actually does make it go a little bit choppy. I'll check for you now. Oh, never mind, that's not a setting anymore. There used to be like the HTML thing. Apparently, if you, I remember if you had that on, sometimes it'd be a little bit choppy. But yeah, I'm not sure if you're having any issues. It seems fine for me. But yeah, another round for Optic. They bring it up to 4. As we said, Lucky is at least able to save that CZ. But that's all they're really going to have. An upgraded P250 alongside it for Kenny. That's a full stack on short from G2, so maybe a chance for them to get a few kills out of this. Let's see. Maybe steal away 1 or 2 weapons, drop a couple and cause some damage would be nice. As we can see, not being too effective at this point. Mostly just shooting down. Lucky. Does he catch that kill and actually gets an AK? Those doors, though, being wooden now. A little bit easier for them to spam through, and eventually he will be finished off. 14-5. Slowly but surely, Optic beginning to get some rounds back into this, but there's still 9 in the difference. And this is where G2 should find a buy. I don't know if they actually want to go for it. It looks like they do. I was thinking maybe they'd go for another eco, which is pistols and Kevlar, just because it's not a great buy. They are lacking a bit. They don't have the op. They don't have any diffuse kits utility-wise. It's a little bit limited. but it's okay. So here we go. Early on into this one, let's see what G2 can find. If Optic take this, then again, they should be able to force them back onto the eco, likely bring it up to 7 rounds. So them comebacks can happen pretty quickly, of course, with the ecos having to come in at points, etc. Let's see what the plan is for Optic. Similar approach to what we've seen from G2, their D side. Take things slowly, getting that control late on into the round, whether it be towards short or mid. Looks like they're going to be actually just for now finding short. G2 with a pretty passive setup aren't really going to be trying to actually fight this, although we do see on long, I think that's Jax who's getting a bit aggressive. Without the defuse kit, they probably do want to get a bit more aggressive so that they can hold it down, but this could be dangerous. The timing working out for Jax, actually. You can see he was able to actually creep out long. Not going to be given any chances as of now to get a kill, but may be able to do so fairly soon. Actually, it's Cajun. Yeah, turns around. He was expecting that aggression, I think, but sadly just wasn't able to make it work. Jax comes in with the opening kill, and it is G2 into this round to shed the first blood. Commitment now going to be forced towards A. They have no idea if there could be more players behind them. They have to go forward, and sadly they're going to be running into bullets from the M4 of Kenny. Threshold, although he gets one on mid, again being traded back, so this just isn't going too well for the T side. 15 seconds remaining, a man disadvantage bomb should be planted, and Config actually continuing to find the frags. Slowly working his way back into this round for Optic, and look at that damage as well being done. Lucky brought down low, the peek comes in, he somehow finds the headshot. And now Yugi on the bomb site pinned in, his back has been spotted, the spam. Gonna come in from Shocks, and he will be finished off. Map point for G2. As it heads to 15-5. Optic, the best they can do now, of course, is taking 10 rounds in a row just to send this into overtime on Dust 2. It is, of course, a best of 3, so not the end of the world if they lose this map. Inferno going to be coming up next. Optic's choice. And if needed, of course, Nuke being the decider. Of course, Optic can easily buy again after winning a few rounds in a row. They have everything they could ask for in this round. The Opto rifles, plenty of utility. But they need to make it work. At this point, there's no room for mistakes. Gonna have to be a flawless T side, as they cannot concede one more round. Damn, chat went mad to that shot from Lucky. Was pretty nice, very quick. If he went down, that previous round rather likely would have been won by Optic, so it was a very crucial one indeed. But for now, let's see. Optic, can they come back into this one again? Early on, just holding the default, getting some control towards short. And they will make a decision off of that later on about where they actually want to try and commit towards, etc. So, let's see what the plan is. That nade shouldn't really do much damage, I don't believe. Actually does on the Snappy. He took a step left and directly into it. And another nade to follow it up does even more. So, early on, some good HP advantage going to be coming in for G2. With 40 seconds remaining, Optic need to get a move on. They're still split up heavily across the map, so they're not really in positions to push forward as a team. And Shocks, what is that? You see it from Kenny's point of view as, of course, Auto Director not wanting to help me out. I'm going to have to do the observing now while I cast. That probably will not go too well, but as we can see, Yugi and Cajun, all that remain to try and save the day. It's completely fallen apart. Looks like this is indeed going to be the end of Dust 2, all onto Cajun on mid, and he's actually being flanked out right now by the MP9 and Jax. So he should be able to find that. The damage eventually goes down. But I don't think it's going to last too long for Cajun. Of course, 8 seconds, there's nothing that he can do. Can't get it towards a bomb site. And there it is. G2 taking the victory here on Dust 2, 16-5. A pretty dominant one indeed, you do have to say. And they're looking really solid. Of course, they haven't been looking too great since bringing in Lucky and Jax, but this is a good start for them. Going to be heading on to Inferno, of course, up next. The choice of Optic on a map that they are traditionally really strong on, while on the other hand, of course, over the past few months we haven't seen much Inferno from this G2 lineup, so it's going to be interesting to see. But I believe we are going to go ahead and just take it on over to a quick break, guys, and as soon as map 2 is ready to go live, we will go ahead and get back into the action.
In this world,
Yeah, we said we let it go. like a broken soul in a wonderland without angels. That is how I feel when the mirror shows me a stranger. Yeah. And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to the planet where you and I are still meant to be. 'Cause I'm incomplete when you ain't by my side, when you don't wake up next to me. Yeah, I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete. Yeah, I'm incomplete. Hey, 'cause I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete. More than lovers, destined to find one another. Like lightning and thunder, can't have one without the other. It was written in the stars. We can't be torn apart. We are linked together, forging fire forever. We are linked together.
These roads intersect, on each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home, but I know that home's where the heart is. Guess I'm better off this way, moving to better days. like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above our town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning.
Alright, boys. We're in. We're ready to go. The music is gone. Thankfully for some reason, sadly for the others. Seems like people are having mixed reactions to the music. But yeah, we're ready to go ahead and get into things. It's map number 2. And of course, G2 did have a very dominant victory back on Dust 2, taking a 16-5. And now coming on to Inferno, of course, it being the map choice of Optic. G2 get the choice of sides. They're going to go for the CT side. And let's see if they can continue on with that momentum and the performance that we actually seen from them back on Dust 2, because that was spectacular. Pause being called in, sadly. I'm not actually too sure what this is for. Let me go and have a quick check on the Discord and see if it's been mentioned by the admins why there's a pause coming in. Okay, no, I don't see any info, so maybe just it was a quick technical pause perhaps, but as you can see it has been removed. We're ready to get into things now. And here we go, boys. Map number 2 going live. A little bit of a break, a little bit of a cool down between maps. Could that maybe have worked out for Optic and they get themselves back into this? We definitely know they have the experience and the leadership as well to get themselves back into this one after a bad loss. But let's see. Inferno still going to be a tough task. Optic starting off on the T side, going to be taking things, I guess, relatively slow early on. They do actually get some control, pushing up mid, etc. But they're not going to push forward on that. Being spotted early on now, grouping up over towards Banana. It looks like B is going to be their target. And they're going to have a tough time because Shocks and Lucky are ready to try and hold this one down. And both of those players were very, very crisp back on Dust 2. But here we go. Smoke towards the CT spawn. Flash going to be going over the roof as the push begins. The Glock's going to be trying to take the charge in, but that smoke actually slowing them down quite heavily, and Nade doing a bit of damage as well. And as they emerge from the smoke, Lucky able to only actually pick off one. I was going to say he's in a great spot to try and take down a couple, but instead now a 4-on-4 with the bomb being planted. Shocks in construction needs to be careful, doesn't have his teammates nearby, and as you can see, no one there to help him. He gets trapped in and finished off. And with that now a tough retake, 3-on-4. They do have a defuse kit at least. All 3 players going to be coming in from the CT side of things. Kenny quickly eliminated, rather. Jax does find that trade, but time ticking away. They need to get a move on. Smoke towards Banana is going to effectively cut off Yugi from being able to help, but it doesn't seem like he's really needed. Snappy with a big round so far, finding 2. And Refresh with a double of his own comes in, and Optic do pick up the opening pistol. Again, though, this is what we seen on Dust 2. They picked up the opening pistol and ended up losing the force buy in the round that followed. So let's see if we can see something similar here on Inferno. G2 not seemingly going to actually fully invest, which I kind of like to see. Inferno, a map where that utility is just so important. So if they're going to go ahead and take the, I guess, the pretty much kind of half buy here, which is pistols and Kevlar, maybe take mostly a full eco in the next round with just a couple upgraded pistols, then coming into that first gun round, they will have a very solid buy. They should have the op, they should have plenty of utility. I like to see them kind of playing a bit more for the long run. Again, a slow round from Optic. They know they're up against, at best, pistols and Kevlar, so they are just going to remain fairly cautious. Able to find Banana control a bit towards apartments as well. How many rounds? 999. 30 rounds is just not enough to decide a match. JK, of course. That's just an ESEA thing. It shows 999 rounds. But yeah, very slow right now. We've seen this go against teams, especially when you're up against these weaker buys. There's still actually a couple of smokes in play as well for G2, so as the time runs down, those smokes could hold off Optic, maybe actually force them to have to funnel in through the smoke, which could get dangerous. But here we go, wrapping around on long, or at least looking like they were going to. Again, slowing things down, maybe just straight up through short, but this is where the smokes could be effective. Let's see. There we go. Gonna be coming in from Jax. He actually finds the opening kill on the Deagle as well. Refresh very quickly taken off of the server. And now, 13 seconds, they have to try and get this bomb down. Kenny on the bomb site is well able to find one. And you can see Snappy just has to straight up go for the plant, but he spots that there's a player close on short. It takes them too long to get rid of him, but he gets the bomb down, I believe, just in time. As the kills come back for Optic. They recover things, but that was very, very shaky. And of course, they're still up against Shocks and Lucky, who perhaps can clutch this out. Up against 3 players who are relatively low on health. There we go, still a smoke in play, so that's going to be thrown in to allow for, I guess, them to cross over, see if they can isolate the fights. Problem is, Cajun from behind, I don't think they're going to expect this, and it should be, I was going to say an easy kill for him, but he does get spotted. Shock's going to be able to find one as well. If they take down Yugi on the bomb site, this could be doable. There we go, is there time for the defuse? Tries to straight up stick it, but no, not really, because already the bomb ticking away, and of course he was the last man standing, so he was seeing if he could maybe just grab that last kill. Ooh, Cajun not able to actually get the AK, sadly. But yeah, decent start for Optic. Much better than what we've seen back on Dust 2. Again, a very shaky round that shouldn't have came down to such a close position, but they did at least manage to pick up the win in it. As I said, of course, G2 not going to buy into this one. They're prioritizing the buy going into round number 4, ensuring that they'll have everything they want. Just some pistols, 5 nades. So this could definitely still be dangerous. Especially with how kind of Optic have been playing so far. They've been going for the control early on towards Banana. So a couple of nades being thrown down there definitely could do a lot of damage. The pause has been removed. I presume that one was just technical. It'd be strange for a tactical pause to be called in this early on. It's actually yet to be thrown out, so going to be saving them for now. Wait until Optic maybe actually get some control. Strange, you don't normally see those nades being kept very long into the round at all. Normally thrown maybe straight down mid or down banana. Potentially kept on the bomb site, and once the top banana control comes in, rather, you can throw them over the roof. So I'd imagine that's what Shocks and Lucky are going to do at least. But I'm not sure about the other 3. Let's see, bit of presence being shown towards the top of banana. The nades, I'd presume, to be thrown in eventually. Still going to be just biding their time, though. There we go, the nade being thrown off the wall instead. Not going to connect any damage, of course. Lucky tossed his one out as well, and it was just Optic going for a little bit of a fake, baiting out some utility, and now they're going to reapproach towards A, where Jax and I believe that is Body are going to try and hold it down. Nade being tossed doesn't really do too much. Jax still going to be forced back off and around into the spawn. As that pretty much leaves Body all alone to solo this A bomb site with just a P250 and a flash, so not much hope. As I said, I thought Jax does get one, trying to make it a costly one at least. Gets a second. Kenny going to come in with a trade. And that's the bomb as well being dropped on long. An AK in the hands of Kenny, although Cajun being in a good position, doesn't quite catch the timing. I honestly thought he would find the trade there, but suddenly a 2-on-3 again, Optic and around. That should be fairly easy for them. They struggle big time. Backing off onto that A bomb site. 20 seconds remaining. The bomb should at least be planted. There we go, Snappy gets one, so perhaps it will still be the round win for Optic, but let's see, because Kenny's still alive, even though he's low HP, he's still able to make this AK work. Snappy now trapped in the pit, they know his position. Heard Kenny, I believe, actually getting up close towards Rave as well, so was being cautious, but it doesn't matter. Lucky comes in with a headshot, and G2 win out what was pretty much just a full eco. They had some nades and P250s. Optic, oh, that is a tough round to lose. I don't think G2 are really aiming too heavily to actually win that round. As I said, prioritizing round number 4 for the actual buy. But they made it work. Couple AKs to be carried over as well, and with the damage that was done in the round before Optic, although they are going to seemingly force up, it's not going to be great. 1 AK so far. Maybe a second can be brought out onto config if he wanted, but that would have meant, of course, sacrificing the helmet. So he decides against it, goes for the UMP. SMGs, Deegs, and 1 AK. Again, Optic taking it relatively slowly. We did say, of course, on this map, Inferno Optic, statistically at least, our favourites. But we haven't really seen too much from this G2 lineup on it over the past 3 months, so it is going to be definitely an interesting one. Already starting off as so. Body up close to the apartments needs to be careful. Does just drop a smoke. Doesn't want to allow for those SMGs to get a chance up close because, of course, that's what they'll be hoping for. As for now, Optic just continuing to hold. You can see their goal probably being to just execute onto the A bomb site. Maybe come out through balcony and, of course, up through short as well. There we go. Smoke's going to be going in. Flashes as well. Let's see if the G2 side can hold this down. Shock's actually got aggressive on Banana. Finds 2 kills from behind, so shuts down at least one avenue of the push before he can even come in. And as you can see, Kenny and Body holding it off over towards balcony as well. As the kills came in, Cajun being snappy. A little bit afraid to push forward. Realizing that they would likely suffer a similar fate to the rest of their teammates who have fallen. Cajun finally going to begin to see if he can find a kill out of apartments, but a very easy pick for Jax. 5-on-1, only Snappy remains. As it seems like G2 are going to shut down this force buy with a very clean one without losing a single player. Snappy's goal now just to save that AK that he was able to snatch back in his hands, rather.
Counter-terrorists win.
Here we go. Snappy, of course, still having the AK, but problem is he didn't get any loss bonus for surviving, so the economy now being a little imbalanced for Optic. That nade should do some good damage. Yeah, Yugi down to 25. Snappy weakened up as well. And this is definitely not the start into this round that Optic would have been hoping for. Again, early control being found on Banana, but G2 happy enough to just sit back. They've been pretty efficient with using that utility, saving it till late round. And with how slow Optic have been, that has been a bit of an issue for them. But let's see. Lucky, a very aggressive stance on B. Would be a little bit dangerous if the push came in, but for now Optic beginning to actually fall back off and see maybe if they can make their way up mid. Gonna have to try and contest Kenny if they do actually continue on in that direction. But no, going back themselves. A little bit all over the place right here, but they need to get a move on eventually. 50 seconds remaining. They're not really in too much of a rush. But not having too much to work with either. No utility to push in with. It is going to be tough. Snappy going to have to really step it up on that AK to try and find the opening kill. And you can see he is leading the way. The angle at least to try and take down Lucky. And there you go. Lucky falls. Now it's Shocks trapped in towards Oranges. He's going to have to try and step it up for at least a couple of kills. And there we go. Finds 2. Tags Config down very low before eventually falling. But he's done quite a lot of damage and kept it, at least for now, in favor of G2. Unless Config and Refresh can have something to say about that, because it is now a 2-on-2. Bomb planted. It's a small victory, at least. And actually, Refresh finds himself an AK in that dark corner. So they do have 2 rifles to work with. This kill, though, being very crucial for Config. He needs to find it. And being so low on health, it's not easy to do. Taken down, leaving it all on Refresh. Has a good angle, at least, playing around the pillar. Gets the first headshot. And oh, so close. Drops Body to 22 health, but it's not enough. And that is going to be an easy enough defuse coming in for Body. Of course, it does have the defuse kit. But that was close. Again, Optic didn't invest much. They only had that one saved AK alongside some pistols. So the fact that they get 4 kills out of rather, get a bomb plant as well, I think they will be pretty happy. They can buy into this, although, of course, Snappy put down to a slightly weaker weapon. But he's not normally the player you look towards as the big fragger either way. See Optic, what can they get done now in this one? Keeping the economy, I guess, relatively low for G2, but they do actually have enough for a buy if they lose a round. So Optic need to find this one and ideally one more off the back of it. Try and put a stop to the economy early on from G2. Look at this though. It seems like Optic do want to get this banana control late into the round, and as we can see, Shox is pushed up close. They have Lucky back on the corner with the AUG. So this could be a little bit of a massacre. The question is going in favor of which team. They do just continue to take their time for now, rather. Shock's looking like he has an idea. Here's the footsteps and the Molotov now being thrown in as well. Lucky going to throw a Molotov down of his own to try and stop that push. Will they expect Shocks in this close corner? Config is going to check it. There you have it, the opening kill comes in. Optic actually going to find an advantage early on. Still 50 seconds on that clock, so they don't have to commit to B, but it looks like they may consider doing so at least. Rotation's coming in initially. Lucky decides to go back over, and they're going to leave Body to try and solo, but as we can see, A is where the attack's going to come in, and this is where G2 have taken the gamble towards. They've got 3 players ready to hold this down, so this definitely still could get quite dangerous for Optic. Here we go. All 4 players now actually ready over towards A. Push coming in, only 15 seconds again. Optic going to be working heavily against the time. But let's see if they can get the kills that are required, because so far the answer is no. Jax finds 2. Actually, it was Kenny to find 2 initially. Jax eventually coming in with 2 of his own and finishing it off with a hat-trick. As G2 do lock that down. They had a perfect read. They knew that it wasn't going to be B. They just rotated everyone and locked down that A defense. Good position as well. Jax just playing for the contact from Grave. The second Kenny took that first shot and got a kill, Jax popped up. Their attention is focused on Kenny on the bomb site. He's able to find 1. Kenny then repeaks. And it was just really good teamwork coming in by those 2 players. 4-2. Optic going to be going on to a bit of a quasi-buy now. Pistols and an SMG alongside Kevlar. And a bit of utility. Let's see what they can find. Early on, Bonnie with a decent nade and a Molotov to stop the push through apartments, rather. But that's not even really needed because the AK is doing it instead. Quick headshots being found, Body with 3. Jax did actually get taken down, but if that's the only casualty they take, rather, that's not too big of a deal. Although, just as I say that, Snappy finds himself a couple more kills. That's an op now being retrieved. The chance for a bomb to be planted. And yeah, he's going to be able to find that. No one can stop him. So 1-on-2. This is actually winnable now. A couple flashes as well to try and use to force the fight. But let's see, because he's going up towards the apartments. Is he going to be able to spot? Look, he actually goes into the pit. This is perfect, but he doesn't connect the shot. That may have gotten rid of his chance of clutching this out. Had played it so well up to that point, but a very crucial shot that he needed to connect. And sadly, that left him open to Shocks. There it is. G2, they come out with a 5-2. It was a decent investment from Optic, but I think they'll still be pretty happy with the damage they got. They've kept the economy somewhat modest from G2. It's still in a really good position where they'll be able to buy even if they do lose rounds. There we go. Back into it. A gun round going to be coming out from Optic. Step it up now is the question. To let a good few rounds slip away again. You don't want to see them getting off to such a poor start, of course, here on Inferno after what happened back on Dust 2. Going down so massively again would be difficult for them to try and mentally recover from, but it's still relatively early days. And it looks like, again, we may see a lot of fights coming in towards Banana. That flash coming over from Snappy. Kenny takes the peek, but he gets traded very quickly by Config. As it is a 4v4 for now. Lucky, will he be able to back off is the question. And yeah, with a nice flash, he is able to do so. So, falling back off the safety for now. Happy enough to give up Banana after a 1-for-1 trade. But the 1-for-1 does tend to favor the T side. So I think Optic will be pretty happy with how things have gone. Of course, now G2 going to have to split that defense up a bit. They have 2 towards either bomb site. And that will, of course, leave some weaknesses that perhaps could be exploited. You can see right now it's actually apartments that isn't being watched. Not going to be too big of a deal since there's no one there, but point out that because of the man being lost, they are in a position where they can't hold everything perfectly. But look at this Config. Seeing if we can try and open up a pick on B. As we can see anyway, no one on the actual bomb site, instead playing from CT. So if a smoke does go down, it could be quite effective. Lucky up on the boost, but Shock's also in a position to spam through. So let's see. Smoke going to be going in now. Are they going to be able to find anything is the question. Shock's indeed spamming through yet to actually show himself on that boost, I believe. Lucky takes his time. Eventually finds it. But will be traded back by Snappy. Hang on the wall bank to try and stop the bomb plant. Going to be successful from Shocks. And again, it becomes an issue with how late Optic have actually left things. getting that bomb down with 12 seconds on the clock, but a man disadvantage now to try and hold off the afterplant again, just being picked off. G2 don't even need to see their opponents. Through the boxes, through the smokes. It doesn't matter. It's all on Cajun now. 1 on 3. Playing from the pit. I think he did just spot the shadow of Jax. Yeah, it does indeed. Actually managed to find that headshot, but blinded up. There's not much else he can do. Finished off. A 6th round going to be found for G2. Optic at least finding the bomb plant will give them the full buy, I believe, into this round, as they are working with the loss bonus. But early on into this one, G2 again looking so dominant. Thankfully, they can keep buying, as I said, with the loss bonus and also getting the bomb down. Buying won't be an issue. It's just about picking up the rounds at this point. No off this time, and look at this from Kenny, how aggressive he's getting. Quick flick. That's what you've come to expect of Kenny at this point. Being capable of that for years. Shocks boosted up on Banana. Should be able to find this kill on Snappy as well. And then he backs off. I like how Shocks and I believe it's Lucky, yeah, it is indeed, who have the way they've actually been working this B-bomb site, being very adaptive. They've been able to change it up a lot, but hang on. Lucky gets taken down by Yugi. I'll go back to saying how they've been playing this quite well, but for now, they do have to actually try and hold it down, being just Shocks at the moment. The AK in hand does the damage, takes down Config after Yugi, of course, and just locks down B on his own. I honestly thought he was going to fall there because he'd been damaged so heavily by the initial burst of bullets from Optic. But he done well to use that fountain for cover. Refresh now all alone. Does have the bomb and 50 seconds to work with 4 opponents. But yeah, what I was going to say was, Lucky and Shocks, they've been swapping it up a lot and not being predictable how they've actually been playing this B-bomb site. So it's good to see. Here we go, Shocks with the final kill. Very risky since he was low health. If he went down, it would have been another weapon dropped. But not a big deal since they have some money. And they now lead 7-2. Again, of course, G2, they did win map number 1 with a 16-5 scoreline. So taking this one instantly gives them the victory with a 2-0, which is not what I was expecting. I honestly thought this was going to go all 3 maps. I expected G2 to pick up the Dust 2 win. Was expecting Optic to do well here on Inferno and probably pick up the win. And I was hyped for a nuke matchup between these two. But let's see. There's still chance. It's still relatively early. Optic with nades going towards the top of Banana to actually get some returned on them. Doing lots of damage, and the spam through the smoke from Shock's going to be effective for 2 kills. Suddenly only Snappy and Yugi remain since the round has only begun, but it's almost over already. There you have it, 8-2. G2 continue to build up this lead. Accidentally hit the F10 key on my keyboard. Yeah, coming in again. Another buy from Optic. The op available this time for Yugi, so maybe he can find some opening kills on that. So far, that hasn't been the case. No one really getting a chance to go off over on that G2, on that Optic side, rather. You can see for G2, actually, Shock's having a great performance. Jackson, Kenny as well. All of those players actually pretty much carrying it on from the previous map. Though, Shock's actually brought down to roughly half health, and a spam to follow it up from Config. Quick headshot being found. That's a man advantage. That's one way for Optic to start the round off, and they have a chance to find more. A 1-for-1 trade in Apartment, something they can be relatively happy with. Refresh being tagged up there by Kenny, but it doesn't matter too much because a 4-on-2 now. Yugi creeping around on long. The op of his own may just be able to catch Kenny off guard, but that's a nice Molotov. For now, gives him the chance to try and keep going on, but he's been spotted. And that's the A-bomb site fallen. Bomb is going to be planted, and Lucky probably just wants to save at this point. If he could find 1 or 2 kills, it would be nice, but of course he probably just wants to carry that AK over, since of course can't get that for yourself on the CT side, even if he does have enough money to buy. Exit game. Yep, it was an accident. Accidentally hit off the, I hit my keyboard actually into the monitor, and I pressed F10, I think it was. If anyone's playing CS right now, hit F10, enter. Very easy. But yeah, Lucky. Oh, he's going to be taken down. Yeah, that was very close. Optic, rather, Config managed to creep up without him known, so takes him down. Means the AK isn't going to be saved, but of course, G2 they can buy again, so it's not too big of a deal. Here we go, Optic. They get a chance. They pick up one round for themselves if they can actually try and go ahead and chain some together now. Perhaps they can start to pull themselves back into this. There we go. Can they actually break the economy of G2? Surprisingly, this one round probably would do it. Body and Kenny have decent money, but everyone else not so much. But look at this, G2. The second they lose a round, they just get so aggressive. Straight down mid, peeking into second mid as well. They find 3 kills within seconds. As the frags go heavily in favor of G2 in this round. Refresh pulls back 1. But is it going to be enough is the question. Body, in the reload, does decide it's actually time to just fall back off. And that's probably the safest approach. They don't really need to keep taking these fights now that they have a 4-on-2. But it looks like they're going to do it again. Refresh should actually be caught off guard. Not much that he can do. There's not really a position where you're going to be expecting them to re-push through apartments. So a little bit unfortunate, but as we can see, the reset potentially coming in. Optic losing this round going to be very awkward for their economy. They have enough money to reinvest onto the majority of players at least, but of course losing the loss bonus is going to make things difficult for them. Snappy is being flanked out by Kenny. He's going to be an easy target on that P250. 9-3. G2 they lose one round rather, but instantly come back into things. I'd imagine G2 probably going to slow down the pace now, but let's see. Body early on, just a nade down mid. Should do some damage. Does indeed on towards 3 players. Nothing too substantial, but it does weaken them. Of course, having those M4s in play. I mean, with Snappy on 90 and Config on 81, both of those players going to be pretty much losing the effects of their helmet early on. So, little things like that, they do all add up in the long run. Dara O'Brien. Do I sound like Dara O'Brien? I don't think so. There we go. Config does open things up. We know he is a player who can step up and take over a game at any point pretty much on his own. And this would definitely be a good time to do so. Walking on towards B. Shox is in towards construction, I believe. Being held off for now, though. Not going to be able to do too much. As another smoke goes down towards CT as well. So Snappy going to be trying to get that bomb down. But we've seen the spam before from Shox be successful. This time around, though, not going to find too much. So a 4-on-5, a tough retake going to be a hand here for G2. And potentially, if they don't find a kill within the next few seconds, they may just want to consider saving. Go Refresh shutting down the first push from Shox. So at this point G2, I would imagine they will just begin to fall back off. Although Body throws in a smoke. I think that is just to cut off the vision so that he can fall back through CT alongside his teammate. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. Ooh, the spam. Nope, being denied the weapon saves perhaps. Kenny running away with the op. May be able to at least carry this into the next round. Oh, actually has Snappy in the background as well there with a little bit of a collateral. And that causes him to go down to the bomb. That's good damage off the back of just one shot from Kenny. Which he probably doesn't even know that he actually was able to find. Because, of course, through the smoke as well, he couldn't actually spot Snappy. No idea that he hit him. We go. Another round from Optic. If they can keep this up, if they can bring it up to 6 on the T side, they will be pretty happy, you would imagine. Good recovery as well, especially, but can they do so is the question. Win this round, then coming into the final round of the half, G2 won't have a great buy. So this is definitely one of the more important rounds so far. And it looks like Yugi and Lucky are actually going to face off with these ops first. You can see Lucky playing up close on Banana. Shox a little bit further back to try and help. He's actually going to be the one that finds the opening kill on Refresh. Although Lucky did get tagged up, he was able to fall back into safety at a bomb site and actually make his way in towards Dark. So for now, Optic being slowed down, losing the man, not really finding too much for it. And although they do have banana control, they don't have mid, so they don't know maybe if the flanks could be coming in, etc. And at this point, I think they probably will just eventually commit to B, but taking their time for now. Shox waiting on the other side of this smoke. They could be in for a lot of trouble when they begin to push forward. And let's see. Flashes and smokes going down. As I said, Shox playing just on the other side of this smoke. Will indeed find the opening kill. Spams through at the tracers and finds a second for himself. May have eventually fall, but he's somehow still alive for now. Only 5 seconds remaining, and as you can see, Optic having no luck in this round. It looks like it is going to be 10 for G2. Very little hope at this point. The bomb dropped in the open, etc. Optic probably just want to back off and save the op and the AK, in all honesty. It's not like they can find all those kills. Problem is they can't even back off, because as we can see, Body and also Jax are waiting for them behind. And they may just push them down. If they can kill them after time, that will completely destroy the economy of Optic. So let's see. Nades going in. Cajun being tagged up. The kill comes in onto Yugi. He doesn't get any money because of that. Cajun does at least save, but that, again, does impact the buy quite heavily here for Optic. And I do have to say, I'm very impressed by the performance of G2 so far in this match. Looked amazing on Dust 2 and looking pretty solid here on Inferno as well. Nice pick from Kenny on the op. A little bit of a change. He hasn't held that angle as of this point. And is able to make it work indeed. So again, a man advantage in favor of G2. Didn't last very long. Nice shot from Cajun, and that actually should be a weapon now that they can go ahead and pick up. No one trying to hold it down in balcony, so yeah. An AK and an op now in the hands of Optic, so they're not completely out of having a chance in this round. They can definitely still get it done, and there we go. Config wins out the fight against the op on Banana. Suddenly a 4-on-3 favoring Optic, and as we can see, this could be a tough one now for G2 to hold down. They have, I believe that is Body and Kenny S ready to hold down A, and Kenny actually getting aggressive, gets spotted and tagged up by Yugi, but he still finds the kill. Optic though creeping into the CT spawn, leaving Cajun. He can cut off the rotation, gets one. But a nice trade from Body does come in. Again, just continuously back and forth at this point. Does he expect, though, that they actually made their way around through CT? Because they're going to be coming from Library now. This could be dangerous. Shock's coming up in through mid, so he's at least going to be rotating in quickly to try and help. And this position from Body is pretty strong. Will they check it is the question? No, not immediately. One kill comes in for Body and a bit of follow-up damage to go in towards Snappy, as the bomb will be planted. Shock's making lots of footsteps. Coming up in through short. Has been spotted. Can Snappy win this out is the question. Already tagged up heavily and finished off. It's going to be 11-4 at halftime for G2, as they sit with a pretty dominant lead overall. And having a look at the scoreboard, Shock's sitting 19-8. He's playing extremely well. Kenny S as well, 15-8. We're getting some vintage performances coming out right here, as Optic are going to have to step it up massively. Reminder again for anyone who may have just joined in, we did see G2 pick up victory back on the first map, 16-5. And could potentially be looking at another very convincing victory here on Inferno. There we go. A crucial round, of course, heading into the second pistol. And actually, we do see the opening kill coming in from Cajun B. So, a decent start. G2 going to lose one player early on. Body being eliminated, rather. They have at least found some banana control. Been able to advance forward. Getting ready for what seemingly could be a hit towards B, as they do have utility on Lucky and also Jax. So, a couple of smokes and Molotov and a flash. You'd imagine they probably smoke off construction in CT, as you just seen. Flash to go over maybe this molly, I was going to say towards Dark, but actually going to go towards Quad. So let's see if they can actually manage to overwhelm this defense of 3 players now. Yugi being forced back to the CT smoke, but there is still one in oranges and one back in dark. And as you can see, they didn't immediately check oranges, but never mind. Jack's able to find that kill. They rush down, refresh in the back corner, and are going to be able to take him down. USP now in the hands of Jax, trying to stop that boost from being effective, as this is a very hectic round so far. And Jax somehow finds another occasion B and just continues to rack up the frags, coming in with already 3 for himself, actually 4, looking for the ace. Will he be able to find it onto Config is the question. He won't, as rather Shocks finishes it off instead, but doesn't matter. The round win comes in. That's all that G2 are going to be looking for. 12-4 now, as Optic probably going to take one eco here, allow for G2 to find 13 and then come in with the buy. But that buy is going to be extremely crucial if they don't make that work. But actually, no, they're going to go for the force here. So if they make this force work, sure, they're in a good position. If it doesn't, down already conceding the 13th rather to G2. Going to have to eco down and let G2 likely take 14. And at that point, they get one gun round and then it could potentially be over. But let's see. They do have the pistols. They have a bit of utility alongside the SMG as well in play. And Inferno is one of those maps where the pistols can be quite effective on the CT side force buys, especially when you have smokes, etc. to run down the time. Smokes, Molotovs, flashes, which they do have some of. But here we go. Body going to be leading the charge towards B. Creeping forward very slowly. Does actually end up going down. Nice opening kill to be found. Fresh took some damage, but he is able to stay alive for now. That's all that really matters. G2 though, of course, we've seen in that previous round even, they did go down into the 4-on-5 early on and still managed to recover from it. There's a smoke going down, so that actually could now be a weapon he picked up. I think Snappy's going to try and push forward and pick it up for himself. And there you go, does indeed manage to get the Galil. Good damage being done, and this could get dangerous. This is where the pistols really can come in useful, as we saw towards the top of Banana and then also in towards Apartments. But good work by Jax. He does get the kill. Takes a dink in the process, so happy enough to trade that AK over to Shox, who can be more effective on it. Withstand a few more bullets before he goes down. Here we go. 25 seconds now. G2 are going to have to push forward. The A-bomb site going to be their point of commitment. But as you can see, Yugi alongside Cajun B and now actually Refresh as well has been rotated over. Are ready to try and hold it down, so there's a chance. Can Optic do this? Can they manage to pull around in their favor that they very much need? And there you go, some kills actually coming in. Yugi with one, Refresh on the UMP, delaying heavily, time becoming an issue. But the kills are coming in. Can they find the bomb plant? Just about from Shox as it goes down, but a 1-on-2, Snappy trying to clutch it out. Gets the first, knows Shox is up against his default position and knows, of course, that he has been slightly tagged up. But Shox on the AK, going for the shoulder peaks, getting the info and eventually the kill. Shox comes up big in the 1-on-1. Snappy tried his best, but it wasn't enough. And of course, after the full investment from Optic now, they're in a tough position. We likely will just see them take the eco. If they keep forcing, I'd be a little bit confused. But I guess even at this time, with how far they are behind, it could potentially be worth for them to just buy up. But no, some pistols, bit of utility. And we should see G2 bringing that up to 14-4 before the guns come out for Optic. Against mostly default pistols in this one, should see G2 having a bit of an easier time. They have struggled over the last few rounds, of course, taking some pretty good damage from Optic in that previous there, up against just the pistols. Let's see, Mac 10 ready to try and hold for this push that does come in. Although the flash went into play, it did actually only blind up one. Shox turned away and was able to just build up some nice money with that Mac 10. Only Refresh now remaining. He's over towards B. And maybe the bomb will be taken in that direction, but no, it doesn't seem so. I think they did actually spot Refresh. Gonna be bringing that bomb towards A, although it still seems like they are getting caught. So maybe they don't know he's there for sure. Ooh. Dink through the box there. Refresh down to 26. A kill from Refresh. Okay. I don't think he should be able to get that weapon. It is also only a Mach 10, so not really the biggest deal, but still, at least some kills coming in. Kenny hanging around, doesn't want to let for that kill to be picked up, and there you go. Even while blinded, manages to find that kill. The timing perfect on the spam. 14-4. Optic getting onto the gun round, but this could potentially be their last gun round. If they don't pick this one up, they'll be working with a relatively weak buy into the following round to keep themselves alive. Why do people use the Max 10? Is it for the extra kill reward? Yeah, pretty much. You can build up money early on when you're up against the Kevlarless opponents, and also it's cheaper, so you don't put as much investment in. Say if you buy an AK and you end up dying, of course you lose a lot of money. You potentially give over a rifle to the other team. Losing the Mac 10, not quite as bad. And yeah, I think the main thing kind of being that you do get that extra money built up per kill. But yeah, already a man advantage came in there. You see Snappy getting taken down early on by the Mac 10 of Jax, actually, I believe it was. So not ideal. Not the start that Optic would have been hoping for, but let's see, can they recover it? They do still have a bit of an advantage in terms of the weaponry with those 2 Mach 10s still in play. Problem is, they have 3 players without helmets, so there will still be very strong weapons. Potential for the 1 shot towards the head. Oh, good Molotov going to force Yugi back off the angle. You can see G2, we said how strong they've looked so far back on Dust 2. Good teamwork and seems to be continuing on Inferno overall, but Kenny does get dropped and taken down. That was the bomb kind of put in the open as well, and Config, he's just going to peek out and take 2 free kills for himself. Shuts down the mid push, and elsewhere as well, kills continue to go in favor of Optic, so pretty suddenly it is all left on the Shocks. Playing well, but I think a 1-on-4 is probably a little bit too much to ask of him. But let's see, gets the first. Smoke going down to cut off the player on short from having any vision. But time is becoming an issue. 20 seconds remaining, and of course he does have to get that bomb. Really, the only place he can bring it towards is A, and he's going to have to run through a couple of players pretty much to do so. So I wouldn't imagine he can really get much done here. 8 seconds. Running straight up short. Occasion B ready to cut him off as he crosses to the bomb site. And Optic do find the 5th round. But if I remember correctly, I think it was a very similar position. I think it may have been 14-4 at one point on that previous map. Optic got their 5th round, and then G2 came in with the reset and closed it out 16-5. So we could be looking at a bit of a repeat performance here. But of course, G2 a little bit weaker on the buy. Kenny and Lucky actually going to be stuck down to CZs. So it's not perfect. Pretty sure he has a Jamaican accent. Yeah, I think my Jamaican accent is quite clear, to be honest. But yeah, I am from Ireland. I don't have the most Irish accent. It could definitely be worse. But look at this. Hang on. Kills coming in. 1 trade from Yugi, but that's all he finds so far. At least does end up going down. Bit of a backstab there from Refresh, and Config finds Shocks as well. So just continuous trades again. 2-on-2. Kenny on long right now could be the one to really swing this in favor of G2. As he does have an opportunity up against Snappy. Being spotted though. Forced back around the corner. Probably for his own safety though. As Config went for the peek. Ready to shut down the apartments push. As you can see, Jax falls. It's all on Kenny now. He had a great performance on Dust 2, but he's not going to be able to pull off the 1v2 right now. Will indeed go down as Optic are slowly beginning to build their way back into this. There you have it, a pause being called in. This could be a tactical from G2, but I don't know, because calling a tactical here would be strange just because they're going into an eco most likely. I guess they could be calling it, discussing what they're going to do in the eco, maybe trying to plan out how to get a bomb plant, and then mostly, I guess, focusing on this upcoming round. But yeah, in this one, I wouldn't imagine much is going to be bought up. They want to keep the money on Kenny to get the op. Shocks and the rest of them as well, averaging just around 2,300, so maybe just some P250s at best to be upgraded. But this should be a 7th round for Optic, so slowly but surely beginning to actually close in that gap. Problem is still a very long road ahead of them, and if they want to take the win in regulation, they cannot concede another round, so they're going to need to take 10 in a row from this point forward. Oh, must have been a technical issue then, I presume. We have lost the player, of course. The only remnants being a Glock. You'd never know he was here. Thanos snapped. Yeah, hopefully this pause won't last too long, but I guess we can again have a quick look at the scoreboard. Shocks right now sitting at 27-11. Jax at 20-12. Kenny carrying his weight by easily as well. Although Lucky having a bit of a poorer performance. He did step up as one of the better players back on Dust 2. I'm going to check and see if we actually have any info about what has happened and why we're missing the player. I have too many Discord groups that I'm in. It takes me ages to get through them. No, we don't have any info about why the pause is coming in, but of course there is one player missing, being Body, so hopefully he'll be back pretty quickly and we can get into things. Don't want to be putting a stop to the momentum of Optic, who are finally beginning to pick up some rounds for themselves as well. I bet the caster wears orange on St. Patrick's Day. I just straight up don't wear orange. That is not my colour. I don't think I'd look good in orange. Why would I wear orange on St. Patrick's Day also? It's more of a green day. Not the band, just the day where you wear green. Rip body, yeah, rip body. Of course, this is only the first best of 3 today. We do have more to come. One more in the European qualifier, at least here on this stream. There will be others elsewhere. If you take a look on HLTV, you can see all the matches that are going on. And then there will be some North American games later on as well. Oh, there we go. Body is back. I believe the round has been restored, and or it should be restored. I don't even think it needs to be done since Body is still alive, so don't think that'll be an issue. What about purple? What do you mean, what about purple? Oh, the color purple. Could I pull it off? Maybe. Maybe. St. Patrick was English. That's actually a lie. I'm pretty sure he was Welsh. And here we go. G2 actually surprisingly going to go for the force buy. I don't know if I agree with this. I guess they have a lot of room to work with, but I guess I also think that's why they should probably just go for the eco, prioritize getting the strongest gun round out possible, and just try and close it out before it can get out of control. But let's see. We've seen them win some weaker buys already. Jack's actually chasing them down. Config for some reason aggressing in apartments. And Body, although he does get traded, can be pretty happy with the fact that he actually followed it up rather with a second dink on occasion B. So early on, a 1-for-1 trade with HP going slightly in favor of G2 rather. They can be pretty happy with that. But let's see, over towards Banana now. They line up for Refresh. He finds 2. But the trade does eventually come in, and now potentially a bomb plant could be found on that B bomb site. There is smokes to actually block off the CT spawn. And the retake of B can be very difficult even with a man advantage. So this could still get dangerous for Optic. You can see for now, leaving one player around towards A. That's Cajun. He's yet to actually rotate over. Will do now that the bomb has been planted. But another smoke goes down, so G2 able to at least hold off this retake from pushing in too soon. Kenny in a great position. I don't think Snappy's going to expect this. Hang on, yeah, goes for the shoulder peek, takes some damage. Flash going in as well allows for him to try and peek in a bit further, and I believe he found the info that pretty much all of the players are here for that CT side. So Lucky and Kenny can go ahead and actually focus their attention now. With the push beginning to come in, there's the fuse kits in play. Time becoming somewhat of an issue. And here's the kills coming in for G2. Lucky and Kenny find 1 each. The time runs down, but it doesn't matter because Lucky goes ahead and claims the final kill. Map and serious point for the French side, as Optic looked like they could be taking a very quick defeat here against G2. Again, Inferno being the map choice of Optic, we expected more from them here. But so far, G2 are just looking too dominant, too strong individually. Very good in terms of the teamwork as well, as we could see in that previous round, even just how they approached that 2-on-3 after plan. And it is back to just the pistols and Kevlar now for Optic. Bit of utility at least been somewhat of a positive, I guess. But it's not great. Definitely should be G2 having a good chance to close this out. Again, they won the first map 16-5, so for what I was expecting to be a close series, so far it just hasn't been. You wish the caster was a little louder? Okay, I can probably fix that for you. I turned myself up a little bit. Hopefully that's enough. I'm not sure. But here we go. Body finds the opening kill. The A-bomb site going to be opened up already. So Yugi is pretty much the only one who can do anything about it. Taking some damage already on the dig. Can he find anything? As the answer is no. Shut down very quickly indeed. Config. Seen him miss some nice dig shots. Gets 1. But it doesn't really do much in the round because it is still that 2 versus 4. Not much of a chance in this one, as we can see only Snappy now remains. And he should be finished off quite soon. Lucky coming through. Boiler spots him. And with that now, all of the attention of G2 going to be put towards this part of the map. 13 health, 3 players to try and find. And there it is, finally being finished off by Shock. 16-6 here on map number 2 as G2 Esports take it 2-0 in the opening match of the IEM Sydney 2019 European Closed Qualifier. And definitely look impressive in doing so. They will definitely be happy with how that performance went. And yeah, again, surprising. I did expect it to be a much closer matchup. I expected maybe Dust 2 to be an easy enough win for G2, but I expected Inferno to be one where Optic could really shine through, and I thought it would go all the way onto Nuke, which statistically would have been a pretty close matchup between these two teams. So a little bit sad to see it, but of course I don't believe that's the end of the road. It is, from what I remember, double elimination. Let me just double check. Get that bracket up, you know? Yeah, it is indeed. So Optic have been sent down to the lower bracket. G2 are going to be moving forward to play the winner of North/3D Max. And there is also, of course, the Hellraisers versus Forza match and Valiance versus Big going on. So, guys, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be back as soon as another best of 3 is ready to go. And I think we might stick on with this one. So we might do the winner of G2 against, G2 against the winner of North/3D Max, as I believe that will be the first game ready to go. But we are going to send it over to a break, guys. I hope you're enjoying. Make sure to hit that follow button if you are. You can check myself out on Twitter. Type !caster into the chat and it will pop up. Thank you, guys. We'll be back as soon as the next series is ready to go.
These roads intersect, on each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going and like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above our town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning.
afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.
Throwing caution to the wind. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand, take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the wild. Into the wild.
black hole, coalesce beneath the ground. All done by my own hand. I allow my feelings to become sand. Oh, if you're gonna cut me down, better do it quickly now. Now you can cut me down, but I won't stay for long. I'll grow back again. Oh yeah, my roots are strong. My roots are strong. Say the word, say the word. Say the word, come on. Say the word and a wink around the earth and around the sun. Say the word and we can say forget about that better place. And I know you're healing 'cause I know the feeling. The streets stop breathing. I don't wanna let you. Say the word, say the word. I give in to the lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. I'm reaching out for the easy high. Please fortify this strength of mine. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. also misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I will stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
You and me are born of regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me, we're invincible. Don't you see, we're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. Keeping you in the right direction. No matter how your confidence may fall, I'll be here as your foundation. And I say, hey, yo, just let it go. Your struggles won't remain. And I say, hey, yo, we're holding hope and wake up yesterday. So hold on to
too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed. Let me just stay one more night. I'll be by your side. We'll live for a new day. We live life the hard way, but not today. Just stay. Just stay. Just stay. One more night. We found our way again. We found our way again. We found our way. A new place.
So fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you.
Standing on the edge of a cliff, realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven's send with me tonight. Trying to find
down. No, who am I to let you down, down, down?
Like a broken soul in a wonderland without angels. That is how I feel when the mirror shows me a stranger. Yeah. And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to the planet where you and I are still meant to be. 'Cause I'm incomplete when you ain't by my side, when you don't wake up next to me. Yeah, I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete. Yeah, I'm incomplete. Hey, 'cause I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete.
these roads intersect. On each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you, like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home, but I know that home's where the heart is. Guess I'm better off this way, moving to better days, but I know that home's where the heart is.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above our town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning.
boys, we're still waiting, right? Not everyone is giant, so maybe if y'all be nice in the chat, don't be mean to each other. I'll just put the warm-up on screen, alright? So you can see that it's not live, okay? We're waiting for things to go live. I'm hoping it won't be too long. I'll leave the warm-up on screen with the music low, and I will talk to you guys a little bit. And I guess we can probably discuss the match a bit as well. I think I'll turn the music down a little bit more. We'll leave it just slightly on in the background so that when I'm... Oh, Jesus, didn't mean to put it up that way. So that when I'm not talking, it won't be too quiet, you know? I'm trying to read that Pandora's guy's French, but I do not understand that. Yeah, I guess we can quickly go over the maps again. I'm leaving the music on purpose, so you guys should still be able to hear me pretty well because I did make sure the music is quite low. So let me know if I do sound fine. But yeah, we do have the map veto going as G2 removing Mirage to start things off. 3D Max removed Dust 2. Not really surprising considering we saw G2 on Dust 2 a little while ago being very, very strong. G2 then picking Train. So starting things off on Train, that's going to be an interesting one for sure. Is actually a pretty solid map for both teams, I believe. I haven't seen anything from this new 3D Max roster, and it's been a while since they played it, so a little bit interesting that it does get through. It's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams perform since we don't really have too much to go off of. I guess it's down to how much they've been practicing it, etc. And then with the map pick of 3D Max being Inferno, that is one that could definitely be difficult, but they've played it a lot. It's by far their most played map, I believe, and also is their highest win rate. So going on to that, 3D Max perhaps do have a chance to try and actually pick that one up. And then as it goes on to Cash, that is not a great map for G2. So actually looking at the way this VO has gone, I think this is probably the best way it could have gone for 3D Max, bar having to start it off on Train. You hear no music? Is the music off? I'm actually going to go ahead and check. Hang on. There is no music. What the hell? That is really strange. Music's on. Now it should be on. Maybe I had it too low. That's probably the case. I know you could, it was a little bit... You would have heard me twice there because I did unmute the stream for a second. But yeah, I'm actually excited for this matchup. Who's missing from the server? We're going to need to get some spanking. Someone on 3D Max, is it? I'm going to actually check. I never remember who it is that's missing. Oh, I think it's David P. Yeah, it is. David P is missing, so... What is he doing? He needs to get here. We need to go live. But yeah, G2 coming off the back of course, a big win just a couple of moments ago up against Optic. Very convincing 16-5, 16-6. And now coming into this matchup against 3D Max, who did actually only have to win one map against North, because of course North, I believe, were playing in a different tournament. They had to get back to their hotel room to try and play, so not able to do so in time. They forfeited one map, and then 3D Max were able to just take it 2-0. So they were able to get up here only winning one map. It'll be interesting to see how they match off against G2 now. Of course, it's always nice to see domestic fights. Two French teams, of course. Play Sweet Victory. I can't. I'm sorry. It has copyright, I believe, on it. I'm not able to do so. I'll get spanked by ESL if I do that, so wouldn't be a good idea. Can you hear the in-game sound instead? I don't think you want to hear people just spamming the auto sniper, do you? I don't think that'd be very fun. It would definitely hurt my ears. Yeah, guys, we'll keep this going. Basically, just a podcast until we have the game going live. Hopefully, this is more enjoyable than just sitting there listening to the music. Still having a bit of the music, but having me annoy you by talking to you for no reason. Having no idea what I'm going to say, but just going with the flow, you know. Oh, not sure if you can hear that. There's a kid screaming downstairs in my house. A lot of children downstairs. Hopefully you can't hear that. But yeah, still taking a while. As you can see, everyone on G2 is in again. David is the one that we're waiting on to join up for 3D Max. I'm sure it won't take him too long. Maybe just having a couple technical issues. Not too sure. I can actually have it checked on the see if the admins have given me any info about what could be going on. Okay, apparently North have forfeited their lower bracket match. Ooh. I was just informed of that. What's my Twitter? You can type !caster in the chat and it'll pop up on my Twitter. Just give me a couple seconds, I'm going to check what's up. Yeah, North forfeited their match against Optic, which I was not expecting. Okay. And yeah, nothing being said about why David B hasn't connected yet, so hopefully that won't take too long for him to get in. Yeah, we can see, of course, everyone just warming up. This is what's going on when there's delays on CS:GO broadcasts. Most of the time, not issues. It's just waiting on mostly on online CS, of course. On LANs, there's a lot of issues that cause the delays, but in online CS, it's just waiting on everyone to join. The life of a caster. I spend more time sitting here waiting for people to join than I do casting, to be honest. I don't mind it, but I like casting. I like being able to just go into some good CS and watching people own each other. Can we get some better music? Sadly not. I figured I may as well torture you guys. No, but yeah, I have to use non-copyright music, so yeah. I just have like a playlist on. I can't actually hear the music, thankfully, so I'm only torturing you guys because I have it directly in the OBS, so like, yeah, I'm just sitting here in silence, enjoying myself, and you guys have to listen to some terrible music while I talk. I would actually hate that. When will David B join the game? I don't know. You tell me, man. You tell me. Okay, we actually have info now about what's going on. Okay, we found out what's up with David. He is having issues with the ESEA client. So hopefully he can get that fixed pretty quickly. I don't know though. Maybe, I guess worst case scenario, he could probably just quickly reinstall the client and likely be fine to go. So it shouldn't take too long, judging off of that. Am I Irish? Yeah, I'm Irish. And how did I get into casting? I got into casting because I just kind of went to cast. Well, I used to play like Irish CS, which is terrible. I think a UK CS minus 100% of the skill and 100% of the teamwork. It's funny, but yeah, I used to play some LANs here in Ireland. Like it was a small little scene. We were dedicated. We'd do it more just for everyone to meet up. It was more of a social thing. And yeah, one of the LANs I wasn't playing, I wanted to be there just for the experience. So brought my PC, casted it for the first time ever. One of my friends who lives around the corner from me, and I just enjoyed it. I kept going with it, learned everything, and I kept learning rather and getting better, and eventually got to a point where I was getting paid for it. So would rather hear a thunderous op than this music, to be fair. Well, that could be fair. Okay, I'll make you a deal. We'll turn the music off and turn the in-game sound slightly on. Not high though, but slightly on. We'll keep it low for now, just so it's not deafening. Get the in-game sound up properly, obviously, of course, once we're actually getting into the game. Can the taster turn down the music and turn on game sound? Just did. The schedule, the delay should catch up soon. Schedule. I'm not mod. I would link the bracket, the schedule off of like HLTV or something, but I can't. But go on over to hltv.org. Just click onto this game, I guess, and you'll see at the top of the match page it says IEM Sydney 2019 Europe Qualifier. You can click into that and you'll find all the matchups, and it should have the times for the games and who's playing who. Warm up, yeah, it's still warm up. It was just there was a big delay. Didn't want to leave you guys sitting. I figured I'd come in and just talk to you guys for a while. Am I from Dublin? I am indeed. That's why my accent isn't pure Irish. When people think of Irish accents, they more think of ones from around areas such as Kerry, kind of the west coast, where the accent's a little bit more crazy. What is Shocks to G2? Shocks to G2 is a player. a player to an org. I don't know what your question actually meant, but that's how I took it. Yeah, this is the closed qualifier for IEM Sydney 2019, rather. Was forgetting the year for a moment. Dean, put your camera on. Nah, I'm not going to turn my camera on. I never do it when casting. I only really do that when I'm doing streams of playing games. I don't want the spotlight. I want the CS to have the spotlight. Although I'm kind of stealing it right now by sitting here talking over it, but people were asking for it. People wanted it. It didn't seem like anyone really liked the music. You're from Kulak. Nice. Can't hear in-game. Yeah, the in-game sound is pretty low for the moment. I kept it down until we're actually going live. Again, the issue is that David P is just having some problems with the ESEA client, so hopefully something that can be resolved fairly quickly. What do you think about Conor McGregor as an Irish guy? I like him as a fighter. He's a good fighter. Seems like a moderately nice guy, but I think some of the stuff he's done is really stupid, and he can be a little bit of a dope, as Irish people would say. Could you please introduce the two new players on G2? Okay, well, the two new players on G2 are Lucky and Jax. They've been there for a few months. Can't actually remember exactly how long or what month they got added in, but of course they came from 3D Max, the other team you're seeing in this matchup. So maybe a little bit of a grudge match. We can also talk about the new additions to 3D Max, I suppose, being Devil and Haji. So there's some good additions as well. There was some shake-ups in the French scene recently. XMS returning as well. Quitting his pro Fortnite career, coming back to CSGO, and I believe now playing with LDLC on a trial or something of the sorts, or at least just standing in for them, not sure. Dean, do you stream on Twitch? Yeah, I do. I stream on mostly my other account, which is just Dean Brown. It's my name. I got lucky and no one had taken it, so I was like, okay, I'll go with that. And then, of course, I have my ESL_Dean account, which I am currently on. That's mostly used for, like, when I'm covering maybe MDL games or maybe doing some qualifiers, but most of the qualifiers usually are on the ESL channels themselves. Connor sucks. Yeah, he's not amazing. He's a good fighter. The trash talk is entertaining, but sometimes he overdoes it a little bit. ESEA client or VACBAN client. I've never heard of the VACBAN client. You'll have to fill me in on that one. Did Big play today? Yeah, I think they played Valiance. Let me double check. I'm gonna go into the bracket. Yeah, Big played Valiance, took them down 2-1, and they're now in the upper bracket semi-finals, taking on Hellraisers. That'd actually be a really good match. That's the one below this. We have 3D Max in G2, and then Hellraisers in Big. And then after this, we do, of course, have some matches in the lower bracket. North, sadly, they have gone ahead and pretty much just dropped out of qualifier by forfeiting in the lower bracket. So Optic got a free pass, but Forza versus Valiance will also be taking place. Which is actually, I believe, the one we will be covering, because, of course, the other match being forfeited means there is only that one for us to cover. Pro Fortnite player makes me laugh. Yeah, I did say a little bit jokingly. Fortnite is an okay game, but I like it when I liked it when it first came out. It was kind of fun to go in and just destroy people, but now it's just ridiculous. You try and shoot at someone and suddenly they have an entire tower built around them, and you're just like, what the hell, I didn't sign up for this. Hello, Makiyang0111. Strange name. Welcome though. What is your favorite knife and skin? I don't know. Knife-wise, probably I like the M9 bayonet if I'm rifling, and I like the Karambit if I'm mopping. At points I have had one of each just for that exact reason, but I don't really spend much on things. I actually opened one case on my birthday in 2014 when I first bought this game, okay? Got an €80 skin and just traded that all the way up to an M9 Fade eventually. But then I got mad. I bet it on, I think it was TSM when they played Luminosity, when Luminosity were At the time, it was their first event after making the roster changes, bringing in I think it was FNX and Taco, if I remember correctly. Might be remembering that slightly wrong, but I believe it was. And yeah, they ended up upsetting. They ended up taking down TSM just after getting 16-0'd by Fnatic, if I remember correctly. And I had bet my knife on it. I hadn't bet the M9 Fed. I wasn't allowed. It was on CS:GO Lounge. This is how long ago that was. And yeah, I ended up losing. I traded that for 2 different knives. Was able to bet the 2 knives, and I lost. It's a lesson for all you people. Don't bet if you can't handle losing the money. I wasn't too mad, to be honest. It was good though. I did win some TSM stickers though, so to remind myself never to bet, I have those TSM stickers on my default M4. Sound is too low. Yeah, I can turn up a little bit. I didn't want to put it too loud. Put it like that for now. We are still, of course, waiting for David to join back up. Did I just hear correctly that North dropped out? Yeah, they did. They forfeited the matchup against Optic, and also when they were against 3D Max, they forfeited 1 map as they didn't manage to make it back to their hotel in time. I think they're playing a tournament. I think they might be at that Ice Challenge tournament, but I didn't actually check, so I'm not sure. I haven't been following it. What's happening here? Not really much. We're just waiting on everyone to join the server. I might throw it back to a break in a minute, to be honest. I'm gonna check and see if there's any update about David. If not, we're probably just gonna throw it back onto the waiting screen for a few while we wait for them to go ahead and actually get David in rather and get the issue resolved. Was failing to English right there. Bet at your own risk. Exactly. Pape09. It's the moral of the story, isn't it? Okay, apparently David's issues haven't been resolved yet, and they are still working on it. So I'm going to go ahead and actually throw it back over to the waiting screen just for a couple of minutes, and hopefully that issue can be resolved soon. Oh, yeah, I know why you couldn't hear the desktop audio. Apologies, I still had it muted, and I didn't realize. I forgot to unmute it. You guys, I'm sorry. I was stupid all along. Should have looked at OBS and believed that you couldn't hear the game sound. But yeah, I'm going to send it back over to the break just for a few minutes, and hopefully David will get in soon, and we can get into the action, because I want to see this match. It's going to be a good one.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
crack it.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
It's happening, boys. We're finally going live. Whew. David P seems to have got onto the server all good. His ESEA client's working. And 48 minutes late, we are actually going to be kicking the action off pretty soon. As you can see, 3D Max starting on the CT side. G2 on the offense. And this is the first map of the best of 3 series here in the upper bracket semi-final. Just wrote in the chat there quickly that it's live for everyone, so you all know. People wondering when it's starting, of course, still. There is a bit of delay, so it's caught up now. And here we go. Kicking things off. Kenny going to be picking up a smoke and a molly. Shocks on a smoke and a couple of flashes as well. And it does look like they are going to be going for a pretty standard hit towards this B bomb site. Probably leave Kenny an upper with the Molotov so that he can try and run the time down on the bomb. As you can see, it's currently actually only David P on this side of the map. He's going to be holding pretty passively, waiting to see if he can spot anyone pushing forward. Maybe just try and take a kill or so, because he does, of course, have that defuse kit as well. And here we go. Execute towards B. Nice smoke towards connector so they can push aggressive on the after plant. David just spamming through, seeing if he can find some damage. Not going to be going too well as of yet. But the bomb now is indeed going to go down. A 5-on-5 retake. Not something you see all too often. Lucky flashed in through the smoke. Eventually finds that kill onto David P. And suddenly, we're looking at a 5-on-4 in favor of G2. That kiss should indeed be retrieved. But the question is, can they get these kills now in time? Because they're being held off very far back into the back lines. And of course, still with that, I believe, Molotov, although Kenny did fall. I was going to say that could run the time down further. But I feel like Devil and Maka realize that they don't have much of a chance in this now. Beginning to just back off. Devil finds one, and I guess they're going to be just seeing if they can at least save the Kevlar over into this next round. $999 rounds. Yeah, again, that's just an ESEA thing. Whatever way they do it, it's all automated, so the client, I guess, controls the restart to halftime, etc. That's why it restarts a few times, I believe, and also why sometimes the stats reset for like one round after the halftime. Here we go. G2 with the opening pistol. 3D Max going to come in with the force buy for themselves. Couple scouts, 257s and a deagle. And this is actually a buy that can be really effective because those scouts can just try and chip away at the health of a few players, make things really easy for the pistols late round. And actually, Haji does open up. Maka and Devil both going to chime in towards body, and suddenly kills actually gone heavily in favor of 3D Max. A man advantage with Lucky and Shocks both sitting on very low HP. A single bullet on either enough to get the finish. And there you go. The AK from Haji actually doesn't find that kill somehow. Connecting it through the corner of the train wasn't enough for the frag to actually be found. But this nade, that's going to do it. Lucky, not lucky enough to actually survive that explosion. And as you're seeing, Jinx was able to find that kill onto Shocks elsewhere. So it is actually 3D Max coming in with the force buy and making it work out. A nice little win. They're able to get themselves a few rifles for free, pretty much bringing in the AKs. And it seems like G2, it looks like they might actually just take the eco, which is surprising. Yeah, having a double eco onto the majority of the players, I was expecting them to just force up, and they do eventually. But they took a while, so a little bit later out of spawn. Yellow hood. I like the yellow hood, okay? If it's that big of an issue, I can change it though. Just so you know, it's just what I play with, and I didn't change it before starting the stream. you are all just seeing my game, my crosshair, although I play with a -2 gap. This is a 0 gap, and I also play without the draw outline. There we go, though. Lucky. Able to find the opening kill onto David P. So, still in the way a weapon, although it is only an auto shotty, so I don't know how useful it'll actually be on Train, a map, of course, that has a lot of long-range angles. Is this live? Yes. Mooring? It is live. I really struggled with your name there, not gonna lie. But let's see, G2. Can they manage to find anything else in this round? The bomb plant towards B, something that is pretty common. Train is a map where you don't have to really do too much to get the bomb plant down on ecos. If you can just rush down the usually one player on B, there is a chance to get a good chance to get a bomb plant, rather. This time they fully invested in, with a man advantage, perhaps there's an opportunity. If they can take Jinx down without taking too much damage, they will have a good chance to take the site. But now, actually, with the I guess kind of presence being shown, there has been a rotation put in place. Haji here to help, and as you can see, Jinx is just locking it down towards the ramp. So much damage being done. Lucky for now, just about escaping as his toes get lit up with M4 bullets. And Shocks and Lucky just going to be holding back for now. Smoke goes down, so maybe they can push forward, but both pretty low on HP at this point. I don't think there's much they can do. And yeah, Haji didn't even actually need to see them to get the kills. A little burst through the smoke finds both, and it is going to be 3D Max going ahead and claiming the lead. They pull off the anti-eco successfully, or the anti-force buy. And with that now, G2 are going to have to go ahead and actually just take that eco. And with their current money, I'd expect them not to really buy anything. Probably just going to stick on those 5 Glocks. Oh, never mind. Actually, they do get a P250 and a Deagle. There's a website that has all CS tourney info. Yeah, called HLTV.org. Shout out to HLTV. I probably wouldn't be casting if it wasn't for HLTV, because that's how I started following the CSGO pro scene when I first got into it, which was back in 2014. So I am relatively new to the CS world. I have played way too much of it, and at this point casted way too much as well. Look at this, an easy round so far. You don't expect much to be found for G2. Not having Kevlar or anything, only having the one upgraded Dig and the one P250. Pretty difficult for them to find anything, and as you can see, they don't even really get any damage in. Only David P being tagged down to 92. That's all they were able to find. Here we go now. G2 going to be getting the buyout at least, but no op available for Kenny, sadly. He was, of course, in that previous matchup against Optic, a big factor for G2 taking such a dominant victory. Body as well, being a great player. He's also yet to get himself a frag, so a little bit of a slower start here from G2. And these domestic matchups can always be very entertaining. Even though you might think one team is a lot better than the other, it's just they know how each other play. Maybe they practice against each other a lot, and it's always interesting to see. And look at that from David. Dink down to 1 health, but with the shotgun, just rips Jack's head off and gets himself a nice little AK. It fell perfectly into his hands. Who's the guy commentating? Someone, okay, I understand someone said ESLD, and that is me. But the other guy said it's Shred. Does not sound Canadian. Is my voice a little low? Okay, hang on. 1 sec, I can turn it up a little bit more. Okay, now I hope it's not too loud. Because there is a point where it'll start to peak. And like if I get too loud, if it's an exciting moment, it can be kind of unfortunate if it peaks and kind of cracks the mic a little bit, the sound rather. But yeah, early on into this one, 3D Max again looking good. Body very low on health. 2 opening kills already actually going in favor of 3D Max, and they've been able to hold down that B control for themselves pretty easily. Oh, and there's another from Jinx. So this is just not going well for G2 right now. I believe this is actually the map choice of G2. I'll have to double check in a second because it's been a while since I've seen the veto, of course, after we had that delay. But there we go. 4-1. 3D Max taking 4 rounds now in a row, and without a bomb plant in that one for G2, again, just going to be some upgraded pistols. Hopefully that's better now. I'm not actually currently wearing the headset on my head just because it's a pretty uncomfortable headset. I have it around my neck with the mic up, so I think I moved it closer and it should be good now. I have a long day of casting today. 4 best of 3s solo. Gonna be all here on this channel for you guys. Body, he just took down Lucky. Not really living up to his name, although body is because he's stacking bodies. Even if it's an ally, he doesn't really seem to care. Got an AK for himself at least. A 4-on-4. There's an opportunity here maybe for G2 to find something, especially if body can step up. Are you doing this by yourself? I am indeed. Normally I'd cast with another Irish guy called Mitch, but he's currently in Malta, so he's covering an event over there with Quickfire. Do some work with them as well. So for now I am going to be alone today and tomorrow, casting from 3 p.m. Irish time, 2 p.m. Irish time actually, up until 2 a.m. Irish time today and tomorrow. So I'll be here with you for a long time, and a fun time hopefully. But yeah, right now, only the upgraded pistols for G2, not really finding any success. They got 1 kill on David, but as we can see, it's now Jax left in the 1-on-4. Too loud now? Oh damn, I'll turn it down low. I was trusting you guys because a few people said I must have turned it up too much. Hopefully that's better. I'm having a little look as I speak, and it seems like the volume's okay anyway. On the input to OBS, it should be a decent enough one for you guys. Baited by chat. Yeah, see, I can't check because if I unmute the stream to listen and check if my mic is wrong or something, then of course you guys will be able to hear it too. I've only got the one PC. Well, no, I don't only have the one PC. That's a lie. I have another PC downstairs, but I'm not gonna run down and check it on that. But here we go. Gun round again from G2. They need to start making them work now because, of course, it is beginning to become a position where 3D Max are really building up economy, taking some control. Jax does go down early on. And as you can see, no one else really nearby at the moment for G2 to find a trade. So again, 3D Max do actually find an early advantage. And G2 being put on the back foot. Very aggressive from David P. That's a risky one, especially when they have the advantage already. But he makes it work. But look at this from Shox. He's creeped out in towards Olaf. They have no idea what's going on. Shock's able to find one. But now he's kind of pinned in. With the smoke at least going down, maybe he has a chance to try and keep maneuvering around. And it looks like he is actually going to be able to make his way towards Sandwich. And there we go, 2-on-3. Some trades coming in, but look actually how low the health is on all 3 players on the CT side. This could still fall apart for them. And as you can see, that's exactly what's going to happen. Body finds 2. David P still somehow creeping around, and Sandwich finds 1 to pull it back. And now it's Kenny to try and save the day. The up in hands gets the spot there as he jumps up over and sees the shoulder. Goes for the peek and finds it. That's a shot Kenny hits 10 out of 10 times. Continues to do so. Gets the up into his hand finally and comes in with a pretty big round right there as well. And also Body, of course, stepping up when it was needed. They were the 2 players I mentioned that were big in the previous series for G2 when they took on Optic. I've turned up the in-game sound a little bit. Hopefully that's better. Oh, already again going in favor of 3D Max. I did actually notice the in-game audio wasn't too loud on the OBS input, so turned it up slightly on it. Didn't actually change it in-game. But yeah, there we go. Already an opening kill. Body falls early on. Devil actually able to catch Jax coming out of A main as well. Although he does eventually fall, it's a man advantage still for 3D Max, and they have a good idea what's going on. They actually have a flank coming around behind A main. Kenny shuts that down somehow, but still a tough position for them to try and recover from. This could be the reset onto the economy of G2. But let's see. Haji, he gets one, and indeed the final shot from Maka going to connect very easily. 6-2. The economy of G2 now has been completely destroyed. They have 4 players actually looking at a double eco, so they pretty much have to force into this. Kenny can at least get an 8k. Apologies, guys. It's awkward to solo cast, produce, and observe. That's why most of the time I just use the auto director when I'm solo casting. It's very difficult to actually observe while casting. I only take control myself if it comes into a clutch, so that it doesn't watch a dead body, because auto director tends to do that a lot. And also at the end of a map, because auto director stops working. See, I have to kind of listen to Twitch chat. I wouldn't normally, but since I'm doing this alone and I can't listen to the stream right now, I have to kind of take the consensus. I'm going to stop listening now because there is people saying it's fine. But I did turn up the in-game sound slightly just to make it a little bit better. But yeah, again, an eco from G2. They're not going to be able to actually buy into the next round either, which of course is a bit of a problem. They're probably going to have to take another eco unless they find a bomb plant in this one. And this has just been so slow. Normally when you only have the pistols, G2 probably want to go quicker or so, try and get the bomb down, but they took their time. Going to try and make their way out into A, which is definitely one of the harder of the two bomb sites, I would say, with just these Glocks mostly to get a bomb plant down. But let's see if they can be effective. Can they get that extra $800 per player? And so far, it seems like the answer is going to be a big fat no. They aren't really finding too much. A single kill brought in by Jax, but that is going to be it. Lucky finished off very easily. And 3D Max continue to look impressive here on train. Again, just to remind everyone of the way the map veto actually went, it was G2 who picked train. So right now not looking great on their map choice. Up next is going to be Inferno, the choice of 3D Max, which could be an interesting one against these two. And if it's needed, if we go all the way to a third map, the decider will be Cash. So it's definitely a veto that could lead to a good game. But right now, 3D Max, they're looking very impressive. Especially considering G2 looked amazing just about an hour ago in that previous best of 3. And it definitely seems like they've cooled off a lot. Oh, and that is just an absolute shutdown towards B right there. I was going to say lockdown, but as you can see, it's only now Shocks that remains. This was actually the force buy as well from G2. As you can see, everyone except for Shocks fully invested, so they put all their eggs in one basket right there, and it didn't really pay off. I mean, I guess they lost the basket and it flew down a river or something because not looking good. They're going to have to take another eco, maybe some P250s or Deegs, etc. can be purchased up. But this should be 3D Max finding a 9-2 lead pretty early on into this map. As a trusted advice, I hope the volume levels are fine. You're definitely a trusted advice, Louis. You're literally everywhere. Cash. Yeah, that's it. You're Australian. You say, what's it? Cash. That's what you Australians say, right? God damn it. Definitely Cash, though, just saying. But yeah, look at this. Another shutdown again, just up against the pistols. Don't expect a lot from G2 in this round. But just the sheer level of confidence right now from 3D Max and the level of play that they are shown and individual skill is just great to see. A lot of people thought 3D Max were going to fall off, of course, after they lost 2 players to G2, having Lucky and Jax go over a few months back. But they're looking good. Brought in Haji, brought in Devil. Both fairly experienced players who have been around in the scene for a pretty long time. And Devil has been playing really well. Right now he's actually sitting at the top of the scoreboard for 3D Max if we go ahead and take a quick look at it. You see Devil up there, everyone really contributing over on the 3D Max side. And on the other hand, no one really on G2 has got to step it up. They look all pretty equal as well, which is kind of just right now showing you that 3D Max are looking quite dominant. No one on G2 can really manage to find these frags. But there we go, Body, as I say that, does find an opening towards B. Jack's going to actually creep around on the smoke outside and take down Devil. So suddenly we do see G2 in a good position in a round that they should be actually taking in their favor. Nice work by Shocks, expecting that IV aggression. And there it is, all the kills coming in. Still going to be plenty of money to buy in this next round from 3D Max, but this is pretty much the perfect way to win a round for G2. If they can keep all 5 players alive, it means that they aren't in too much of a dangerous position about getting reset. And there's an op as well. Shocks should pick that up for Kenny. Team named after a software. That's the modeling thing, right? 3D Max. I used that a little bit when I was actually in college. I quit it to become a caster because this is more fun. Yeah, here we go. A buy again from G2. They need to start making them work now. This game slowly beginning to slip out their fingers. As we've seen, of course, we're able to keep 5 alive with winning that previous round, puts them in a pretty good position where even if they do lose this, they would still be able to buy. But at this point, they want to bring it up to 6 rounds on the T side, so they don't want to be losing this, and they need to take this and another gun round before they can actually break that economy down. Over on the side of 3D Max, they've built up a nice amount of money in the reserve right there, as you can see. Double up setup again in play, and it looks like Lucky could be in some trouble soon. Haji pushing forward, doesn't actually manage to connect the shot, but the swing comes in from David. He's going to be able to find one. A Molotov being dropped to stop the follow-up from Kenny S. And with that now, G2 with a man disadvantage early on. Still around a minute remaining, so they aren't really too flustered about what about having to try and commit, rather. But it seems like they have an idea. They want to take it over towards B. And currently it's Jinx and pretty soon David, who is rotating around, that are going to be ready to try and actually hold that. Can you get drops from watching this? No, you cannot. Only for the major, sadly. This is the qualifier for IEM Sydney, which isn't a major, but it is a big event. And there's David P again, finding another kill on the op, takes down Jax. He, of course, took that off of Haji after getting tagged up heavily, the Bogdan Law. And this is just not looking good for G2. It looks like the reset will come in. As I said, they'll still find a buy in the next round, but not ideal. Already conceding a 10th round over to 3D Max on the CT side. Kenny finds one, but he's going to need an ace clutch, and with 11 seconds, that is quite literally impossible. A save now being his goal. With the save, they can actually buy up at least, so that's a positive. And there we have it now. G2. As I said, they can get the buyout, but at this point they need to bring it up to 5 if they want to feel somewhat happy. Coming into train, being their map choice, getting off to such a poor start, not going to be ideal, especially after they did just play so well up against Optic. And looks like G2 kind of going back to the default yet again. Ooh, nice little spam. Apologies guys, I need to take a quick sip of water. My voice is failing on me. I don't know if you can hear that. There we go. David actually able to find the opening kill while I was drinking some water. Takes down Kenny. Fire gonna come in though. That does counter water, so... Or the water counters the fire. It didn't really work in David P's favor. He does end up going down, and it's back to a 4v4. Shock's actually going to find the aggression on B. That's a problem. Jinx was all alone on that side of the map. That gives up B completely, but it seems like they're still going to gamble to stick on towards A. And this is where the bomb actually is going to be committing, as we can see, but it doesn't matter. G2 are finding the frags. And suddenly it's a 4v1. Maka left in a tough spot. May as well go for it, because they can easily buy into this next round, of course, which is the final of the half. But a 1v4, I definitely do not fancy his chances. As you can see, he's about to be spotted, and his head quickly torn off by body. Torn off his body by body. Would have been a better way to phrase it. God damn it, I ruined it. No, this isn't on land, this is online. The online qualifier for IEM Sydney. The European one, the North American one will also be starting later on. You'll have the lovely Jeet, I believe, to take you guys through that. But while he's covering that over on, I believe, the B stream, we will still have European games here. So plenty of CS action for tonight, guys. Plenty of it. And look at this, a triple up setup from 3D Max. A little bit of a gamble, but let's see, can it work out? Early on, the aggression coming up the lower ramp by the 2 rifles is actually perhaps going to work out. David somehow able to stay alive. Auto Director giving us a nice third-person view there of Kenny S as he falls. And the look of sadness on his face was definitely there. With a man advantage, 3D Max, perhaps they do still have a good chance here to actually pick up that 11-4 score at half-time. David needs to be careful. As we can see, a couple players are beginning to push up through Ivy. Anyone know who's IGLing for G2? I believe it's Shocks. Unless that was changed. A shot from Haji. Catches the first, leaving now only Shocks over on Ivy, and of course Body trying to peek out Pop Dog, but he gets taken down very swiftly, and there it is. The final kill comes in. The Ops just destroying G2 everywhere they attempted to peek. And with that, it is indeed 11-4 at halftime for 3D Max. A good start into their opponent's map pick. Can they close it out now is the question. I think the pistol round will be a big telltale. If G2 can take it, perhaps they have a chance to come back into this. If not, then 3D Max will likely see them bringing that lead up to 13-4, maybe 14-4, depending on if G2 buy. Or rather, if G2 attempt to force buy. A nice third-person view. Yeah, that is indeed how I pronounce the word third. Are you Irish? Yeah, I definitely am. Do you know how you can tell when I say tree? Well, when I say tree, that's how I used to say it. I've slightly worked on my pronunciation, so I do say three now instead. But a lot of words with th I still don't do correctly, apart from three. Hopefully we won't be too long before we get live into the second half. And there you go, just as I say it. I called the game out, Valve got scared, and they went ahead and sent it live. Here we go, a crucial pistol, as I said, of course, for both sides, particularly G2. Jack's going to be picking up a defuse, getting a smoke. And then over on the T side, you see David P picking up a smoke and a flash. And early on, going to be actually sending, I believe, one player to A main, and the rest of them, rather, 4 up through the halls, and getting control towards both Pop Dog and also holding for the B aggression, which is going to be coming in. Shocks, you can see, taking a little bit of a peek early on, seeing if he can find anything. Does take a shot and decide to fall back off. It's not a damaging one by any means, but doesn't want to risk actually going down and opening up B. Oh, how did that work out? They just jumped down the ramp, took the peek on Body, and took him down. A little bit awkward, but here we go. Shock's trying to trade back, gets aggressive. Kenny actually finding them as they come down Pop Dog as well, so suddenly it's looking pretty decent indeed. Lucky up close and sandwich, they have no idea. And that's a couple of easy kills for him, as it is indeed G2 to go ahead and pick up a pistol round that they very much needed to find. That gives them a bit of a lifeline now. You'd imagine 3D Max probably will just take the eco into this round, pull out the AKs in the following. So it should be G2 being able to find a 6th round quite easily. All Glocks, but of course Haji, he goes for a Zeus. Let's see if that works out. Might try maybe drop down Pop Dog or something with it. Be interesting. Yeah, he's going through the B halls. Maybe that is his goal. Someone being rude. I saw someone saying I'm tough enough to handle the bully. I'm 6'4" and I weigh like 100 kilos. Come at me, bro. I'm only joking, of course. But yeah, very slow round. 3D Max still yet to really try anything. Again, probably not going to find a lot of success considering it is 5 Glocks and a Zeus that they have. A total of, I believe, $1,200 investment, and you start with 1,000, so they only spent 200 into this. Do I know when the NA matches are? I think they start at 9 PM Irish time, which is the same as UK time, an hour behind Central European, and I don't know American time. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just exclamation mark caster, by the way, if you want to find out who I am. If you want to check my Twitter, give me a quick follow, you know. There we go, Shocks with a quick kill on Devil. Finally some action comes in. Less action than my life. But here we go. Didn't want to finish that, of course I can't really say that on stream, but there we go. Quick kills, Kenny looking crisp on the USP. The Oppers tend to be incredible with pistols. Just those quick one-shots. But yeah, 6-11, 3D Max now going to pull out the buy. And this is where G2 are really going to get tested. Nice meme. That wasn't a meme. I'm actually 6'4", and I do weigh like 105 kilos. But because I'm tall, I'm not fat. I'm just a little chubby, you know? A little chubby. Could definitely do it losing weight. But there we go. Opening kill from Body. This is a crucial round. If G2 pick this up, the comeback is truly on. If 3D Max find it, then there's a chance that it may be them beginning to run away with the score. So finding that opening kill early on, G2 are going to be happy with it. And what is the plan for 3D Max to try and recover from this? For now, just going to be continuing to hold. Smoke towards Connector, trying to see if they can, I guess, force a fight towards A. And that actually is David P trying to do so. Body up close, low HP with an MP9. It's going to be tough for him to find anything, but for some reason, he is still okay for now. Nice flash for them to peek towards Ivy and at least regain some control. Oh, it is casters. Oh, okay. Why didn't it work then? Weird. But look at this. 3D Max. I looked at the chat for half a second. That was my mistake, because the second I look back, 2 kills come in. Maka instantly follows it up with 1 onto Shocks, and it begins to unravel for G2. Kenny trying to do his best to save the day, but as he finds the first kill, he was brought down low, allowing for a very easy trade to be brought in. 30 seconds remaining, and Lucky in a 1-on-3. But if you actually do take a look there at the health of everyone over on 3D Max, this is actually somewhat winnable. But sadly, too many angles for him to try and deal with. 12-6, 3D Max pick up the opening gun round here in the second half and increase that lead just a little bit further. And you can see because of that G2, they call in a pause because the money's a little bit awkward. Kenny can get the op out, Body and Lucky can get M4s. Shocks and Jax will have to go for something a little bit weaker. So I think they probably will go for it. But this is a position now where it's getting tough. If they force up here and lose that force, then we likely see 3D Max taking a 14-6 lead before we see G2 getting guns again. So it's a little bit awkward. You're 6'4" and 80 kilos. Yeah, I'm fairly large. Yeah, 6'4", 80 kilos is pretty skinny, I think. I don't think I've been 80 kilos since I was like 16. I've been 6'4" for a fairly long time, so. But yeah, not looking amazing for G2. This is a must-win round, as I said. They'd get a decent enough buy. Lucky actually doesn't go for the M4, willing to sacrifice down to a FAMAS. That is so, of course, he can get that little bit of extra utility. But let's see, no defuse kit. If the bomb goes down, they could be in trouble. But look at that from Kenny. Maka trying to take a peek on his own towards upper B. Pays for it. A deathly price, quite literally. Jinx with 1 as he catches the aggression towards A main. But as you can see, trades, they do go heavily in favor of G2. So this potentially could be the reset coming in onto the economy of 3D Max, which would put them in a bit of an awkward spot themselves and would really allow for G2 to begin to build up some confidence and some money on that CT side. There we go, Kenny with another kill. So being shut down right now, G2, they managed to make it work on the force buy. And with that now, it's going to be 3D Max who likely take the eco, although with David P on 1450, they are looking at a double eco, so they could potentially force up. This is Devil's 0-4, that has to be wrong. How old am I? I'm 20. Don't you mean 194 centimeters? Technically, Ireland does use that, but people don't really. If it's casual day-to-day life, people will say foot for height mostly. It's just an Irish thing. For example, my mother did grow up using all that sort of stuff, so just continued on with me. But yeah, for now, 3D Max, as I said, they went for the force buy. They already lost Devil early on into this round. And with a Mach 10, an AK, a Tech 9, and a P250, they do look to try and overwhelm that B-bomb site, as Lucky and Kenny prepare to actually defend it. go. Push towards B. Still utility in the hands of G2 that can actually slow this down. And as you can see, that Molotov does a great job. It actually forces Jinx forward, stops his teammates in their tracks so that there's no chance for the instant trade to come in. That's your teammate, buddy. Puts Lucky down to 2 health right there. That was a bit dangerous, but in the end, he doesn't go down anyway, so it doesn't matter. G2 able to hold that down without a single casualty. And suddenly, we should see them taking a 9th round and really begin to close in the distance here in what was looking to be a very one-sided game for 3D Max. Irish people take from Americans? No, my mom's just old, so she's more old-fashioned with all those things. Yeah, apologies. I probably could have got a little bit more hyped at some points. I'm not gonna lie, my voice is a little bit sore. I've been casting pretty much every day for the past week or so, like 10-hour days, and then today 4 best of 3s, tomorrow 4 best of 3s solo. Should be fun. I love casting though, so I'm not complaining. But yeah, right now, not looking good. Just the Glocks for 3D Max. Kenny gonna hit a nice little shot on the Haji. And they should be able to shut this down without taking too many casualties. Although, Kenny gets dinked up a little bit, so this could get somewhat dangerous. Body with the Ogdo gonna make sure that that isn't the case. Able to quickly deal with things. Kenny on another as well, leaving only David alive. Trapped in towards Olaf. They don't actually know he's in this position, so maybe he can catch one player off guard. Perhaps even steal away a weapon that he can try and work a couple more kills with. Well, let's see. Peeks out. Does indeed take down Jax. There we go. Weapon not going to be retrievable as he wasn't too close, but 1 kill, it is better than nothing. You can be happy about something actually going in his way. I can't say that word on stream, Harnell, sorry. I'd probably get in trouble with ESL. 20 rounds, 0 kills. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's not right. I'm not sure. If it is, it's strange, and I'm kind of curious then why he only has 6 deaths. Here we go. A buy round again coming in from 3D Max. Is this one that they can start to pick up now and get some control back on the D side? And there you go. Actually, Jinx finds the opening kill. We do see actually Shocks and Jax rather being able to chime back in, but it's just continuous trades here on the A bomb side so far. Eventually going in favor of the T side, but Kenny spins around to take down Jinx, and now it's the 1v1. Doesn't know he could use the pistol, down on 4 health, but he has the op ready and he connects the shot. Through the corner of the box right there. Haji gets shut down, and G2 really beginning to close this in now. They reach double digits, and they should be able to bring it to within just 1, as this round likely has to be the eco from 3D Max. Getting tougher for the 3D Max side. Able to get some pistols out at least again. Bit of Kevlar. Slowly but surely that lead that they had, the comfort zone of knowing that they had those rounds between them and their opponent, is beginning to slip away. Ooh, almost able to find the wallbang there from Buddy. As it's again very slow. These have been pretty slow-paced rounds overall from 3D Max so far on the T side. And G2 have been kind of exploiting that again, as it was similar to their previous matchup when they played Inferno against Optic. They were very good at saving that utility to the late round and using it to actually stop the opponent rather from being able to push onto the bomb sites. So definitely does become tough for 3D Max. But right now, grouping up towards B, their goal going to be to try and get that bomb planted and potentially take a few weapons out of the hands of G2, try and keep that economy low for them. Oh, here we go though. Playing the Taz position, Lucky is. He's going to go down, but Kenny lines them up for a nice little collateral. A headshot on the front wasn't needed on the back as he finished off the one that Lucky had tagged up. But let's see, because right now the pistols can still cause some damage. We've seen one come in from Devil, but he wasn't able to survive too much longer. Of course, meaning now that it is only Jinx and David P. But I didn't even realize that actually they sold a bit of a fake. David P was waiting to walk out onto the A bomb site with the bomb, and it worked out perfectly. This is a pure matchmaking strat, and it's got them that boost in economy. Extra $800 per player, maybe a chance to win the round. David actually able to catch Kenny S off guard. And now it's a 2-on-2. This could kind of still go either way. Shock's rotating around now to try and help Jax. And as you can see, they are doing the damage. The rifles in their favor. 1v1 though, David still getting some damage in, and Eventually, with Shocks winning it, it will be G2 picking up that 11th round, but a lot closer than they would have hoped for. I think 3D Max is going to be pretty happy with getting a bomb plant and 4 kills, considering they put in very little investment. Here we go. This is interesting. A double up setup from 3D Max on the T side. Not something you see too often, but it could potentially work out. They want to use it for those opening kills. See if they can get the advantages early on. Oh, that's a good nade, though. Jinx actually brought down to 47 already. All the Augs in play. This is 2019 CS, boys. As Body goes ahead and takes down Hadji. Early on again, G2 with a man advantage. Looking good to try and actually equal the scoreline at 12-12. After what was looking to be a very dire situation for them when they went down massively in that first half. I believe 1 point being down 9-2, if I remember correctly. Speak Gaelic, as in Irish, Oscuelga. No, not really, not very well. I can ask for. The only thing I really remember is asking permission to go to the bathroom, which is An bhfuil Ceadagum Dulgaji an Letras, which is Gaelic. Fun fact, Irish, it was one of the inspirations alongside the Finnish language for the language that's in Sims. That's your random fact of the day. There we go. 3v3. This round actually still could go either way, in all honesty. Maka trading that op out for a rifle, which I think will definitely be more effective when they push towards that B bomb site, which seems to be the plan. Time becoming somewhat of an issue. 30 seconds remaining. Lucky on that bomb site, standing between them and a bomb plant, and as you can see, he's definitely going to put up a defense. Already finding the first kill, and with that now, rather, the rotation's going to begin to come around. Nice flash forces actually David back off the angle. How did Devil get on the bomb site, rather? Must have came out of upper, I believe. So that's at least a bomb plant again, boosting their economy to give them a buy in the next round. But can they pull it off is the question. A 2-on-3 is definitely winnable. But as you see, Shocks gets one. Lucky up close on the Yogg, gonna take down Devil. And an easy retake comes in with a defuse. They bring it 12-12. G2 with a great comeback so far. English stream where... What is this guy talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about, to be honest. Scottish Gaelic over Irish Gaelic. I don't know any, so I don't know. Since when is the Sims language Finnish and Gaelic? Definitely not Gaelic. And it's not actually, I said it, the person who made the Sims language. They took inspirations from Finnish and Irish Gaelic, as most people would call it. I'm also casting the game, but yeah, long day, guys. Sorry, we'll focus a little bit more on the action because things are getting pretty spicy right now. Been able to actually bring it to 12-12. G2 in a position where they can potentially claim the lead here. As we can see, 3D Max, although they are back on the buy, this time they're not going to have a single op. They went from a double op setup in the previous buy round down to none in this one. And again, Jinx takes damage early on from the nade. So unfortunate. He went to A main in the previous gun round, got naded down to 47 early on. This time he goes above B, gets naded through the window to 55. And early on it is G2 with, again, a small advantage in terms of the health. 3D Max, though, going to be favouring towards B yet again. Already grouping up. A nice peek comes in from Hadji. Doesn't do too much damage, but does at least force Kenny to back off away from that angle. And there we go. Jax able to actually catch the opening kill onto Devil. So 5-on-4 now in play. 45 seconds remaining, meaning 3D Max do need to get a move on pretty soon towards one of these bomb sites. And actually beginning to back off now. It looks like they might try and take A. I guess those two players they've left towards B will maybe try and sell a bit of a fake and perhaps go down Pop Dog. Problem is, there's actually two players in Pop Dog ready to hold it down. Body and I believe Jax can be there. So, going to be very tough. And as you can see, Body gets that opening kill on Maka. Jinx going to be his next victim. As blood stains the walls in the B halls. Not good. David P and Hadji all that remain. And at this point, the round is... The goal of the round, rather, is for them to just save over those two rifles because there's nothing they can do. Can't reach the bomb site in time. There we go. G2 actually claiming the lead. 3D Max looked so good in this game to start things off, but as we can see now, G2 begun to warm up. Kenny S begun to warm up. He's sitting at 20-14. He's had some great rounds, some good multi-kills, and has allowed for his team to really work their way back into this game, and Body as well. He's been stepping it up in this map so far, and also stepped it up throughout that entire previous series up against Optic. At this point, you'd presume that pause was a tactical for 3D Max, so they can discuss things over, try and find out what's going wrong, as they are going to get the buyout into this round. Makido probably going to go into a weaker weapon. He'd only be able to get body armor with the AK, so does indeed decide to just go with the UMP. And with that now, this force buy being very crucial for 3D Max. If they end up losing this one and they don't find a bomb plant, likely they have to take an eco in the next round, and we'd probably see G2 taking map point for themselves. And here we go, Body able to open it up onto Jinx, who tried to creep out of Pop Dog. Did not go in his go as planned for him, rather, as he does fall. Jax though could get caught off guard. Never mind. Too quick on the mouse for Haji, as he gets completely destroyed. Crushed in the in sandwich position. 3-on-5 now. 3D Max just not finding any success on this T side. Going for solo plays, as you can see. David P trying to creep out smoke early on. Of course, Jinx trying to take the peek through Pop Dog. They're playing it very individually, not giving themselves the chances for the actual trades to come in. And you can see G2 having stepped up on an individual basis now, or just exploiting those weaknesses. This Devil with one. Oh, actually follows it up with a second onto Jax. So some recovery being found. There is still 50 seconds for 3D Max to actually get this towards a bomb site. Have I been solo casting all the matches? Yeah, we only actually started today. This is the first day of the qualifier. We had one best of 3 before this. We have this one now, which it looks like the first map may go in favor of G2 as they pull off what seems to be an incredible comeback. And then we have another 2 best of 3s after this. I think we have a lower bracket match, and then maybe another lower bracket match. And then tomorrow I'll be back for another 4 best of 3s for you guys. So yeah, make sure you stick around if you want more casting tomorrow, some more great CS. Make sure to come on back. Probably heard my dog barking there. Apologies. Someone knocked at the door, you know, dogs. Everything excites them. But here we go. 3D Max again going for the force buy. You can see at this point a bit of desperation coming out. The fact that they've let such a massive lead slip away. It's been very difficult for them to actually try and get back into this so far. Body going to be able to find the quick kill there as well. Jax had also been able to claim one himself, so not looking great for 3D Max. Devil trying to pull it back, gets one. Still a man disadvantage, although, as I said, of course, Maka able to find one. Devil going to go ahead and take down Body in heaven. And suddenly this is working out now. A man advantage for the moment in favor of 3D Max, but they have to be cautious. Kenny still has the angles to work with. He gets one, needs to be careful of up close on the right. David actually able to pounce out with the Mach 10. The timing's perfect. Now it's all unlucky. Gets the first and actually drops the bomb by doing so. David P going to be reapproaching into the old bomb train position, or actually potentially taking it around through CT spawn. He still has a decent amount of time, so seeing if he can maybe catch Lucky off guard. What breed of dog? Half Jack Russell, half Terrier, but David P. What a round from him. He comes in for the quick backstab, and Lucky had no idea. I thought honestly at that point he would have realized there was a potential that he could have creeped around, but no. Didn't manage to do so. Maybe some miscommunication, because he had been spotted over towards Ivy and hadn't crossed back out, because he wouldn't be sure of that. But there we go. 3D Max finally getting another round. But of course, G2 built up a decent economy, so they can go ahead and actually reinvest. So they have a chance for an instant reset to be found. 3D Max going to need to continue to get the rounds now if they want a chance to try and actually make this winnable. And it's just not happening. Look at this from Body. 3 kills at this point. 1 by 1 by 1. As it's G2 getting ever so close to map point here on train. That nade going to do a lot of damage as well. Not as much as I would have thought, actually, but Maka being forced back off. The 2v5 still very difficult for them to try and recover. Oh, and a nice peek with the flash there from Shock. So nothing working out for 3D Max. Maka should be soon to fall. That's been spotted, and Shock's actually just spamming as he steps directly into it and goes down. So 15-13, G2 able to reach a map point here on Train. It is, of course, this is the map choice of G2, so when they went down so massively in the first half, maybe a lot of people were surprised, but they've showed us that they can, shown us rather, that they can definitely have a strong CT side. Train, of course, being, as I said, the choice of G2, 3D Max with a pick of Inferno, and if needed, Cash will be the decider. So this is only the start of things, guys, in this matchup. The first map doesn't mean it's over for 3D Max, even if they do lose this one, which is, at this point, looking quite likely. And with that, already a 4-on-5. Devil eliminated early on. Mac 10 being technically the best weapon that's in the hands of 3D Max, at least in terms of how much it was invested towards. I think there could be arguments made for saying maybe the Deagle's better, maybe the CZ. Tech 9, still a decent weapon. Can be a little bit inaccurate though. But here we go, creeping out on towards A. I'm going to go ahead and actually take over the Observant because Auto Director felt like third person was a good idea. There we go, some kills actually coming in at this point now. It's working out somehow. Body playing from that bomb site. Going to be, I believe, Jax there finding one as well. And now it's all onto Jinx. He's been trapped in behind the green train. And as you can see, Kenny on the op going to be posted up. My not-so-professional Observant will catch the final kill at least, as it is going to be map victory here on number 1. Train going in favor of G2. They go ahead and take a 16-13 and do so in a great fashion, making the comeback actually happen. So good work by them. As I said, of course, we are going to have Inferno coming up next. That is the map choice of 3D Max, so perhaps they will be able to get the victory there, and if they do, it sends us on towards Cash. So don't go too far, guys. We're going to go ahead and actually send it over to a quick break, and when we come back, we will be ready to hop on into the second map of the series. Also, there is no longer any technical issues. I'll go ahead and take that off your screen. Apologies. Forgot to change that after we got into the game. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and send it on to a quick break, guys.
I wonder where you
Think she can't get a last-second clutch? Watch this. Think he can't carry his team while streaming in high resolution? All the while recording a once-in-a-lifetime win? Watch this. Think leveling up only happens in-game? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, they'll rise to every challenge. Now it's your turn. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Fill me out with your smile. Let the sunshine breeze the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back.
Alright guys, welcome back. We are ready to hop on into the action for map number 2. And of course it was G2 who managed to pick up an opening map victory there for themselves on Train. And in the process of doing so, pulling off a pretty great comeback. Being down, I believe, 11-4 at halftime, pulling it back and winning 16-13. And of course now, coming onto the map choice of 3D Max Inferno, will they be able to send it onto a third map? Or will G2 take it 2-0 is the question. We seen them earlier on looking impressive here on Inferno up against Optic. 3D Max, though, of course, a very capable team on this map. And let's see, early on, we are going to actually see Jax finding some aggression from the D side up through Banana. Actually, all 5 players now, I believe, over here for the D side. So this could get dangerous. Shox gets taken down. Jax, having already been dinked up, was forced to fall back off. And suddenly, things are looking good for 3D Max. A man advantage as they can actually commence this full push on towards B. Glocks, let's see if they can continue on with the frags. Get taken down, at least losing one player. It was Haji who fell. But as you see, Jinx and David able to actually reply with 1 each, which does bring it down to that 4v2. Lucky alongside Body. Be able to make this happen is the question. Devil spots that one is trying to come in through Banana, and they know, I believe, that Lucky is actually in towards construction. The peek not going to work out for Jinx. He gets quickly taken down. Oh, and another comes in for Lucky. Watching back towards CT. Both players going to be here, actually. David up close. You can see he was ready to shut that down. So a 2v1 now. Body all alone. Doesn't have a defuse kit. At this point, the bomb beginning to tick away, but it doesn't matter because there it is. His head gets taken clean off by Devil. And 3D Max do pick up the opening pistol round here on Inferno. On-screen map win indicator is wrong. Okay, I'll actually say that to the admin. Alright, here we go. Sorry about being quiet for a moment. I did actually just inform the admin that the best of 3 series thing isn't really working correctly. So hopefully they'll be able to get that fixed quickly. Yeah, this is indeed auto director. Sorry guys, I'm running the stream and solo casting sadly, so I can't really do the observing. A little bit too difficult. I take it over at points when it comes down to clutches, etc. when it's a bit more useful than auto director. And obviously a lot easier. Here we go. 3D Max grouping up early on outside A. Right now, G2 are going for a little bit of a stack. They have 4 players over on this side of the map. 3 of them actually playing around the pit, I believe, having some up on the balcony as well. So that could be a dangerous setup, and 3D Max could lose some players. But for now, Smoke's being down. Of course, G2 didn't actually fully invest. They got the pistols at least in. That is going to be it. Look at that, though. Body actually somehow gets spotted. I think he may have shown up on the radar, perhaps. Or, of course, the smokes work slightly different in game than on GoTV, so maybe he saw him. But here we go. Pistols beginning to do some damage. Jack's actually able to find 2 on the Deagle. Will eventually fall, and now it's Lucky kind of trapped on that bomb site under a lot of pressure. And sadly, he's not able to overcome it. Does end up going down. Shox now. He can come in, and sadly, as he emerges from the smoke, will indeed be finished off. There it is. 3D Max finding their second round, overcoming the pistols, and should be able to get a third one on the board, as we see G2 only going to, again, upgrade some pistols and get a bit of utility into this round. Oh, 5 nades. This could be dangerous. Okay, we seen them do this earlier when they were up against Optic, and they did kind of save the nades till pretty late round. This time though, actually Lucky lining one up. That should do some damage. Yeah, Jinx being brought down to 63. David losing a small amount, but nothing really substantial. This one should be easy enough for 3D Max, but of course, they do want to take it as cautious as they can. Every player they lose can heavily impact their economy coming into the later rounds. So they want to take this ideally with all 5 players alive, but there we go. The nades again doing some good damage. Haji and Jinx now being tagged up relatively low into a position where those pistols can be quite effective. And it looks like again we may just see 3D Max taking this towards B. Already actually Jax has been rotated over, and then Shocks and Lucky on the bomb site. Of course, they've done a great job earlier on shutting this down when they were up against Optic. 3D Max, they are a different team, and we know they are a very strong one here on Inferno. But Jax, he's been doing a good job on this Deagle in the past couple rounds, at least getting some impact in and dropping a few weapons. That nade not doing too much damage, but Kenny able to actually get onto the bomb site. Can he hold this down with the help of his teammate, rather? It's going to be tough, and as you can see, the endpoint's been a bit too much for him to handle. Jinx comes in and actually doubles down, and it's just a sea of not blue on the kill feed, because that's not how the saying goes. It's all the kills pretty much coming in for 3D Max. 2 in total for G2, considering they didn't invest a lot, is pretty decent. They only upgraded some pistols and got a few nades, of course. The HUD hasn't updated who won the first map. Yeah, I went ahead and told the admins. Oh, it actually has now. Nice. The second I looked back after reading what you said in the chat, it actually has been updated. But yeah, I told the admins, I believe, as did, I think it was the French casters. So, it's been fixed. That was actually why I went quiet earlier on. I was typing on Discord. Yeah, 3-0 for 3D Max. Off to a good start here on Inferno, but we've seen them get a very good start back on train, and it wasn't enough for them. So let's see if this time they can continue on with it. Up against now, of course, the full buy from G2. Off going to be available for Kenny. Body was 6,000. Probably just going to go for the M4. Or the AUG. I just say M4 out of habit because that is kind of the normal weapon that you expect people to get, but not anymore. The AUG being just as common, if not maybe even more common lately. Devil does actually keep the Mach 10, which can still be fairly effective. Kenny S and Lucky, of course, not having helmets means they'll be pretty easy targets. For now, 3D Max just splitting up for the default, getting the control. Oh, Haji actually crouch peeking into the angle body was posted up on. Not much hope for him when he's up against the AUG. Mentioned it just a couple of moments ago, it is actually a very strong weapon. It's come into play a lot more, really, since the price drop. And then in the months following it, people just kind of learning how to use it. There we go, though. Smoke on the balcony. That was maybe in the hope, I guess, of 3D Max trying to maybe jump out. Not too sure, actually. If it was G2, then that'd be strange, because there's 2 smokes there right now. So it was, I figured one was from G2, one was from 3D Max, but maybe not. Here we go. Push coming in now. Smoke going down to try and cut off the pit player from being able to help the bomb site. AK to be picked up by Devil, so he's not going to be lacking a weapon at least. I think he actually did just throw his one out on the map, perhaps. There we go. 40 seconds remaining. They need to get a move on. The flank actually coming in from G2. They push straight down Banana. And this is going to be difficult now for 3D Max. They need to go this second. And even then, they have to overcome the defense, which just isn't happening. They're being locked down at the moment. And G2 coming into that first gun round. Show what they're capable of. Kenny with 2. Body with 2 as well. And Shock's able to chime in from the flank. 3D Max, they will be able to buy again. Taking that third round, I believe, fairly cleanly. Does give them the full set of rifles. So they will be able to at least try and come in with a reset. But there's a chance there for G2. If they can pick up this round, then they break the economy of 3D Max and, of course, get themselves back into this one early on. Ooh, the spam. That was actually really close. Was a little bit worried for Jinx. Of course, this is a very crucial round for both sides. Neither wanting to make a mistake. 3D Max knows how much control winning this round would give them over that T side early on. Of course, would break the economy pretty much of G2. And would it be the other way around, G2 know that they can't afford to have their economy reset. If they win this, they force 3D Max on Nico. And look at this, Shocks gets flashed in. I don't even think the flash worked, but it wasn't really needed. He found one. Problem is, being traded pretty quickly. Does actually leave only Lucky on the bomb site for a few seconds. Fortunately for G2 though, 3D Max for now aren't going to commit. They've gone ahead and actually fallen back off, and it looks like they are going to favor towards A. And they're going to have to try and actually get past Kenny S and Jax, who are ready to lock it down. It's the CS or COD. This is Overwatch. I mean Fortnite. Roblox. Here we go though. 3D Max ready for that A execute. They've definitely made their presence known, so G2 probably will begin to rotate back over. Lucky at least getting in a position where you can watch CT. They have to be cautious of that long flank. It could be potentially going through Arch, but they realize now that it is a commitment onto A. Actually going to find that opening on Jax. Jinx was able to take down Kenny S moments before. And with that, the bomb will be planted with 4 seconds remaining. 3D Max looks like they are going to come in with that reset successfully. That now, this is tough. Body and Lucky don't really have much option other than to save. Lucky will be able to drop a rifle in the next round. Shox can buy for himself, so we'll still see G2 actually get a pretty decent buy overall, as long as they save both of these weapons.
Terrorists win.
Rerun? Yeah, everything's a rerun. Nothing in CSGO is live, it's all a lie. Here we go though. Another gun round for G2, as I said. Thanks to being able to save over those rifles, and actually somehow they do manage to pull an op out on Shox. I think he just went for that straight up glass cannon himself. So it's a buy that could definitely be worse. Definitely one that G2 can make work, but let's see. Can they make it happen? Round that they very much do need to pick up if they don't want 3D Max likely taking a 6-1 lead. Look at that, Jax goes down. Jinx is the one that finds him. KZ at the end of your name better than CZ. And Shox on the op. She does manage to return one, so remains in a 4-on-4 for now at least, but a 1-for-1 trade does tend to favor the T side. G2 going to have to split that defense up a little bit and leave some weaknesses and holes that potentially 3D Max could find and exploit. Seconds remain, and now 3D Max, they have an idea about what they want to do. They've moved up on Banana, all 4 players. As we can see, at least, G2 have taken a bit of a gamble. They've gone ahead and stacked towards A with 3 of their 4 players, leaving only Lucky on B. Can he hold it down, though, is the question. Yes, so far. The AK finds 3 headshots. What is this from Lucky? Eventually falls, but he's done his job. That is more than what you can ask of an anchor to actually do when they're on that bomb site alone. And suddenly it's only Maka that remains. For a moment at least failing to get that bomb down, being slightly out of the plant area. But as he does, trying to emerge from the smoke, proves detrimental. Gets finished off by Shox on the op, and that's going to be a second for G2 as they come in with a reset of their own. Although 3D Max, again, they will also pull out a buy, so this could potentially continue to remain very back and forth early on. Live is the sponsor. Yeah, Live is the sponsor, Louis. Shout out to Live for making this happen. Two to 4. As I said though, 3D Max would buy again. It's decent enough. 3 AKs, couple of Deegs, plenty of utility, and an opening kill being found by Jinx. Kenny S goes down, although Jax gets the offer for himself. He wants revenge, and he does find it, but he's going to need more because Body also gets taken down, unable to connect the flick. And that is going to be now a 4-on-2. Not looking good for G2, only Shox and Lucky remain. Make that just Shox, as Lucky not so fortunate to actually survive. Ironic. As Shox's goal now just being to save that 8k. This is a full reset this time around. G2 didn't take that previous round cleanly, so after the reinvestment, they're left with very little money, looking at a double eco onto 3 of their players pretty much. He may be able to save, but the problem is David P is really close to him up in the left. This is a little bit of a stalemate right now. Maka going to be running up banana. Even if Shox gets this one kill, no way he expects David, and he's just probably like, what the hell? Was he there the entire time? Yeah, I'm from Ireland, guys. Caster, plug your own Twitch account. Okay, I'm going to write in my Twitch account with my other Twitch account, because I'm on one. There you go, boys. At Dean Brown, that's my Twitch. My other Twitch, where I stream some ESL stuff, such as MDL, etc., is ESL_Dean. What happened to the girl caster? She was cool. What girl caster? Not on this stream now, but I guess we're talking about Pansy. She's a great caster. I think she does a lot more PUBG nowadays, but that one there, not really a big investment from G2. They went for an aggressive push with just the pistols and did end up getting shut down. As now G2 get back on the buy, but already 3D Max with 6 rounds on the D side, and the chance to take it even further is looking good. I think there was a spare AK on the ground there from 3D Max that they must have bought up by accident. Maybe not communicating who was dropping who perfectly. The cameraman is terrible. Yeah, I know. It's auto director. So technically it's Gaben playing Valve. As 3D Max continue to look pretty solid, although early onto this one, into this one at least rather, Maka does receive some damage. G2, although they do have the buy, of course, there is some weakness with a couple of FAMASs being in play. No defuse kit being available, sadly. Utility-wise, it is somewhat decent. But can they make it happen? 3D Max, they definitely want to send this onto a third map right now. Waiting for it as hard as they can. Jinx catches the wall bang through the corner of the door. Jax is going to be eliminated, and with that now, the player in the pit is going to be under so much pressure. Too many players for him to deal with. Hadji not quite finding that second on Kenny, and that gives him an opportunity now to try and lock it down. Finding 2 on the FAMAS, staying alive for now as well, importantly. Owen actually finds the angle there. Somehow doesn't find the kill, but he's still alive for now. That Molotov could actually cause that to be an issue because he does eventually burn alive. But there you go. Shox with 1, leaving it all onto David P now. 1v2 clutch. The bomb is indeed going to be planted, it seems. But can he pull it off is the question. Spot's lucky. Knows Shox is also in towards Library, so does at least have the info now of where both players are positioned. Oh, and he's actually wrapping around on long. This could be dangerous. It's not going to be planted for him, but if they don't expect this, they have a maybe he has a chance to get the backstab. But the thing is, I think he may be a couple seconds too late. No defuse kit though, actually, so never mind. Scratch everything I've just said. This is going to be won by David P. I can feel it. Gets the force, but no. Lucky too quick on the trade. I jinxed it. No pun intended. Pun completely intended. It was terrible. And there you go. Lucky just about finds the defuse. That was very close. I honestly thought that he was going to win it just because if he got that first kill and stayed alive for a couple of seconds, he pretty much had it won by default. But Lucky catches it within the last second. And with that, G2 do find a third round. But only living with 1 player again. Not great for their economy. Look how much money 3D Max have. But look at the buy they've gone for. What is this? Mac 10s and a P250. This is BM. This is BM from 3D Max. It's a weird game of Fortnite. Yeah, they're not building anything. What the hell? Look at this. Very quick with those Mac 10s. This could maybe cost 3D Max a little bit. If they lose this round, sure they can buy again next round. But it's a strange one when they could have just bought up fully in this one and maybe won it. Maka gonna go ahead and push it towards CT spawn without the bomb. I don't know what 3D Max are doing right now. He left the bomb behind, ran into CT spawn when he could have went on to B and maybe had tried to win it, but I don't know. Strange. They can buy again, as I said, but this time at least they do go for rifles. There's a delay, you can't jinx yourself. True, but I want to pretend, alright? The caster's course, we have to say it's a thing. Yeah, that was strange. Can 3D Max manage to actually come in with the reset? I guess they did get decent damage in that previous round with the SMGs, of course, so That's something they can be somewhat happy with. If they win this round, immediately G2 put down onto a double eco pretty much. At least onto a couple of players. So here we go. Quick push towards A. Jax lines them up in the pit though. They drop out perfectly from to find a double spray down. And with the assistance of Kenny right now, all of the kills going in favor of G2. Eventually one from Devil, but that's all that was allowed. Quickly, G2 do find that 5th round. And with that, finally actually break the economy of 3D Max into a position where they're gonna have to take an eco. I'd expect just some pistols to be purchased up. Both teams are French. Yeah, they are indeed. David P, I believe, is Belgian. I believe everyone else is French, if I remember correctly. Nice kill coming in from Haji right there. Shock's going down early onto the nade. I don't think the weapon will be picked up, or at least not yet. It could potentially be, I guess, actually, as they do begin to push forward. It's on the corner, though, so it's going to be definitely difficult for them to try and pick up. Let's see. 4 and 5 early on. G2, this is, of course, a round that they do need. Slowly but surely, they've begun to build their way back into this map. And losing up against a pretty much full eco would be very detrimental. As right now, they do group up towards A. This is bad, actually. G2's setup is not very good for this. You can see, of course, body completely exposed. They took the gamble to actually leave apartments open, and it does cost them control of that bomb site. Jack's doing his best to fight back into this and at least keep it winnable for the retake. And he done a good job by actually finding 2 kills. But let's see, David's still creeping on mid. Can he find the timing correctly is the question. I think that's what he's waiting for. An MP9 in his hands. Chance to find something. Haji on the M4 rather going to peek up. David now pounces and actually finds both kills. Long range on the MP9 makes it happen. 3D Max come in and on pretty much an eco take themselves a 7th round and put a stop to G2 before they can really begin to actually get themselves back into this. It's a tough position. They're definitely going to buy because Shox is double eco and everyone else can actually fully invest. But it's of course not perfect. We go to Jinx able to sorry guys, I had a little family issue there, but it should be all good to go now. Well, it's a little awkward when I'm solo casting if I have to stay quiet for a couple moments, but we did miss a little bit of action. It is actually slightly going in favor of G2 right now. They have managed to find a 1-man advantage as it comes down to only 30 or so seconds remaining in the round. This could get pretty difficult right now for 3D Max as time gets low. And they're all very split up right now. You can see over towards B is just Devil trying to sell a bit of a fake, maybe find a kill. But that means it's going to be up to Jinx and David to try and actually open up this A bomb site. And there we go. Quick headshot from Jinx. Jack's now on the bomb site, 29 HP. If he gets finished off quickly, that gives the bomb plant and control of the bomb site over. But he does find one. Staying alive for now as well. Eventually falls. But can the bomb plant come in is the question. Ooh, just about. That was very close, but the damage is also being done right now. David down to 9 and eventually finished off, leaving it all on Devil. And he's going to be finished off as well. So good work by Lucky on the retake. A 6th comes in for G2. That again, another reset. This has been pretty much actually back and forth for these past few rounds. Neither team really been allowed to build up too much money. And neither taking a massive lead since 3D Max had that initial one. So G2 are doing a pretty good job at recovering it. If they can bring it up to 8 rounds, I think they'll be quite happy. And they do actually have a good chance to do so, because into this one, 3 AKs, a couple of Mac 10s. Not a perfect buy from 3D Max. They're getting told off from his mom. Nah, it was actually my brother being kind of loud in the background, so I couldn't speak while he was. But yeah, lucky right now, early on into this one, has been taken very low, and Shock's going to some trouble, goes through the smoke, and does spot that there's 5 players, at least finds one. The problem is that leaves Lucky now alone, and of course, as I said, he is already tagged up heavily. A single bullet going to be enough to finish him off, and he gets caught in the open. That's going to be B now, under the control of 3D Max most likely, and the kills actually continue to go in their favor. 4v2. There's only Body and Jax remain, and at this point, I think they're just going to have to run away and go for the save. You can see that is indeed the conclusion that they've come to as well. Gives them a couple of rifles in this next round to work with, but that's pretty much going to be it. They'll have pistols elsewhere, I believe. Not really able to get too much out. Looks like they will indeed at least be able to save both weapons over, so G2 into this next round, of course, have to buy up with it being the final 1.5. Maybe some SMGs could be dropped over. Body can potentially drop over a UMP or something of the sorts, and give them at least some chance in this round. It's not a hopeless round for G2 completely, but right now looking like 3D Max may potentially find that 9-6 lead at half time. Go. As I said, not too much to work with. A couple of MP9s, a CZ, and 2 save the rifles. But look at that already, Maka able to find the opening kill. Born and one alive. It's Body who goes down very early on. It must have been a nade alongside the Molotov to actually finish him off so quickly. And of course, that's one of the M4s gone, and even actually thrown out of the map right there by Devil, ensuring that it's not going to be retrieved. 3D Max take this very slow now. Not that they have the man advantage, they aren't in too much of a rush. Gonna continue to just creep forward. Decent nade though. Devil taking a hefty chunk of damage from that one. Weakens him up, and as we can see now, actually, the A-bomb site completely open. I did not notice that, but they're going to be able to actually just walk straight onto A right now. Maka finds one on Kenny trying to jump into Boiler, and it does indeed seem like it's going to be that 9th round being found for 3D Max. Unless a bit of an heroic play, rather, can be pulled off by these remaining players. There's Jax with one. Time beginning to, of course, work against them, and they don't have a defuse, could be the really biggest issue in this position. Here we go, David P gets one more. Trades continuing to go in favor of 3D Max, as it is going to be 9-6 at half time. Don't mind the doggo, boys. But yeah, there we go. 3D Max is going to be pretty happy with finding 9 rounds on that T side, rather. But G2, they had an overall decent recovery. It was looking very poor for them at one point, and they were able to pull it back up into an okay position. So it's definitely doable, especially if they pick up the second pistol round. And we've seen them actually come back from a bigger deficit back on train, so it wouldn't be too surprising. But for 3D Max here, they do need to go ahead and close this out and send it onto a third map. Here we go. We didn't have a big break at all between the halves. Going to be getting straight into things. 3D Max on the CT side now. No co-caster? No, sadly not. I'm on my own. The dog isn't usually too much of an issue because of when I cast, I usually do cast with someone else. But the person I was meant to cast this with being Mitch, he's currently in Malta, so bringing it to you guys alone. But I hope you're all still enjoying. David P gonna actually go ahead and start things off here in the pistol round. No defuse kit for 3D Max, surprisingly, but they do get utility on 2 different players. And an over-aggressive peek there from Jinx going to allow for Jax to bring it back into a 4v4 for G2. They'll be happy with being able to find that trade. Favouring towards B now. There's actually only one player on this side of the map, and A nice little boost comes in, allows for the dink to be found instantly onto Maka, and he gets pushed back to the bomb site as he's under so much pressure. David, what is that headshot? Maka gonna find one as well, rather, on Shocks. And somehow this is working out for 3D Max right now. The kills continue to go in their favor as Jax gets finished off, and somehow Maka stays alive and finds 2. A massive hold on that B bomb site, and 3D Max gonna go ahead and extend their lead as they find double digits. It's 10-6 now. And G2 likely to just go ahead and take the eco here, so we should see it being 11-6 before the rifles come out. Although, actually, no, never mind. As I say that, G2 do go ahead and buy up. Yo, shotty from David. It's good for building up money. 900 per kill, rather. The Forest needs to be cautious. His teammate there to ensure that he's not going to be pushed down through the apartments. A good Molotov. Shock's getting up close now. He heard the reload, I believe. Maybe not. Never mind. $1,800 so far built up. Can he make it 27? Maybe 35? Or 36, rather. Or 45. That ace. But no, Haji chimes in. He gets 600 per kill on the MP9 for those who aren't familiar with the kill rewards. Anyone who maybe new. And it should be another kill for him. Look, buddy, he's going to creep right into the crosshair. Ironically, the bodies are stacking in towards that underpass position. And Jax now remains. It's 1 kill. That's a nice little $600 boost for him, but it is indeed going to be 3D Max having a relatively easy time. Only losing 1 player. And of course, with the force buy having come in from G2, they are now going to have to go ahead and actually take the eco and allow for 3D Max to likely take a 12-6 lead. Buddy going back, getting a flash. Maybe that was called for by Shocks or so. Maybe a plan coming into this round right now from G2. Oh, I don't think that was in the plan for Jax to just rip Maka's head off. But they'll definitely take that one and adjust things accordingly. As G2 this time around, not getting a solid start in the second half like we've seen for them back on train. This kill at least giving them a chance in this round. Maybe they can do it. A nice little pose from the CT back there in the apartments. Not sure if you guys saw it. Had his leg against the door, ready for some pictures to be taken and some nudes to be painted. Paint me like one of your French gals. That's what he was saying. But yeah, let's see. The MP9 in the hands of Body. Maybe there's a chance to get some kills. Towards long though. David expecting the flash to come in, turns away. But he did have Haji to assist, so it's okay. He doesn't end up going down, doesn't really take much damage either. But lucky finding 1. That gives him a UMP to work with. Problem is, he doesn't have the bomb. If he did, probably could have found a bomb plant on B, but of course he lost it towards A long. Ooh, hang on. Jinx needs to be careful. They don't want to give more kills away. Time gonna run out. I don't know if that's good for Lucky. He probably wanted to die, and you can see actually 3D Max let him live because now he doesn't get loss bonus. It means he's stuck onto the UMP coming into this round. 2,000, so he can at least get Kevlar beside it and get the utility. So it's not too detrimental, but it's not ideal. Buy from G2. This is one that they very much need to make work. Otherwise, 3D Max probably in a position where they should take the victory here and send it onto a map number 3. Again, if we do get that far, the decider will be Cash, which would be an interesting one between these two teams. Actually, double check. I believe it is a pretty solid map for both sides. 3D Max having a haven't played it about 12 times in the last three months. G2 playing it 6 times in the past 3 months, and actually, G2 not having great results. So if we do go over towards cash, I would say there is a chance for 3D Max to actually win out this series. So right now, this is looking pretty good for them, I do have to say. Especially if G2 aren't able to bring that performance back up as they head on to cash, because it's been a little bit of a poor showing from them so far here on Inferno, rather. Very slow though, 40 seconds remaining, and as we can see, no kills actually coming in as of yet. The bomb still towards second mid. Where will it be taken eventually is the question. Lucky gets dinked by the UMPs. He tries to jump peek. Devil being brought down low himself, needs to be careful, but it's actually Shocks to find the opening kill on Haji. And as I said, with Devil low now, there's a chance if they take him down, it leaves only one on B. Push also coming towards A. G2 actually just finding frags all across the map right now. Jinx trying to do his best to return it, but he's not really allowed to get much, bar the one on towards Jax. And with that, the bomb, it is indeed going to be planted. David left alone on B. Shotgun in hands. Wondering what has happened to his team, rather. They should buy into this next round, I believe. David going to get $1,400, so he'll have $2,800. Could maybe drop a FAMAS over to Devil. And then everyone else, as you can see, will be able to buy for themselves. So it won't be too bad for 3D Max. They have a chance to try and come in with a reset. But David may not save. That's not actually confirmed at this point. As you can see, gets spotted and taken down. Up to 7. Early days for G2 here, still on this T side, but it's going to have to be a very strong one from this point forward if they want to make this winnable. As I said, David not being able to save that over means Devil has to buy a UMP for himself. David, of course, not having his shotgun in play anymore. Jinx, Maka, and Haji get the M4s and an op at least. Can they make it work is the question. Starting things off going to be pretty early on. G2 actually wanting to go straight in for mid control. Maka finds the opening kill on the op already. But he trades one. Pre-fire spam going to actually stop the peak from coming back in from Maka. And now it's going to be the A bomb site that comes under attack. Long trying to help. Has a little bit of a gap in the smoke to try and actually spot the cross. And Body could become this next victim. Because there you go. Creeps directly into it. On the bomb site as well. Still a couple of players being alive. One in the pit, one on the bomb site itself. And I don't think that G2 realized this. It's David who's just currently hiding in behind the box, I believe. Up close. So he actually doesn't realize that Lucky is the one that's pushed up into the site. So he is going to go down. And with that now an opening to be found, Jinx from the pick going to have to step it up and find at least a couple of kills. And also try and stay alive. So there we go. Finds Lucky, drops the bomb. And now it's a 2v3. Can it be recovered by G2? Kenny going to do his best to ensure that it can. Finds one. But Jinx is going to go ahead and double down. Kenny all alone and he'll be finished off. Jinx is just too quick. Op to be retrieved, as well as 3D Max come in with the instant reset, and the economy of G2 has been destroyed. It's very difficult right now for them. They'll probably just take the 1 eco, I think. Although, they may just want to buy since they can buy onto 3 players, and if they take an eco, they likely can see the 14. So yeah, more likely that the buy comes in, and that's exactly what they go for. 3 AKs and a couple of Mac 10s. Look at the scoreboard and see who's leading the way for either side. It's Lucky and Jax, the two newcomers rather. And then over on the 3D Max side, David P and Jinx up there towards the top. Everyone contributing pretty equally. Devil having a slow game. He's normally a player you see towards the top of the scoreboard for 3D Max, but so far in this game, everyone else has been stepping up, and he just hasn't been needed as much, rather. But look at this quick play from G2 towards B. Want to try and use those SMGs effectively. Will they be able to do so is the question. So far, no, not at all. It's been completely shut down. Decimation in the pool. It is only Jax that remains. A 1v5. They found zero success trying to run into that smoke and just got cleaned up. Still looking to go for it. Is surrounded and not too much to keep by saving the Mac 10. Does only get 1900 into this round though, so Either way, it's not ideal. The economy now, G2 being in a tough spot. Did they buy and try and win it out now, or did they eco to 1 and play for overtime, having to take, at that point, 8 rounds in a row on the T side in order to actually bring it into overtime? It's gonna be tough for them. And it looks like they're actually gonna try and make it happen. Okay. Looking to try and get it done. Tags up Shocks. And actually finds it with the nade there to take him down. So a 5-on-4 being found early on. Up against the Econ opponents. Not too difficult, of course, for 3D Max. You expect this to be a pretty easy round. As their goal at this point just being to try and get that bomb planted. It'll boost the buy up they have in the next round slightly. I believe they're only on... Can't actually see the loss bonus on the ACA client server, sadly, but I believe they're getting 2400 if I remember correctly. So it's not ideal. They come in, they get a decent buy at least, but they're not going to have the op on Kenny. As you can see, not able to find that bomb plant there. Indeed, shut down by the rifles. 15-7, a pause comes in, and at this point there has to be a tactical pause for G2, because they have to play with perfection from this point forward. Finding 8 in a row. I think they want to try and actually send this into overtime. Again, Cash is up next if 3D Max take the victory here. So the third map looking very likely at this point. Of course, this is potentially the last buy round here on this map for G2. They need to make it work. It's the rifles. They don't get the op out, as I said. Meaning they do just have the AKs to work with in this one. But can they get it done? 8 in a row. 3D Max just looking so solid so far here on Inferno. As it looks like, again, they are going to begin to move forward. Control coming in towards mid. A pretty passive hold from 3D Max towards A, at least. You can see, actually, Haji is pushed all the way down Banana. So he could be in for a little bit of trouble. I believe that is Lucky up close. A smoke between these two for now. This is going to be awkward indeed. Haji does manage to find that kill on Lucky. David's going to be able to find one over towards A as the kills are coming in. Trades from either side. I'm going to have to go ahead and do the observing right now as Auto Director doesn't really seem to want to work. So let's see how things go at this point. Maka actually going to be able to find one. That was over towards Long. May have more chances as the bomb actually begins to creep around as well. This could get very dangerous indeed. 2 versus 4 to save the day. Is it going to happen? Shocks has been spotted. Kill comes in actually from David elsewhere. And it should be a kill from Devil easily. Indeed it is. He catches him as he tries to cross the arch. And there it is. 16-7 from 3D Max. Meaning we are going to go on to a third map. We have Cash coming up next, guys. So make sure you don't go too far. But we are going to go ahead and, of course, take a quick break. As soon as map 3 is ready to go, we'll hop back into it. If you're enjoying the stream, of course, make sure to hit that follow button. And if you're enjoying my casting, you can type !caster in the chat. And my Twitter will pop up if you want to throw me a follow. I appreciate every single one.
Throwing caution to the wind. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just Take my hand, take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me will take our hearts and run free into the wild. Into the
Think she can't get a last-second clutch? Watch this. Think he can't carry his team while streaming in high resolution? All the while recording a once-in-a-lifetime win? Watch this. Think leveling up only happens in-game? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, they'll rise to every challenge. Now it's your turn. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Bring that beat back.
Crack it.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Reaching for stars. I wonder where you are.
What up, people? Welcome back. Apologies for, again, a bit of a fairly long break, I suppose, between maps, but we'd have to wait for the players to be ready to get into things, and as you can see, that is the case right now. Knife round live to decide who gets the choice of sides. Still could go either way right now. We're not really too sure, but I guess on cash, it's not really too important anyway. It is one of the closer pools in the map, whether you're CT or T side, rather. It's not really too big of a deal, but there we go. For the I guess 3D Max fans, they do pick it up and do at least have the positive of getting to choose where they begin. Always can be nice. Maybe you feel a bit more comfortable on one side than the other. My friend got a vac ban, please unban him. Yeah, I will. Just send me your credit card details first. Don't really, please. There we go. Getting live into the pistol now. Over on the T side is G2. Kenny picking up a smoke and a couple of flashes. A smoke and a molly for shocks. And then everyone on 3D Max just gone with Kevlar. So no defuse kit in play. No utility either. Let's see how this is going to work out for them early on. Mid control being found. Looks like a quick B split is what they are definitely looking to try and go for. But already, as you can see, Maka doing a great job holding this down. Finds two. Holds for now to push from coming through vents, but here we go. Kenny gets one return. They're coming in towards B, and as we can see, at least no one currently to try and hold it down. Problem is continuing to lose players, and actually David was able to creep into checkers. Does go down to shock, so it gets a little bit awkward. But again, trades continue in favor of 3D Max, and it's Maka looking to try and hunt down the ace, and he finds it. Maka comes up massive in that round as 3D Max go ahead and pick up the opening pistol round here in map number 3. And this potentially could be G2 struggling here on cash. As I said, statistically, it's not a great map for them. Awkward position, but G2 are going to buy. Able to drop over the best of 3 counters behind again. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be fixed in a minute. I think the admins have to manually update it. I think it takes them a few seconds to do it. I will mention it again in a moment when I get a chance. When there's not some weapons in play, I'll go write it in the Discord, so that'll hopefully will be fixed ASAP. But of course, that is incorrect. This is map number 3. The winner of this taking the series and sending the other team down to the lower bracket. As we can see, David already opening things up with the shotgun. Maka going to chime in with one as well on the op. As he continues on with this form, you can see, of course, could afford the op straight out of the gate due to that ace coming in the previous round. And I believe also he did find the defuse, if I remember correctly. What is the plan now for G2 with this 3v5 to try and go back from? Nice catch from Kenny. Actually does take down 2 on B. Kenny showing he's capable with that rifle as he is with the AWP. Jack's in trouble, does get dinked down and finished off, so with the trades coming back, still a 2v2 for now. Very winnable for G2, and the bomb is planted for B main. That's good because, of course, Lucky is currently positioned over towards there, but as we can see, Devil and David P gonna work in from this position themselves. A UMP and a auto shotty to try and actually make this work. Not gonna be easy. Can they make it happen is the question. Dink down already. Kenny in a lot of trouble. Pretty much trapped in that corner. Will be finished off. And Lucky, one-shotted by the shotgun. Long range. No helmet. No look. No life for you. AK to be picked up for David P. A nice little upgrade. And with that, 3D Max do manage to get a second for themselves. Although defuse is going to be close, I believe. He should just about have it. And there you go. 3D Max with a second. Good enough round from G2. The fact that they fully invested. They get a bomb plant and 3 kills out of it. But they probably should just take the 1 eco now. And then get the guns out into the following round with the full buy. Including an op, etc. on the Kenny. Okay, they invest a bit. They spend the excess cash. They'll get $2,900 in the next round anyway. So they will still be able to buy. Of course, Kenny in the previous round doing his best wasn't quite enough, even with those openings towards B. Maybe if they didn't lose a couple players early on, they could have had a chance. But right now, a quick B play actually coming in again, and somehow they picked up an op. Body gonna have that in his hands right now. Maka, I believe, was the one who fell to give it over to them. Oh, and actually, they have an idea that the flank's coming in. Shox is going to catch David P, having pretty much no idea what was going on. Rips his head off. But that now actually a 4-on-3. Another weapon to be retrieved, although it is just, again, the shotgun, which David P has been loving so far today. But, looking good for G2. Maybe they can make this work. I think they actually did have a similar round back on Inferno, where they lost the force buy and then came in and won the eco, if I remember correctly. So it would be a big pickup for them, of course. Would pretty much destroy the economy of 3D Max. What's their plan now? Time becoming fairly low. They need to get a bit of a move on. 30 seconds remaining. A going to be their target. And as we can see, they've pretty much given up the A bomb site. Devil is in towards door. Is it open is the question. I believe it should be. Hang on, a kill going to come in towards B right here. Yeah, you can see Shox ready holding. That Devil actually is closed off in the door. Going to try and push out very wildly, but as he does so, it was a bit of a fake. Commitment going to come in towards B due to that pick from Shox. Because of that, now the bomb is going to be planted, and this should be G2 with a round win. Haji and Devil probably just want to actually run away and save, because they're not going to have much in this next round. And a 2v4 retake, quite unlikely towards B. Oh, Lucky could potentially take that rifle off Devil, and he does indeed. M4 going to be picked up quite easily. And that means only Haji now likely to save, although he takes a peek out of heaven as well and goes down. So there we go, no weapons to be carried over. Good work by G2, coming in on a bit of a half buy. They, as we said, of course, spent some money. They didn't invest everything, and they make it work. 3D Max now. Some pistols seemingly going to come out. Not going to invest too much, although just as I said, I did realize Jinx was double eco, so they do decide to go for the full buy. Again, the shotgun comes out. But this is G2 in a position where they should be able to actually equalize the scoreline at 2-2 early on. Oh, good nade. David going to take some hefty damage from that, down to 66. And David is just so committed to making the shotgun work. He seems to love that weapon. But a slow round again from G2. You know they like taking their time, just feeling out these defaults. Good nade. Oh, damn. That actually put Lucky right down to 2 health, even with the Kevlar. Absolutely spectacular. Would be one word to describe it. Smoke gone down in door as well, so for now G2 is going to keep on with his default. A looking like they're, at the moment at least, their target. Right now there is 3D Max taking a little bit of a gamble. They've got 3 players up on that side of the map. They have one of those being on highway so that they can actually spot mid as well. And here we go, G2 are indeed getting ready to move forward on this side of the map. They have plenty of utility, loads of smokes, flashes, molotovs as well to clear out the corners. And just cover the bomb site pretty much in fire. But is that going to be enough is the question. There we go. Maka finds one. David's still alive with that shotgun on the bomb site. The Molotov makes things awkward, but he still finds a kill with it. And he actually follows it up in a second while blinded. Jax, though, comes in with a hat-trick, trying to fight his way back into this round for G2. But even with those 3 kills coming in, it still leaves it onto Kenny in a 1-on-2. This could be 3D Max pulling off a force buy of their own. A 1v1. Jinx up against Kenny. Who's going to take the round win is the question, and right now the time's becoming an issue. Kenny has to try and stick the bomb. Jinx, because of that, can close in the distance. And with the Mach 10 and 11 HP on Kenny, this is doable, but no, Kenny's too quick. The op shot comes in, the quick scope. As Kenny and Jax combined in that round to make it doable for G2, but that is so much closer than they would have wanted it to have been. Very, very awkward indeed. A lot of damage being done. And as you can see, because of that, 3D Max do want to buy again. That is definitely worrisome for G2 fans. Going that close against the force buy, taking so much damage and having to rely on Kenny to get such a massive clutch. Not allowing for any money really to be built up either for G2. They have a small bit, but not amazing. Again against the force buy here though, so if they win this one out, do so cleanly, then they'll be up against an eco in the next round. That's when they can really begin to kind of actually grab some control for themselves. Still a bit shook by that previous round. It was so hectic. The shotgun, the Mac 10, and then Kenny with the 1v2 clutch, of course. There we go. Mid control in early on for G2. Still a minute remaining, as it looks like a peek may come in from Connector. Looking tempted to do so. I believe that is actually Maka and also David with the M4. But for now, just going to be kind of waiting and seeing if anyone tries to creep in. Body and Shock's getting highway control. Is going to give them the ability here to split onto A, and you can see that's definitely their plan. Flash goes out. The push should indeed come in. The closest player being towards the truck means, of course, G2 finding a very easy to control A-bomb site. Oh, body with pre-fire gets a headshot. At this point, I think 3D Max probably just want to run away, rather, because they're going to be eco next round. So if they can save these pistols and Kevlar, save that M4 as well, it gives them something at least to work with. But is that going to be allowed is the question. Shock's hunting it down, finds one. Jinx going to find a kill, and that's a weapon now to actually be picked up, an AK. So G2, I don't really think it's worthwhile for them to try and hunt this down. As I said, they themselves not having too much money, and of course also given the chance for weapons to be picked up. There we go, 3-2. G2 actually going to go ahead and claim the lead. After what was looking a little bit awkward, but now they can perhaps stabilize. Surviving with 3 players, not too bad. Able to build up some money coming into this one now. It is the, of course, saved over weapons, the pistol and the M4 and AK. But there's not too much in play for 3D Max, so this should be G2 Esports being able to actually increase that lead just a little bit further. But let's see. Starting things off again, we know how much damage a single M4 and a single AK can do, and then even those pistols can be very dangerous at close range. Yeah, apologies about the autodirector, guys. Hard to observe while casting, so I do just tend to use autodirector mostly. A bit of damage exchanged early on. Mostly gone in favor of 3D Max, in all honesty. Body taken down to 63, but for the sake of G2, you'd hope not to be too big of a deal. As we can see, though, they are getting ready for a bit of a split towards B. Going to be taking the mid control. Already have a couple players outside of B ready to push in as well. But it seems like 3D Max may have some sort of idea, because they've got 3 players themselves ready to actually hold this down. So this definitely still could be dangerous for G2, especially as the time begins to get somewhat low. Ooh, the wall bang from Kenny lines it up. I think that was aiming towards the CT spawn, or else, I guess, trying to get the player playing up close if they would be doing so, which, of course, was Jinx. So he gets tagged down low. The commitment actually coming in towards A now instead. And an attempt to try and stop it. The boost in the vent comes in. Haji going to be able to find one. As we can see, the A-bomb site does indeed fall. G2 going to get that bomb planted. And now a 4-on-4 retake in play for 3D Max without a defuse kit as well. I was going to say, unless some mistakes are made by G2, this should be difficult. But there we go. Lucky going to be taken down. Jack's on a flank, though. Will return it and probably be able to fall away without it getting taken down. You can see David was trying to follow it up, but wasn't able to actually find it in time. There we go now. Pushing in is the CT side. They still want to make this retake happen, even with how low the time is getting. So surprisingly, they continue to go forward. That means they're going to lose those weapons that they potentially could have saved. 4-2 indeed is going to be the scoreline. David should at least save that M4. As into this round now, it is going to be the full buy for 3D Max. They should be able to find the op if they want to. Here we go. As I said, a gun round for 3D Max. This is one that's going to be very important. Plan is G2 again going to be taking things pretty slowly. They do enjoy getting the control quite early on, but leaving those hits until late in the round. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. Yeah, Jax peeks out. Haji ready on the op, finds the kill. That is a 5-on-4 early on, actually going to favor 3D Max. So a decent start into this gun round for the CT side. Oh, Kenny does actually spot the push. Oh, that was dangerous. Didn't hit the op shot, but gets the P250 out in time. And Maka not going to be happy about that. Not needing to get aggressive right there. I honestly wasn't expecting him to push straight through. But he went for it for some reason and gives away an advantage that 3D Max did have in their favor. Oh, and hang on. The peek towards B as well for Haji going to be costly. Brought down to 7 HP. And forced back into checkers now. This is getting dangerous, but G2, they need to get a move on. Time is becoming somewhat an issue with 30 seconds remaining. At this point, it does look like A is going to be the more likely bomb site of attack. Shock's going to be flashed towards Highway. Finds the kill on David. Now, as they go on towards A, it's only Devil that they have to overcome, rather. He's playing around default. Can he find anything is the question. Not going to be checked immediately. Does take down Body. But it took a bit longer than it should have, really, so he took a lot of damage. And although he gets a second, the bomb will indeed be planted, meaning it is going to come down to that retake now. Jinx and Haji. Og and an op. Can they make it happen? Bit of utility as well. That Molotov going to be used to try and flush anyone on forklift out. But of course, no one positioned there. It's A main and quad currently. And this could be dangerous. The peek coming in from Kenny. Taken down by Haji. Ready for that. Shoots through the smoke. That was so close to Shocks. But for now, he's still alive. But it's not very long that I can actually make that statement with it being a fact. Because he is indeed taken down. 3D Max going to be pulling it in with a third round. Can they keep it up is the question. G2, of course, having built up a pretty decent economy, will be able to rebuy. There we go. As I said, G2 could buy again. 3D Max only living with 2 in the previous round, of course, means they have to invest everything to get the guns out in this one. Meaning a chance here for G2 if they claim this to completely break the economy of 3D Max. Here we go. Mid control being kind of shown, but they're not going to commit on that. Also an execute on towards A. Trying to sell out a little bit of a fake, although it seems like they may want to commit, but they're just taking their time, which is strange. There we go. Maka going to find the opening kill. I believe that was actually through smoke. David going to catch a quick kill on mid. As I said, the mid control was taken by G2, but David was still up close the entire time, finding kills with the shotgun. Continues to do so, rake up the money and upgrade towards the rifle. In the process, though, G2 have got control of A, but of course with a man disadvantage, it is going to be difficult, and there we go. Kenny spotted jumping across. A nice angle from Haji. But at the bomb being dropped now, putting it all into the hands of Lucky. 1 versus 3. And a very tough clutch for him to try and pull off right now. Player above him. Cautious of actually from door as well, so he's completely trapped in right now. There's very little that he can actually do about this. And will indeed be finished off. 4-4. 3D Max working back into this now. One more buy should come out. But even then, that's going to be somewhat limited. You can see Shocks and also Lucky won't be able to get the full investment, so G2 probably should just take the eco here. And you can see a pause going to be called in at this point. Probably tactical rather, so they can actually discuss what they want to do. There we go. G2. Seems like they have decided on something. As I said, I'd like to see them just take that 1 eco. But no, it looks like they are going to buy. They can get 3 AKs out. Jack's going to be able to buy one too, unless he wants to sacrifice the weaker weapon for utility. But not really needed. They need the weapons more desperately, in all honesty. Surprising that Jax doesn't go for the head armor. He has enough. Wanted to keep 350 in the bank. That's very strange, considering he knows he's up against a shotgun and potentially some M4s and an AUG, which also does get a dink at long range against the helmet, so a little bit interesting, but let's see. Can G2 make this work is the question. Maka on the up from Connector, already able to open up in favor of 3D Max. Peeking out the highway as well, actually going to spot a couple of players. Can he find any more? Spamming intro to smoke, but he at least did manage to pull it heavily in favor of 3D Max for now. One being brought back from Kenny. That is the bomb site now. Once again, going towards G2. They take the control, and we'll be able to get that bomb planted. But so far, 3D Max have been quite efficient on these retakes. And they continue to do so is the question. So here we go. David again coming in from the door. The shotgun, probably not the best weapon for a retake, but I guess coming from door, it could be okay. There's some close range angles he can take. There we go. Body takes him down. Still, though, it doesn't matter because the trades are going in favor of 3D Max. Time becoming an issue, but they can just try and stick the bomb. And Maka holding it down will indeed connect the shot. Defuse comes in. And again, 3D Max do make that retake happen. Continues to be quite close rounds, though, so they're not building up much money. But, of course, this time G2 probably will have to take that eco. As G2... they are put down to just pistols in this round. Good chance for 3D Max to continue to increase this lead a little bit now. They have been able to take for themselves. Quick push towards B though. G2. Maybe they can catch a couple players. Perhaps find the bomb plant. But as we can see, not going too well. Jinx on this AUG being successful. Swaps it out to the USP. And it is a perfect round from 3D Max. They don't lose a single player. As G2 now come into yet another buy round. Op is going to be available again for KNES, so that's a big addition to the buy for G2. Has been, of course, one of the better players throughout this series and throughout the day so far for G2. As early on into this one, 3D Max 3 towards B, looking to try and get aggressive. The smoke going to go in deep. No, never mind, he didn't throw it right. He must have messed it up a little bit. I was meant to bounce around the corner, of course, and allow for them to perhaps push someone up into sunroom. But didn't work out. Bit of an NA smoke. There we go. G2 going to be looking for that mid control. Going to be creeping out right now. Jinx from Connector, I think, is actually looking tempted to peek, but for the moment, at least, towards white boxes where there is a T player, and also Kenny on the up from lower. That would be a mistake from the peak, and I think he realizes that, not knowing if they've lost the control or not. They are going to have to be cautious of mid. Right now, it does look like the bomb may be taken towards B eventually, but let's see. Shocks, he is trying to see what he can work towards A. Doing so from the highway, finds the opening on towards Devil. A quick headshot came in. Molly towards Quad, going to be effective as Maka gets kind of forced out into the open, or rather onto the bomb site instead of Quad. But as I said, that bomb still favoring towards B. This looks to be the target. And it is going to be Haji alongside, I believe, David to try and hold that down. Will they be successful is the question. If they can hold it off for a decent amount of time, I suppose there is a chance because time getting relatively low. Here we go. Haji on the bomb site going to be mollied off. And actually smoke it and jump up and around it. And maybe actually find some kills due to this smoke now concealing him. But never mind. He's only able to get one before being taken down. David from his position eventually pounces. But he is the same. Only able to find a single frag before being finished off. G2 going to be able to find a 5th round for themselves. And 3D Max, they are actually going to be able to get a buy again, but a pause now has been called. At this point, probably a tactical for 3D Max in all honesty. They want to try and ensure that they can win this round out and not allow for G2 to likely claim a lead if they take this upcoming gun round. Caster bias? What bias? I feel like I'm being pretty fair to both sides. I did just... Are you talking about this, me making fun of the smoke a little bit? That definitely wasn't what the smoke was meant for. I like the play though. I like that we're trying to get that aggressive B control. Not something that you see too often with that smoke going down, for example, but it didn't work. Well, here we go. Another buy, as I said, for 3D Max. It's decent. Everyone pretty much has what they want except for Devil on the UMP. At this point, I'm presuming that David P does just want that auto shot because it's all he uses. There's an opening kill actually from the Molotov of Jax. Not the start that 3D Max would have been hoping for into this round. I believe Haji actually... Well, there's a double up setup right now. I wasn't even looking at that fact for G2. I did not expect that to be the case. Shox having one. Kenny as well as you would expect. Shox takes some damage, but right now, I don't even think the ops are going to be needed because kills continue to go in favor of G2. As David gets aggressive towards Door with his shotgun. Can he find anything is the question. As he has just walked past Lucky. This could be dangerous. Neither player, I don't think. No, hang on. Is Lucky maybe going to go for it? No, he has no idea right now. He's jumping. His position's going to be known. Yeah, David can turn around. Is he going to go for the knife? No, has to use the shotgun eventually. But this could still be dangerous because he's trapped in towards Door now pretty much. As the push is going to have to come in soon from G2. Under 40 seconds now remaining on the clock. Devil on the up, he's going to be tested on B now. We can see the bomb finally having a decision about where it's going. Go for it. That's the first rather. Molotov to stop them from pushing them down from checkers, but you can see making their way towards B main. Follows it up with another. Devil continues to frag and does more than enough to allow for his teammates to come in and clean up. Jinx going to find the final 7-5 for 3D Max as they get themselves firmly back in the lead. And by doing so, of course, G2, they're probably going to have to take an eco now in this round. As you can see, they do indeed take that eco. Just some pistols being upgraded, a chance for at least some damage maybe to be found. But the economy is still quite low for 3D Max. They haven't really built any up as of yet. There we go. Devil opening things up against the Kevlarless opponents. It's kind of going as expected so far. And Maka with another on towards Lucky. Again, some individual peaks coming in from G2, giving pretty much easy 1v1s for 3D Max. They have, of course, a position where they're heavily favoured in weaponry, heavily favoured in these fights. So when you only have pistols, G2 probably best to try and use your numbers to your advantage. Here we go, another buy from G2. They need to make this work, otherwise 3D Max could be looking at a 10-5 scoreline at half time. Looks like they want to try and get a main control early on, actually. That is 3D Max I'm in. Again, David P on the shotgun. He's not going to bother upgrading off of that anytime soon, I don't think. He's been enjoying using that one and has been pretty effective. He's at 9-6, so middle on the scoreboard. Well, let's see. A crucial round, of course. Opening kill from Shox, but a nice position from Devil ensures a quick trade. As I say that though, Body able to find one as well, I believe, towards the B side of the map, towards Vent. And that gives them a little bit of an opening. Although they have rotated a second player over 3D Max. They have Haji and Devil ready on that B-bomb site. And they are going to entrust Jinx to solo A if needed, which looks like it could be the case because the bomb is beginning to head in that direction. Oh, and here we go. He has actually been spotted from the door. It's going to get very awkward indeed. Tries to push in. Blinded up. Gets taken down by Body. And within seconds, it is suddenly only Haji that remains.
Bomb has been planted.
G2 coming in with a 6th round, most likely. Haji just going to run away, you would imagine. Coming into this last round, we will still see a buy from 3D Max, so they have a chance to try and pull it up to 9. Oh, Director decided not to work for me in that round, by the way, so a little bit unfortunate. Tried to do a bit of observing, but it's hard to focus on the radar while casting as well. Yeah, Hadji should be able to save. I don't think G2 are really going to look to try and hunt them down. They want to keep all these 3 players alive so that they can drop 2 rifles over the body and shocks. Now, coming into the final round of the half, will G2 be able to find the 7th? Or will 3D Max claim a 9-6 lead at halftime? That's the question. Again, David on the shotgun. You come to expect this. Hadji on the op now. Smack could go for the M4 instead. So let's see. Hadji. Ooh, the smoke actually not getting rid of that Molotov, not extinguishing it. Means he is not going to be able to take the peak that he was looking for early on. And sadly, after that, Jinx is going to actually go ahead and take 2, at least sadly for the G2 esports fans. Steps it up when it's needed. As this round has just barely begun and already it is brought into a 5-on-3. Looks like we will see a fight towards mid as well as the boost comes in with a player underneath boost right now. That's David on the shotgun. Things could definitely get dangerous. He is being cautious of it. Gonna look up Kenny right above him. For now it is a stalemate though, and Kenny is just hoping to get a kill elsewhere towards connector where the peak came in. There we go, another kill from Maka, and with that, the round looking like it probably will go in favor of 3D Max. Only Kenny and Lucky remain. Smoke out. Bit of damage actually being connected there. Kenny gonna find a headshot, but he got tagged up in the process, so it's gonna be tough. Lucky gonna have to get the majority of the work done from this point forward, and it's not gonna happen. The flank from the shotgun from David, sure he was too far away to get the kills, but he acted as a distraction, allowed for Devil to peek out and actually finish things off. 9-6, 3D Max looking good here as we head into the second half of map number 3 in this series. And it definitely is going to be an interesting one. Pistol going to be, of course, super important for both sides, especially G2. Hopefully we won't be waiting too long for the second half to go live. It has of course been a long day for these teams so far. Especially G2. They played the, well, it was only 2 quick maps I suppose. In the first one, of course, 3D Max got a forfeit win on map number 1 against North, so after they took the victory on the second map, they did finish it out 2-0, so they came into this one only having played 1 map before. But both teams now looking well warmed up, and it seems like 3D Max on cash right now are slightly edging things. Here we go, live into the second pistol round. Jack's going to be hooking up a defuse, getting some flashes. Lucky picking up utility as well. And then over on the T side, it's David P and Maka. Go ahead and pick up a smoke and a couple of Molotovs, so that could be interesting. Perhaps going to be aiming towards B with those, but let's see. In control early on. Looks to be a B split indeed. Shock's doing his best to try and hold it down, yet to really find anything. It is actually going to be the B bomb site under attack. You can see Body, he is alive in the back, but he's pretty much alone for now. Needs some help, and you can see because of that, his teammates do try and push in through the smoke, which costs them their life because Jinx is able to go ahead and double down. Shox returns 1, but he himself ends up falling as he tries to aggress out heaven. And with that now a 4v2, 3D Max looking for that 10th round already, unless Lucky and Kenny S can have something to say about it. And you can see they are coming in. Defuse kit to be retrieved. Kenny, nice headshot down, but eventually he gets finished off. And now it's Lucky on only 25 health. And there's not much he can do. David comes in. Double digits already for 3D Max. As we should see an 11th being found for that T side. G2 likely to just take an eco into this one. is actually all default pistols from the CTs. One kill being found by Kenny, not too bad. No investment in this round, of course, so every kill going to be a nice little bonus. And hang on, yeah, doing so much damage right now. 2-on-2 comes into play. Eventually going in favor of G2, but he's still alive at quad. Will eventually fall, but yeah, no investment, 3 kills coming in. G2 can be relatively happy with that, and now they get the buyout. Of course, they keep the economy low for 3D Max and give themselves a chance where if they take this gun round right here, right now, 3D Max likely would be put down to an eco. The difference. Ooh, hang on, that's a wild play from David right there. Trying to push out through the mid-smoke. Flash not being too effective, of course. Shocks playing from connector, had the wall to cover off that position. Peeks heaven, or rather, peeks the boost to try and get some info. And pays the price for it as Maka was ready with the AWP. Some time in there from Devil, does some damage towards Kenny as well, so... 3D Max are beginning to recover things right now. Haji taken down though by Jax. Apologies, I have hiccups right now, making things a little bit more difficult to cast. But there we go. G2 continue to kind of return things in this round right now. Looking good into the first gun round of the half. As it's left onto Jinx and Devil. Op going to be dropped. The AK perhaps being somewhat more effective in the 2-on-4. Needing to take down multiple opponents, of course. Smoke's going out towards A. Molotov going to actually stop Devil from being able to push out the door anytime soon. And now as Jinx comes from main, we can see Kenny has set up with the AWP, so this is going to be tough. Let's see. Getting ready, pre-firing the angles. Thinks of Kenny slightly and forces him back off of that position. But luckily, of course, still also on the bottom side. Can he hold it down? Gets one. Lost a teammate in the process as well before he eventually fell, so it is going to be a 1-on-2 for Jinx. But it's definitely going to be a tough one. Both of these players are going to be coming in. Doesn't have a lot of time, nor a lot of health. And that makes him an easy target for Body as he gets finished off. 11-7. G2 find themselves one more round. And of course, as I said, with the damage they've done in the round before it, it is going to be a tough spot for 3D Max, who are just going to go for the force buy, it seems. G2 would be expecting somewhat of a buy into this round, knowing how much damage they've done on the one before, rather that pretty much would likely face a double eco. Good damage though coming into the smoke early on from Body. Body on the Og continuing, gets a quick kill. Jack's actually going to burn to alive. As this round is not going too well for 3D Max so far. Get one kill eventually, but that's what they may be limited to. That wall bang very close. Not quite on target, but Haji either way is down to 22 health. Should be finished off relatively easily once he spots a player out. Because of course that bomb being dropped in checkers is going to be near impossible for him to actually try and retrieve it. Looks like he actually does just want to try and save that Mach 10. There's a Tech 9 as well, he can drop over to a teammate, so this is not too bad. It will of course be, you would imagine, an eco in this next round now from 3D Max. And that's kind of an issue because maybe it'd be better for Haji to just die so that he can actually buy with his teammates coming into the 6th round of the half. Instead of surviving, not getting the loss bonus, of course. If he could even just find one kill with the Mach 10, I'd say it'd be worthwhile even if he dies afterwards. But let's see, he is going for it. Coming towards Vent. He's a player at the back of checkers. One under Vent to deal with as well. And he's not able to find anything. But he does at least go down before the time runs out. So loss bonus comes in. It is going to have to be a full eco in this one from 3D Max. Likely allowing for G2 to bring it up to 9. Some quick mid control. Do of course have to deal with Shocks and also Kenny on that way. Good work to at least get that trade on Shocks. He was actually resorted into pulling out the pistol to hold it down. Must have run out of ammo. It's all right now though for G2 overall. Only losing to one player. Gonna be able to actually take that with a single casualty, not too bad. There we go, 11-9, 3D Max. They'll be able to find the buy now, but if they don't win this gun round, then we'll likely see G2 bring it up 11-11. So 3D Max, I guess, realizing how crucial this one is, do go ahead and call a pause. This is interesting, actually. I guess realizing that they still have a bit of a lead, maybe they can just go for, I guess, pistols and SMGs in this one. The goal going to be, I guess, to keep doing damage and in the next round get a stronger buy than they would have into this one. They'll get the op, etc. They'll get all the rifles and utility. So I can understand where they're coming from on this one. Let's see though, can they maybe even find a bomb plant again, get a good few kills in this round and keep the economy low of G2? Is the question. But look at this, it looks like a very quick A play is going to come in. Lucky and Kenny, I believe, on the op going to be there to try and hold it down. Finding actually the 2 opening kills indeed. Kenny continues to find frags as well before eventually Maka returns 1. But it doesn't matter because Kenny's just too quick on the op right now. Jinx last man standing, that didn't last long as he is put down on the ground by body. 11-10, 1 in the difference. But as I said, 3D Max, this is where now they get the full buy. They'll have everything they want. They should pull the op out. Although, I don't think they're going to go for it. No, they're happy enough with the rifles, it seems. Maka was a bit low on money, so he would have had to have gone glass cannon. And I think the only other people who could buy it were Jinx and Haji. And I guess decided not to in order to get utility instead. One round between them right now. Very close in this series in map number 3. Oh, it's Jax. Nade on top of the spam. Enough to actually find that opening kill on David through the smoke. Didn't even have to see him. Start this one off. G2 looking good. 1 minute and 15 seconds still, at least for 3D Max, so they aren't in too much of a rush about where to commit. But it looks like they do have an idea about what they want to go for. Grouping towards A. Devil and Door, the rest of them seemingly towards A main, going to be where they try and come from. But Devil actually just throwing the molly out, maybe wrapping back around. They could, if they wanted, still bring it around towards B, but they don't have any control in B main. They don't know if anyone could be aggressive, so I feel like at this point A is pretty much their only option, and you can see they do indeed realize that beginning to commence this execution. The Molotov's going forward, smokes as well. 3 players for them to try and actually deal with. Will they be able to do so? There we go. Haji gets the opening. 4v4. Bomb should be planted quite easily. There is some utility in play, such as nades, but not going to be thrown out quite yet, so bomb goes down. Retake now going to be a hand, and oh, that boosting towards quad. Again, absolutely destroyed by a nade. It's going to make things a little more difficult, but let's see. Devil needed to find that kill off of the boost. Now it gets tough. Maka realizing he has to force the issue. Actually finds 2 quick headshots. Suddenly, Body and Lucky are left alone to try and actually do this. As you can see, the AUG finds 1 from Lucky, but that's all he's allowed. It's all on Body now. The smoke perhaps actually gets bypassed. Good work from Jinx right there, able to come out through the smoke as he hears the footsteps of Body. And with that 3D Max, they managed to make it work. A good recovery from a round that was looking good for G2. 3D Max for now do manage to retain that lead and bring it up 12-10. Devil finds that opening kill. Thought she was taking a quick sip of water. Body gets taken down. A little bit unfortunate the smoke didn't bloom quick enough for him. The the opening kill to be found by 3D Max. Of course, G2, they still had money to reinvest. They still will after this round, but the problem is it looks like this one's going in favor of 3D Max. They are about to take it up towards 13 on the scoreboard already. This gets awkward. David may be able to stop any weapons from being saved as well. Mach 10, easy kill being found onto Jax, although he will be traded back. So Shox and Kenny, a chance for them to fall away. When I say them, maybe just Shox, because Kenny actually is in towards the spawn currently. He's going to have a tough job trying to get away from her. There's one. Smoke goes down. He's very low on health as well. 3D Max, I don't know if they want to try and hunt this, though. You can see they are actually just going to happily exit through B main. And there we go. Actually, a pause being called. G2 realizing this is a tough spot now. They invest pretty much everything they have left in the bank to actually get the buyout into this one. So, wanting to call in the pause, realizing how crucial this round is. Maybe going to try and change things up. Up in the hands of Lucky. Kenny should get one as well. Yeah, actually is going to be tossed it over by Body. And with that, the full buy easily coming out. Scopes across the board. 2 ops, 3 OGs. This is 2019 CS buys. There we go. Such a crucial round, as we said. G2 losing this gun round means likely they probably look at an eco, although they do have some loss bonus built up and a bit of money in the bank, so maybe they could scrape it out, but it wouldn't be ideal. 3D Max claiming this puts them in the perfect position to try and close out map number 3 in this series and knock G2 down to the lower bracket and take themselves onto what I believe is the upper bracket finals. So let's see, 3D Max going quickly in this round, going to be immediately approaching A. Kenny gets blinded, trying to look away from the flash and gets taken down. And as we can see, the trades do go in favor of 3D Max for now. A man advantage as the bomb will be planted. And a retake at hand for the CTs, and it's not going well. Already being picked off. Shox gets one, but that's all he's allowed. As we did see David instantly come in with a trade. Lucky at this point, running away to save the op. That's all he can do. It is indeed going to be a 14th round for 3D Max as this begins to slip away from G2. I think he should be able to save at least. I don't believe anyone is going to try and hunt them down, and yeah, as you can see, happy enough to stick around towards A main. 3D Max. Can the caster even see the chat? Yeah, I can. I can indeed. I have it on my second monitor. Another pause coming in. G2 actually are able to get a pretty solid buy overall. The real weaknesses, I suppose, being, of course, Body and Lucky, sadly put down onto FAMAS's, but it's not terrible. Shox, get Kevlar. Yeah, there we go. Eventually does some utility as he runs out of spawn. Those buy binds coming in handy. And this time I mean it. This is potentially the last buy round for G2. Lose this one, they're on a pretty weak investment in the next round. Maybe some limited rifles. And 3D Max down at that point, they're looking likely to close this one out. Go execute towards A by one player, I believe it is, trying to sell that fake. I think actually Devil helping as well, throwing a smoke over, and you can see how effective it's actually being. Currently only one player on B, but even then 3D Max, I don't know where they actually are going to try and commit. Push towards A, push on mid, just trying to, I guess, find kills wherever they can. And And that is really big from Devil. Not only finds one kill, but follows it up with a bit more damage on the body. Apologies, my voice slightly giving up. Look at this from Kenny, though. Aggressive position. Can be dangerous, but with the smoke down on B main for now, he is pretty safe indeed. And actually, 3D Max decide to fall back off of this. Knowing they have 50 seconds remaining, they aren't in too much of a rush to commit, so they were not really too happy about committing towards B. I've changed their plan, and it looks like A again is going to be their main target. Here we go. Lucky going to be ready to hold this down. He's currently in towards NBK, I believe. Body back towards Truck on very low health with a FAMAS. Definitely not the ideal weapon. So this is going to be tough. Body already gone. Devil finds a quick headshot onto Lucky. And there you have it. A 4-on-2 with the bomb being planted. Kenny and Jax just run away again. Save is all they can do. There's very little chance they pull off this 2v4. Maybe if they got a kill quickly, since we can see there is 2 players low, they would have had a chance, but not bothering to leave B, probably the better decision. Gives them an M4 and then up in the next round. I'm actually not too sure about what loss bonus they're working with, but I think it's, if I remember correctly, $2,900 in this next round. So if that's the case, Kenny can drop over a rifle. Shocks can buy for himself. Body gonna get a weaker weapon, as will Lucky. So yeah, well, it won't be too bad. As I said though, Kenny has been able to drop over a rifle, means they should have, in theory, four rifles, including the op. Yeah, let's see. Shock's gonna buy for himself, as I said. Kenny probably drop an M4 or an AUG over. And Jax could drop a FAMAS actually as well. So in theory, no one should have too weak of an investment. But let's see how they're gonna spread the love. Yeah, okay, it's decent. Body gets an MP9 instead. Comes with some utility, the AUG, M4s, and an op. Definitely an opportunity in this round for G2 to try and keep themselves alive. Let's see, that nade, some good damage. CT players up close on mid, the spam coming through on the body as well. As early on into this round, damage does go in favor of 3D Max. Oh, that's dangerous from Lucky. He doesn't want to peek into the top of Macazin. And ensures he doesn't by putting down a smoke. So well played. Dangerous there. Hadji actually, I believe, slightly tagging Jinx up. Did, of course, stop that aggression from being too effective from G2, but they found some damage with it, so it's not too bad. Still a 5-on-5 with just a minute now remaining, so pretty much need to come to a decision soon enough about where they're going to take this. And again, it does seem like maybe A is going to be where they look to try and go towards. But right now, a good setup from G2. They have 3 players. They have Lucky, Shocks, and Kenny S ready to try and hold it down. They've been 3 of the top performers overall for G2. And let's see if it's going to be successful. Utility-wise, it is just a couple of flashes to try and delay this push. No op currently on this side of the map, but there we go. Kenny going to be able to find one. Trade comes back in from Mackett. Push from the T's. Will it be successful is the question. Oh, Mackett with a smoke actually comes in. And currently takes himself a quick triple kill, leaving only Body and Jax now to try and save the day here on map 3. G2 Esports looking like they will indeed be sent down to that lower bracket, unless Body and Jax can pull off a bit of a miracle. There is a defuse kit in play at least, but there we go already. Body's gone. Only Jax remains towards Car. 4 players to try and find. I doubt this is going to happen. Sure, he gets 1 and a second actually. So maybe we can't count him out too much, but it's going to be tough. You can see Devil in a main. David up close on the bomb site. I think he's actually creeping around already. This should be an easy kill for him. And there you have it. Finished off. 3D Max are going to actually knock G2 down to that lower bracket by taking a 2-1 victory in this best of 3 series. And that was definitely a great matchup. Some close maps, some intense ones indeed. But that is the end of the second series of the night. I believe next we do have the lower bracket match coming up between, if I remember correctly, Valiance and Forza. It's actually already started, so I think we're just going to hop straight into that one because, of course, this one was heavily delayed. So we'll go ahead and get live with that one, guys. I'll send it to a quick break, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes, about a minute or two, just as I hop over onto that GoTV.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know,
mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. 'Cause I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
Rocky.
You and me are born of regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible.
Think she can't get a last-second clutch? Watch this. Think he can't carry his team while streaming in high resolution? All the while recording a once-in-a-lifetime win? Watch this. Think leveling up only happens in-game? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, they'll rise to every challenge. Now it's your turn. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
Back to you.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I will stay till the finish line. I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
aquí.
You and me are born of regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible.
Alright boys, we are ready to get going with the second map of the Forza vs Valiant series. And it was, of course, Valiant taking victory back on map number 1. Of course, we didn't cover that here on this stream. I think there was probably some other streams in different languages you could have watched it on. But, of course, we did finish that G2 versus 3D Max game quite late. So, sadly, a little bit late hopping into this series, but there could still be plenty of action to go. Valiant with the win back on map number 1. But, of course, now Forza coming onto Inferno. This is their map choice. Will they be able to pull it back? Could we potentially see a 3-map series is the question. Look at that early on. The nade's going up mid. Don't do all that much damage onto Otto in all honesty, but it does at least stop him from being able to take that peak early on. And now Forza favoring towards B. You can see this is going to be where they try and take this execute a smoke, or at least a couple of smokes rather. And a couple of flashes as well. Apologies. There we go. Ready to push forward now. 3 players actually on this side of the map already for Valiant. They're able to hold it down is the question. Hunter finds one. Esperando as well, I believe, spamming into the smoke, able to actually do the same. It is for now a man advantage. Does that last very long is the question. Bomb being planted. put in by these Glocks, yet to find the frag, sadly. But they are slowly weakening up a couple of their opponents. And as you can see, Almazar actually does have a USP. This can be good for them ranged battles against the CT players. Let's see, pushing in now. Oh, actually going to open things up. Does take one quickly towards Quad. Jerry and Facecrack, though, able to find one each and actually shutting down that push in through CT. The crossfire is just too much for Valiance to handle. And they do end up going down. Forza coming out on top of the opening pistol round here on Inferno. As we should see Valiance now just going ahead and taking an eco into this round, most likely. Yeah, forced by from Valiance. It's again what I said earlier on when G2 were playing Inferno. When you're on the CT side, if you take the eco, you can buy into round 3, but it doesn't give you too much utility around the weapons unless you're willing to go for weaker guns. So sometimes the force buy is worth it. They go for a scout and some pistols, see if they can maybe come out on top of this force buy. If not, they'll have a good buy into round number 4 either way. But here we go, a trade 1-for-1 coming in initially. Flit taking a lot of damage. Does want to be careful and not keep fighting this. But this Esperanto, they don't check the pig. He's able to find one kill quickly with the Deagle. Eventually gets taken down, but as you can see, damage has been done. And I don't think they have any idea that Letny is still on the bomb site. Able to find one and a single body shot. All he needs to finish off Almazar. And there it is. Valiant's actually going to make it work with the force buy. 3 from Letny. And some free rifles to be found as well. Quick question. I know his name used to be Intel, but he's officially been going with Letny for a very long time now, so I presume that's what you just call him. For that's a question for any Valiant fans. Anyone who may be kind of familiar with it. Last time I actually casted him was a long time ago, so I don't remember when. Probably over a year ago. Here we go. Smackdowns to play, rather. Some CZs as well. Oh, hang on, this is falling apart. Forza, they find 3 opening kills on B. And it looks like they're going to return it with a force buy of their own. Damage through the smoke, a kill from Almazar. Not even needing the vision, he uses the tracers instead to pinpoint the position. Someone only Otto who remains. He gets 1, but that's it. Finished off. Forza, they return it with a force buy of their own within seconds. And that was a very quick round right there. Very difficult indeed now. Valiant's going to be going again for a force buy. But can they manage to bring it back is the question. Forza this time, will they approach things a little bit more cautiously perhaps? Try not to let it slip away this time around. It's early on. They're just going to go with 5 towards B. Might be a little bit of a quicker paced round. Esperanto on the Deagle, we know he can definitely be a dangerous person with this in his hands. But not this round apparently. Opening kill came in on Nexa. Esperanto follows to the graveyard shortly afterwards. And with that, it is indeed going to be just the bomb plant coming in. And players are going to go for a save. Definitely worthwhile. They're not going to have much in this next round. Save enough of mass and some pistols with Kevlar. Definitely worthwhile. Ooh, that's an AK. I believe that's an AK anyway. Oh, it's actually a Galil, so not too big of a find. And even then, it's not going to be allowed to be picked up. Flip. Gets one on the Mac 10. Trying to build up some money. Eventually falls, so I think it's at least doing some decent damage. Bringing it down to, at this point, only 2 surviving. That is how it's going to end with Jerry finding the final frag. 3-1 for Forza early on. And of course, this is a crucial map for Forza. Their map choice, they lost the opening one Mirage, 1915, I believe, the Valiants. So Forza, they need to take the victory here if they want to take it onto a 3rd map and have a chance to win this series. Needed, of course, that 3rd map will be trained, so it'll definitely be an interesting matchup between these two. Train being actually a map that both teams are pretty comfortable on, but Valiants do tend to play it a bit more often. But still, I would imagine be a pretty close game. All towards apartments. Letny gets a Zeus kill right there. Takes down Facecrack. I don't think it's going to do too much around, but again, some damage being found. This is worthwhile. Valiant, they're getting a few kills out of this, dropping some weapons. But you can see the round's still going to go in favor of Forza on that D side. 4-1 to start things off. Definitely a nice start for them, being on the T side. You like the name Intel better, so you'll remember him by that. Yeah, I think I like Intel more too. Plus they sponsor this tournament. Intel Extreme Masters, you know? Be repping Intel while playing. But yeah, look at this. Buy again from Valiant's now going to be coming in. This is their first proper full gun round. It looks like it's going to be a very quick play from Forza. Keeping that Mach 10 in the hands of XSE Power. It's going to be 5-on-5 still. The bomb actually getting planted due to those smokes going off the vision. Eventually though, some kills do come in, and once things kick off, it gets spicy indeed. Trades coming back and forward, and I was gonna say favouring Forza, but it wasn't the case right there, until at least we do see XSE Power again stepping it up. He's on the op now, finds a quick kill, and with that you can see the remaining players for Valiant, they are just gonna run away. Now the Fuse getting their possession, a retake would have been very difficult, so just trying to go ahead and save the two M4s. Brando gets one. That should ensure he carries his M4 over at least. Hunter I don't think is going to be reached on time, although actually could be. Gets to kill himself, so never mind. Auto Director wanting to watch a dead body, but Hunter did at least ensure that the M4 was carried over. And they probably will buy around this, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh no, hang on, Esperanto's gone for utility. If Esperanto didn't get utility, Hunter could have dropped a rifle, Esperanto could have dropped one, and they probably could have got a decent buy, but instead now just pistols and Kevlar coming in. The two M4s, or the two rifles that were saved, of course. And a good chance here for Forza to likely find a 6-1 lead. Forza are enjoying this quick pace right now, that has to be said. Favouring on towards B at the moment. Creeping through the CT, Smoke finds a quick kill. Nexa, only able to find one sadly. Bit of damage followed up, but CT kills again. Going towards the T side. XSE Power doing a good job on the op so far. Going through the smoke bombs, they're actually catching Letney rotating through. That's the last one as well. As it is indeed 6-1. A buy going to come out now from Valiant, but they need to start picking up some rounds. XS Power. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. His name confused me a lot at first, just because they don't have like a space between Forza and their actual names. So I was really confused. I was like, does he have an E in his name at the start? And I was like, no, that's part of Forza. You know, when you're looking at things quickly, sometimes you don't notice. But yeah, as I said, Valiant, now they come onto the buy. They actually come in with a double op setup into this one. And this is a gun round that they need to make work. Otherwise, Forza likely going to be putting themselves in a really great position. A spectacular T side, and there we go already. Almazar opens it up. Esperanto taken down. And the B-bomb side going to be pretty much up for the taking. He's going to be next to hold it down, and he's going to be instantly dropped. Almazar too quick on the AK right now. Continuing on with a spectacular performance so far, sitting at 10-5. And again, nothing Valiant can do. This is already, and again, going to have to be just a save coming in. Forza just being so dominant right now that there's never really an opportunity for Valiant to even go for these retakes. And you can see at this point, Forza haven't built up so much money. They want to try and hunt all these weapons down. They don't want to allow for Valiants to carry these into the next round. They want to make sure that buy is as weak as it can be. Doing a good job so far. Almazar and Face Crack taking some heads. One player on the bomb side being Letney, and although he finds one, not really worthwhile. No weapons to be carried over from Valiants now, as it is going to be likely just some pistols, maybe Kevlar again. Spend the excess cash. They have full loss bonus, so they will get $3,400 in the next round. But yeah, as I said, just pistols coming out seemingly, and a tactical pause, you would imagine, being called for Valiants. I don't have the info about what exactly the pause is, but at this point it must be tactical. And even then, I think this is probably a bit too late. I would have called the tactical pause before that previous buy round. Pause has been removed, and we are going to be getting back into the action. As I said, pistols and Kevlar. There is one slight change up from Letney as he does go for a Nova shotgun. Can he find anything with it, though, is the question. Starting things off. Excess Power just going to be holding it over towards Banana, waiting to see if he could catch that aggression, but not able to do so. Esperanto will actually push down. Having one player down close on Banana, playing up in a position where he can find info means, of course, they can take a gamble. They stack 4 players towards A. As far as they do take their time in this one, and they can be cautious, having a much stronger buy. They do still have a Molotov that they could put in towards that position, and I was going to say, probably will be. It looked like it was about to be thrown down, but wasn't needed. Esperanto went for a peek, and the up shut him down. 1 kill from Otto with Boiler, but quick trade comes in, and now it's only 1 player on A to try and defend. Letney with that shotgun up on top of the balcony. 4 players all coming in his direction, and he will be taken down pretty swiftly. That's the A bomb site now, going under the control of Forza. The bomb will be planted. And next, I guess, trying to see if they can maybe get a kill or two, but not looking too likely. Actually, now only Nexa that does remain. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to save the Kevlar. Not too big of a deal since he can buy next round anyway, but there we go. Gets 1 kill on Jerry. At this point, economy, not too big of a deal since Forza just have so much money. Excess Power has 16,000 going into this round until he rebuys that bit of utility that he was lacking. So it's going to have to be a flawless play now from Valiance from this point forward. Pick up this round ideally. And keep going and bring it up towards 7 would be, of course, the best case scenario right now. But let's see, 1 op comes out surprisingly. It's actually not an Esperanto. Otto going to take that into play instead. And so over towards long, I believe, I guess, based on the positions. Oh, nice nade. Jerry taking a lot of damage. This is a better start right now for Valiance. Bit of HP going in their favor early on, but no, Excess Power is just so quick on the op right now. Continues to find the frags. Otto taken down on long. Again, a man advantage comes in to start the round off for Forza. As Valiance, what do they look to try and do now? Taking a bit of a gamble. They've left the B bomb site. Will that be the correct decision is the question, and perhaps it could actually. At least if they do manage to drop that bomb, because it was looking like Forza were considering rapid interaction, but never mind, they're going back. That's the bomb going to be dropped by Hunter. The flash is perfect. They're going to have to go back and retrieve that now. Spend some time doing so. But as they spot a player on long now, going to begin to sprint it back over towards B. Valiance, of course, being aware of this, beginning to rotate themselves. Will they make it in time, though, is the question. There is a smoke, I believe, to be put down, and there you go. Looking to try and stop the CTs from rotating in, although Nexa doesn't care. He's going to go straight through with a flash from himself and his teammate. Gives himself an opportunity. Can he find any kills, though? Gets 1. Actually comes in with a second. And suddenly it's all on face crack. Low HP, a 1v4, which has now become a 1v2. And already finding the bomb plant. That's all he's able to get done, but overall, that's good. Able to actually pull in some more damage from a position that was looking very poor for Forza. Able to bring it down to only 2 players surviving on the Valiant side, so that's good. As I said, they have plenty of money, so they can buy easily into this round and for the foreseeable future as well. So they're not going to worry anytime soon. And of course, now they have a chance to try and reset and break that economy completely over on the Valiant side. There we go, back on the buy for Valiance. Being able to win that previous round, as I said, is only really the start of things for them on that CT side if they want to make this a recovery. Hunter pushing up through Boiler, spots out a couple of players and gets 1. Elsewhere we actually did see the op chime in as well for Otto, so suddenly brought into a 5-on-3. Looking good again for Valiance. Maybe this is going to be their 2nd round in a row. But let's see, they want to take it cleanly as well. Push beginning towards middle, and speaking of cleanly, that's exactly how they're going to be able to actually do it, because it's only Excess Power who remains. As long as they don't make mistakes and give him a bunch of kills, then they should be them building up some money to at least bolster up the bank somewhat. Up there with the final kill. Valiant's find a 3rd round, but of course 8 rounds already on the T side is great for Forza. Good T-side no matter what. If Valiants can bring it up to 7, they'll be somewhat happy. It'll be a good recovery in the terms of the context, rather. Let's see. Pause coming in this time, presumably by Forza, as they want to try and put a stop to Valiants before they can really build back into this. As I said again, they are going to be able to buy. They'll have a buy into the next round also before they do finally begin to run low on money. There we go, the pause already being removed. Getting right back into the action. Excess power still on the Oppie. Is going to be up against Esperanto and also Otto, who has one as well. So the plan is early on for Forza. So far, just a bit of a default coming in. 3 players on Banana. Ooh, bad for Esperanto. Peeks out, showed his shoulder to the off-rider. Although Nexa gets one trade, he will also be returned on pretty quickly. Face crack creeping down Boiler. Also able to find one on Otto. So pretty quickly this round right now is actually beginning to fall apart. How does Hunter not get spotted in this position? Able to find 2. Eventually falls, leaving of course only Letney. But this is strange. Forza are so split up right now. Face crack over on A. Bomb going to be planted on B by Flit. If he goes down, Letney can actually just straight up defuse this. So this could get dangerous. Face crack needs to make his way back around quickly. Beginning to move in now. Letney, time definitely still could work for him if he gets this kill quickly and just jumps on the bomb. Probably not going to know the other players on it. That's the main issue. And either way, Flit is able to deal with it on his own. Takes it down, a 9th round found for Forza. Everything past this point is a bonus. Valiants, of course, lived with 5 in that previous round at least, so able to get a buy again. This is it. Next, they're going to be on an MP9. I don't know if they have an op. Let's see. Yeah, Otto does actually have an op on the ground, so it's a decent buy. But Valiants need to pick this one up, otherwise they're likely going to be getting reset. And at that point, it puts Forza in a good position to pick up 12-3, perhaps, at the half-time. Otto in a good position. Spots the back. That's a free kill. Face crack goes down. It's his back that was cracked, though. Banana going to give Nexa a good opportunity on the MP9. Esperanto did fall, but good work. The trades do, of course, continue to go in favor of Valiants. And Hunter finding another one. Rather, it does leave only excess power. 1-on-3. Gets the no-scope to start things off. Actually does have a minute and 10 seconds still remaining, so this is doable. Player in CT, one coming through Banana down towards the bottom at the moment. The bomb being stuck. This should be Otto with a free kill. There you go. Creeping through with the USP in hands. A fort for Valiants. Forza, again, will be able to buy with some weapons being dropped over. But slowly but surely, Valiant's getting some rounds on this CT side. If they can bring it up to 6, pick up the second pistol round, suddenly they're right back into this game. Look how Valiants are getting. Look how aggressive Valiants are getting rather on Banana. Hunter running straight down alongside. I believe that is Esperanto. Going to go through the smoke as well. No one watching it. This is really bad for Forza right now. I believe excess power has been spotted on mid. Face crack finds 1, but look at this. Hunter taking his time, coming in from behind. A big play perhaps to be made. There we go. Gets 1. Turns around and doubles down. Almost a hat trick, but the dink isn't quite enough. And suddenly it's gone back in favor. Oh, Forza yet again. A 2v1 after those trades come in. Letney being left alone now on A as the bomb seemingly to be brought up through Banana and over towards B. There we go. It should be planted quite easily. Almazar needs to be a little bit more cautious of that flank, of course. If he isn't within the next couple of seconds, Letney could find this kill. Oh, spotted the leg. There we go. Brings it down to the 1v1. This is actually winnable now. Flitting towards Dark. Knows where the bomb is planted. He couldn't have moved too far, but actually does catch the timing perfectly. The damage initially, and follows it up with a spray to finish Letney off. A 10th for Forza being brought in. It was close, but that's not too big of a deal at this point. They find the round. and already reached double digits. 10 on the T side, potentially 11. As of course the buy into this one not going to be great from Valiance. And actually we are missing a player. Esperanto, I believe, gone off the server, so hopefully he's not having any issues that'll take too long to resolve. Reminder, guys, Valiance did, of course, pick up the victory back on map number 1, 19-15. With Forza leading 10-4 right now, it does look likely that we could see a third map being required. Again, if we do go to that third map, it will be Train, which both of these teams are pretty competent on, but in terms of how many times it's been played, Valiance, they have got a lot more experience, I guess, on Train over the past 3 months. Valiance, obviously, of course, having roster changes somewhat recently. There we go. Esperanto has returned, and we should be just about ready to get back into things. An M4 of FAMAS and 3 Deagles. That's all that Valiance actually have to work with in this round to try and find themselves a 5th. Thank you, Bismuth, bro. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Here we go, though. Back into things. As I said, of course, only the 2 rifles for Valiance in this round, not being really ideal. Bit of a stack towards B early on as well. Does look like it might not work out. Forza early on, creeping up through mid. Oh, I was going to say they may not be spotted and could maybe just wrap around long, but I believe Otto did see one coming out mid at least. That means it's going to be a bit of a rotation, you would imagine. But actually, no. Valiance for now not going to be bringing anyone around. Eventually sending, I believe, Esperanto. Taking their time. Forza, if they begin to push forward now, they only have these 2 players to try and deal with. As you can see, able to do so pretty much instantaneously. That means the bomb will be planted. 3-on-5 retake without a defuse kit is going to have to be the situation for Valiance, and I do not expect that to happen. 11-4 seemingly going to be the scoreline as Hunter falls. And Forza coming in with a great performance here on Inferno, showing us why they chose this map. Casting alone is so boring. I don't know if you mean for like the viewers or from the solo casting point of view, but I'd say both ways I would agree in comparison to a duo cast. Sadly, I don't have a duo partner right now. One of my duo partners is currently in Malta. Another one busy doing some other things, so I will just have to stick to it alone for now, rather. Although tomorrow I may have another caster called Dinko joining me, so hopefully tomorrow there will be 2 of us covering the action. Here we go, though. Second pistol round going live. This, of course, being a super crucial round for Valiance to pick up. If they don't, Forza likely going to just run away with the rest of Inferno and take it on towards Train to decide things. Well, let's see. Almazar, nice little angle here, holding with the USP. Did have his teammate with a flash ready as well to stop anyone from being able to hunt him down after he takes that initial shot. And looks like Valiant's actually just going to go for a pretty quick B commitment. Forza now beginning to rotate, but let's see. Can the 2 players on this bomb site hold it down for at least a few seconds is the question. Almazar finds one. The spam in through the smoke. XSC Power actually does manage to take down Otto. Putting it into a favourable position for Forza in terms of the manpower. A 4-on-3. Bomb is going to be planted though, and we know how dangerous these Glocks can be up close, but it's not working out very well for them. All on Hunter now. A 1v4. Finds 3, but that's all he's allowed. So close. Jerry not even having Kevlar. If he got the headshot, perhaps that would have been it. But sadly, it didn't work out, and that is Forza to find a 12th round. Great try from Hunter, but in the end, it just was not enough. Force buy comes in, though, from Valiance. Some rifles in play. If they can make this one work, they get a lifeline. If not, likely they have to take an eco, and then Forza will be leading at that point 14-4 before we see the rifles come out again. Oh, and the aggression this time from Forza, trying to swap things up. It doesn't work out too well. I guess they would have been expecting an eco to come in, but it's always possible that the D-side, after losing that pistol, is going to force up, drop a couple of AKs over. And Forza, you can see, just not expecting that at all. End up paying the price for it. Valiant's all over the place right now. They have 2 players in CT spawn. They have control of A if they want it. And I think they're going to realize that now. So this just kind of stops the 2 remaining Forza players from even being able to rotate if they wanted. Jerry actually lines them up. 2 quick kills to be found. If Almazar can find this kill when he comes down Banana on towards, I believe that's Letney, who's only 9 HP, then perhaps there's a chance in the 2v2. But as you can see, the timing not being the best. Almazar, if he ran, maybe he'd get a chance to catch the back. Oh, he actually still may be able to find this, I believe. 1 bullet, all he needs. He doesn't know he's low. That's the problem. Oh, no. Yeah, not much he can do anyway. It would have been nice, I guess, to do that bit of extra damage, which he still has a chance to do. But at this point, of course, they're not trying to go for the retake. Jerry hasn't bothered to leave that B-bomb site. And the goal for Letney there just being to see if he can get a few kills out of this. Does also want to save his own weapon, and as you can see, there's a rifle, an AK for him to potentially pick up in a couple of seconds. If he can stay alive, of course. There you go, he gets another kill. So much damage being caused. Why didn't Almazar go for that AK? He saw it on the steps. I'm a little confused. Maybe it got blown away. Or maybe he just didn't notice it. Who knows? Go. Forza surprisingly actually going in with a force buy into this round. Will it work out is the question. Ecstasy power already being taken out. Valiance. Nice find right there, being able to actually find that one. As it is now a 3, I was going to say. Hang on, Almazar on this P90 again. Finds 2 kills. That's actually the bomb dropped in towards Arch. And as you can see, they don't know Face Crack is still towards Pit. He's able to find 1 before he goes down. A little bit shaky, but he found it eventually. Almazar ready with the AK as well. Shuts down Nexa. And Forza, they've done it. They've come in with the force buy and got an instant reset. That is very bad for Valiance, of course. Put into a tough position now. The reset comes in. Forced onto the full investment, as you can see. As this round... If this round doesn't go in favor of Valiance, rather, we probably will see Forza bringing it up to map point, yeah. Of course, I was going to say Series Point, but I forgot this is only the 2nd map, of course. Train to come up next if needed, which at this point is looking likely. Valiant's taking that first map. Forza up 13-5 right now. As Valiants are taking this quite slowly. We're now going to be just grouped up on Banana. 4 players in this position. Jerry, nice opening kill being found. Hunter taken down already. Esperanto able to pick up the Galil at least, but with a minute left now and already a man advantage for Forza with the heavy advantage in terms of the weaponry as well. It just does not look good for Valiants here on the 2nd map. Letney actually trying to creep forward to B. Nexa finds 1. Otto as well going to be able to take down excess power. And this is beginning to unravel now. Letney, here's the footsteps, going to emerge from the smoke and find a free kill indeed. That opens up B. As you can see, the bomb now, because of that, going to be making its way back. 1 kill comes in from Jerry, and he realizes, oh no, we've left B open. They've probably gone back. They realize that is the case as Face Crack tries to flank. Not going to catch the bomb in time, though. Let's see, can Jerry actually get anything done? Because he has vision still. Able to spot one player. Sees the bomb as well crossing over. There's pretty much everyone right now low on HP. And there we go. The bomb plant being denied. Face crack on the flank. He steps it up. That pretty much wins them the round. Strange for Jerry to push. It's not really needed, but it doesn't matter. Time runs out, and you can even see Letney taken down after time, meaning he does not get any loss bonus. $600 into the bank coming into this round. So what is the plan now for Valiance? Do they buy up or do they eco and try and play for overtime? And it looks like the buy is going to be what they go for. Somewhat understandable at this point, you would say. Ooh, good nade. No, actually not that strong. Surprisingly, I thought it was going to do a bit more damage on the auto, but only brings him to 95. Not too impactful, not too substantial. ESL press tab and you can see right next to the player's name. What do you mean? See what next to their name. There we go though. Face crack able to actually, or rather does get taken down. It was Nexu who was able to open things up, so a good start into this one. Valiance, can they keep it up though? Can they find the round win? It's one that they definitely need. As you can see, Forza again, a nice flash goes in. Almas are able to keep it equal by bringing it to a 3v3. But Hunter, nice shots on the CZ. That's going to open up B. That's going to give them a bomb plant. And with the economy actually being low for Forza, I think they probably just will go ahead and save this. You can see Flit not bothering moving, nor his excess power. An op and a UMP to save, or now an op and an AK. Definitely worthwhile for them to just carry this into the following round. I wasn't looking at the chat for a while, guys, so I don't know why everyone wanted me to look at the scoreboard. I do need to bring it up more often, though. If it's just to see the stats, I do forget to do that a lot of the time. Sorry. Used to just casting, and usually there's a producer who'll do that and bring up scoreboard, etc., do the observing. Right now I am solo cast, solo production. Running it from my bedroom. But yeah, Valiance find a bit of a lifeline by picking up that round. Can they keep it up, though, is the question. Still 8 rounds in the difference. And they're going to have to take 10 in a row to take the victory here in regulation. Cannot afford to lose even one round. Are you talking about Esperanto? Yeah, he had an issue where he disconnected at one point. That's why he is 006. Of course, not finding a kill since he reconnected. Not ideal. But, yeah, let's see. The AK and the op that were saved, of course. Pistols and Kevlar being forced up. There definitely is still a chance in this round for Forza, so Valiance, you can see they are being cautious. They know they're up against some saved weapons. And look at this, Jerry on the Deagle, ready, shuts Esperanto down. As he, at least on the scoreboard, goes James Bond. Again, he did lose his stats when he disconnected. That's an ESEA thing that happens sometimes. There's some talk about wanting to see pings. So everyone pretty much has the same ping. I wouldn't say anyone really having an advantage ping-wise, so that's not an issue. There we go, Valiance grouping towards A. Man, this advantage, at least only 2 on this bomb site currently for them to try and overcome, but it is going to be excess power with the op alongside Face Crack. Face Crack on a Deagle, can he live up to his name is the question. All of the T's grouping up, pushing together, trying to find the trades at least, and they are doing so successfully, but the problem is, since they were already at a position where they had a man disadvantage, even with a 3-for-3 coming in, they are still going to be left with just Nexa now in a 1-on-2. Almazar and Jerry looking to try and put a stop to this before Valiance can I think we should be back, guys. For a few seconds, my internet just kind of died. Apologies, guys. I am currently streaming this from home. Not sure what happened to my internet there. Don't usually have any issues. But everything just went weird. I didn't even disconnect. I could still see the chat. I could still watch the stream. I think my upload just completely destroyed itself. And of course, I was lagging Indigo TV. But right now, this round looking pretty good for Forza. They have managed to actually find themselves a man advantage after the initial trades come in. Again, apologies for those issues. Hunter, though, taken down. Yeah, very easy kill from Flit. And that's looking like it is indeed going to be map point to be found for Forza. Only Nexa remains at this point. And he is, of course, quite heavily tagged up, so one bullet pretty much enough to finish him off at this point. And with the bomb down under the vision of Forza, almost impossible for him to actually try and retrieve it. Taking his time. Nexa does want to go for this, it seems. Valiant will be able to buy into this next round. Although you would see Esperanto being a little bit low on money, so in theory it could be worthwhile for Nexa to try and actually save this AK right now, but I don't know if he's going to be allowed to. That's the problem. Pretty much they know he's trapped on that A-bomb site, so there's not much he can do, and actually gets killed through the smoke by Flit on the op. 15-8. Gonna have to be 7 rounds in a row now for Valiant if they want to take this back and send it into overtime. Hello, Dean. Chat here, last major. Well, if only this was a major. I haven't done a major, so it's what I want to do eventually. Don't think I'm ready for that yet, though. But yeah, right now it looks like map 3 is very, very possible. One more round for Forza to close this one out. May be able to do it here and now, but perhaps Valiant can find a bit of a lifeline. That was, I believe, a bit of a spam there towards Excess Power, dinking him up. Although it wasn't actually too much damage. It is live. It's the IEM Sydney 2019 European Closed Qualifier. A mouthful, indeed. But here we go. Push going to be coming in towards B. Opening kill actually being felled by Almazer. Continue to go in favour of Forza, as it looks like we are probably going to see Train at this point. Will be planted. Bit of damage being found, but nothing really too substantial right there. Oh, Almazer, never mind. He went in with a wallbang of his own on the op and actually did find the kill. Bomb went down, sure, but a 5-on-2. Are they going to be able to hold this down? Is the question. The retake is coming in. As we can see, it's now only Lenny that remains. Finds one, but that's all he's allowed. The defuse is going to be found by Excess Power, and that is a 16-8 here on the second map of the series. As, of course, that means now we are going to be heading on over to Train. It's going to be an interesting one. As I said, a map that both teams are pretty competent and confident on. But yeah, a tough loss right there from Valiant, you do have to say. And I believe also back on Mirage, at one point it was looking like they may have lost it. Kind of had let the lead slip away, so a little bit shaky. Train up next, though, that's going to be an exciting one. Seeing those ops on both sides, of course. Excess Power looked spectacular here on Inferno. Esperanto as well, a very capable opper. And I think as we head on to Train, that's where those players really will shine through. But we are going to go ahead and take a quick break, guys. Hopefully it won't take too long, but again, I don't really know how long it'll take to get into that third map. I just have to wait for the GoTV. I just have to watch the GoTV and wait for the players to ready up. So hopefully that won't be too long. If you're enjoying the stream, of course, make sure to hit that follow button. You can type !caster as well if you're enjoying my casting. And you will find a link to my Twitter, which of course I would appreciate all the follows from you guys, all the support. It means a lot to me. But we will be back soon, guys. We're going to send that on over to a couple of ads.
Think she can't get a last-second clutch? Watch this. Think he can't carry his team while streaming in high resolution? All the while recording a once-in-a-lifetime win? Watch this. Think leveling up only happens in-game? Watch this. On Intel Core i7, they'll rise to every challenge. Now it's your turn. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
smile. Like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Alright, drum roll, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to get into map number 3. As you can see, the knife round is going live. And this is going to decide who gets the choice of sides here on train. And of course, it is a pretty heavily CT-sided map, so both teams wanting that knife win. Only one can get it. And as you can see, it is Valiance that comes out on top. So you'd imagine they're probably going to go ahead and swap over to the CT side to start things off. And I'm excited to see how this one goes, in all honesty. I think we should have a pretty close matchup here between these two on train. And I'm also excited to see the Oppers access power showing what he was capable of back on Inferno, rather. And of course, Esperanto being the primary Opper for Valiance, but also Otto being a very capable player with that weapon as well. Sorry, my voice has given up on me just a little bit. It's been a long day of solo casting. Here we go. The Forza, Jerry and also Flick going to be buying up utility, so a couple of smokes, couple of flashes. And on the CT side, Otto with a defuse kit. Hunter spots the legs coming up and down the ladder. Not really going to be able to actually connect much damage, sadly. Let's see elsewhere, because this P250 from Almazar, it's a little bit of a raid boss. He was, I believe, dropped that over by either Jerry or Flit. Actually, 2 P250s been dropped over, so they have gone for the double raid boss setup. This could be dangerous. Those P250s at range, they have the chance to pick up the quick headshots, of course, which the Glocks do not. And you can see that is why Almazar and Excess Power are leading the charge right now. Letnido over towards B, having pushed up aggressively. A quick headshot comes in. Flick on a fall, and although we do see Facecrack, I believe that is, trying to follow it up for a trade, he isn't successful immediately. This Almazar and Facecrack able to find one each, and suddenly the A bomb site going to be under attack. You see Nexus still alive and Sandwich. Will they be cautious of that is the question, but as we can see, kills elsewhere still continuing to go in their favor. As Nexus spots the back, gonna see if he can maybe find another couple of players. Eventually takes that shot, knowing that he needed to. Otto catches Excess Power in the back line, so suddenly a 2-on-2. They still have a defuse kit, a couple flashes to work with as well, and this is a very doable retake at this point. Facecrack on a single point of HP. He needs to be careful. Almazar on this P250 trying to force the kill, and he is able to do so. Nexa only tapped the bomb. He's not actually sticking it, and because of that, he's trying to find the frags. Gets one. Facecrack's still trying to waste time, doing so successfully. Nexa not currently having the defuse kit. At this point, it's not possible, but it doesn't matter. Facecrack comes in with a headshot. And there it is. Forza picking up the opening pistol round. A nice little spray going down. It's a celebration for Forza. But Valiance, it seems like they are going to go ahead and straight up force into this one. go. Double scout setup. Again, I like to see these scouts with the pistols. The scouts can tag up the damage early on, make it easier for the pistols, or else they can just go ahead and find those double shots they can combine together as well. And that advantage early on. Lightning claiming that. Ooh, the footsteps were definitely heard of Hunter. He knows excess power is around the same position, but as you can see, not able to find it up against the rifle. It is a very difficult battle to win out. So 4-on-4 traded back early on, and it looks like we will see the T side probably favour on towards B. Plenty of time, so they don't really have to make a commitment anytime soon. So what's the plan? Forza taking their time, maybe expecting someone to push forward on B from Valiance. I don't think that's going to happen. Not a risk that's really worthwhile at the moment. Nexa is playing towards, I believe, upper. No, is actually playing down just underneath that position. But here we go. Push coming in. Flit able to find one. Excess power with a quick headshot. And that is indeed the B-bomb site quickly being taken control of. Forza with the bomb plant coming down. And Otto, of course, being forced into just going ahead and saving that scout now. Carrying over the scout at least gives them something in the next round to try and get some damage with. Forza, though, could potentially be carrying on the momentum that we've seen them really build up back on Inferno. And there we go. Forza not actually even trying to hunt them down. They themselves realizing they can't afford to lose those weapons. Wanting to build up as much money as they can early on. Not too bad though. Otto with just the scout being saved over. Shouldn't really see many upgraded pistols coming in either. So the chances for damage in this round, they are there somewhat for Valiance, but it should be Forza's round. They should be bringing it up to a 3-0 start. Best of 3, yeah, this isn't the best of 3, this is the final map. Not sure why the stars aren't there. I'm actually going to go ahead and tell the admins. I'll do that now in a moment because it looks like we could see some action. Towards Banana, a little bit of a fight coming in. Jerry finds one on the UMP long range. Back on, some Deegs in play as well. A chance here for damage to actually be found. A couple kills do come in before eventually Nexa left alone. He will be finished off there indeed. 3-0. Forza come in with a decent enough start, doing so in a clean enough fashion as well. As they do go ahead and get out the rifles onto the two players that did sadly get taken down in that previous round. They keep themselves in a position where they can actually go ahead and buy up in the next round if it's needed. AK for face crack as he decides against using the MP5. So no weaker weapons being carried into this round from Forza. And a crucial round for Valiance to try and pick up early on. Esperanto with the opening kill though. That is a nice find. Face crack falls. As you can see, everyone else on 4 is actually over towards B, so they definitely had a set plan in mind, and that's just about onto this bomb site, but not going well. Nexa, good control on the M4. Finds the triple spray down and locks down B all on his own. And as you can see, excess power now left as the last man standing. Up towards heaven with the op. Not really too much that he can do in all honesty. We'll be able to rebuy in this next round, but a save would be nice. Problem is, with over a minute remaining, how likely is a save actually going to happen? Probably not very at all. As you can see, Esperanto getting aggressive. Excess power is beginning to back off, but is he going to get somewhere safe that he won't be actually hunted down is the question. Valiance can't really afford to hunt him down, I suppose. So if he wants, he probably actually can go ahead and save the op, in all honesty. When did they rework train? I think their train rework at this point was about 3 years ago. Actually, can't remember. It was a good while ago, though. But yeah, excess power. Needs to be careful. There's a player close. Gets the no-scope. And there, now with that, he can actually run away. Save the op over. And by saving the op, he'll probably just drop some AKs. Give one to Jerry, give one to Almazar, most likely. As they do, of course, sit with much lower money than everyone else on the team. There you go, the op is indeed saved over. As I said, a buy easily gonna still come out. And a chance perhaps for Forza to find a reset, but a pretty clean round, only actually losing one player for Valiance. They're able to get out a very solid investment in this one, at least plenty of utility alongside the rifles, etc. But of course, having to reinvest on 3 players means if they lose this, they could be facing a double eco, so quite crucial for them to try and actually chain some rounds together. They cannot afford to get reset. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Hunter, aggressive early on towards Ivy, actually connects a very nice nade, taking 3 players down to a pretty decent position. Fairly substantial damage put in early on for sure. Why did Nexa leave big? Nexa never played for big. I think you're thinking of Nex. Oh, are you that guy who's been trolling for ages? I didn't read your name. Never mind. But there you go. Otto on the up opens things up. Man advantage early on for Valiance, and if they can find this, of course, Forza would be put down to an eco. And off that, you likely would see a 3-3 scoreline. Very slow from Forza. A solo push from Almazar into A main doesn't really work out too well. Let's say 5 on 3. 40 seconds remaining. Bomb now being retrieved by Flit, or at least it should be. Still leaving it for now. It's going to be excess power making his way back to go get it instead. But where are they going to push from? Perhaps just out onto A seems to be the, I guess, goal at this point. Or they maybe could just try and save. That could definitely be a good idea. And yeah, you can see actually Jerry, once he grabs that Krieg, just backs off into the spawn. Valiants are going to find a second round, likely keeping all 5 players alive in the process as well.
Counter-terrorists win.
And Forza, they may as well just buy on the face crack and Almazar at this point. Or at least get pistols and Kevlar or something, maybe keep some money on them. But of course they can't buy on the rest of the players in the next round either way, so investment definitely worthwhile. They keep 600 and 1200. That's decent, gives them some money. If Forza lose this round, though, they do have to go for 1 eco. And then we would see the buy being available. Let's see, of course, with the 2 rifles and an op being saved over, you definitely cannot count them out of this one. Almazar on the dig. Otto and Hunter on Ivy right now pushed aggressively. Actually does take out Hunter. Potentially a second to be found. Otto now kind of trapped in towards this corner. Will the spot be timed correctly is the question. And no, not really. So the reload comes in. He gets the fall back off. Has the assistance from Esperanto. That advantage is going to be going. Is going to be once again rather claimed in favor of Valiance. Continues to actually go that way. Eventually Jerry returned in front, but no idea that Esperanto had pushed up so aggressively. Means he will be taken down, leaving it all onto excess power. Could maybe find a plant. Nexa right now alone on B. I'm close to the ramp. This could definitely catch him off guard potentially. No, excess power somehow found that. Nice shot from Otto though. Snatches him out of mid-air. Auto Director knew that kill was going to happen, so we decided to swap us over. God damn it. And this time around it is just going to be some upgraded pistols. Mac 10 for face crack. We should see Valiance taking themselves the lead here on the final map. Oh, hang on. Face crack. Nice control on the Yogg from Esperanto. Gets the first and eventually does finish off a face crack. Not taking too much damage in the process either. To rack up the frags is the question, and the answer is a definite yes. Be cautious of the flank now. Can he find the ace is the question. There we go. Esperanto finds all 5. And that is the player you want to be finding those aces. That'll build up his confidence massively. We know, of course, Esperanto, definitely one of the stronger players on this Valiant side, alongside Hunter, and I would also say Otto being a very strong player. And even though Nex is the in-game leader, he also is a great player. So really, the entire Valiant side does have a pretty strong core that can definitely find some results in the future. But let's see, Forza back on the buy now. Full investment, everything they could ask for. No, an opening kill from Excess Power, but Nexa does step it up yet again. Finds a nice double spray down, but trades. Flit able to find 2 of his own. Catches the aggression up through Pop Dog. And suddenly a 3-on-2. Forza looking favoured in this round, and as you can see, Nexa on the up could be in trouble towards Ivy. Bomb seemingly going to be taken out onto A eventually, but taking its time for now. I don't think it'll be too big of an issue. One thing they do need to be cautious of is, of course, the chance for Nexa and Esperanto to try and pick off some players. It's actually not the op in the back lines, rather. That was Esperanto with the AUG, and he's now wrapping around. Old Bomb Train in his current position. Will Flit check? This is the question, because the bomb now trying to be planted. This could potentially be stopped by Esperanto, and here we go. Spots out both players. A nice spray down comes in. Valiants again now pull it back in their favour. 2-on-1. Almazar doing his best. An awkward spray eventually gets connected. And now he only needs 1 bullet to finish off Nexa, so this gets dangerous. Bit of utility in play. A Molotov, a flash, a smoke already put down. He's just going to tap the bomb. Hoping that, I guess, bait the peek out into the open. But for now, Almazar not falling for it. Nexa going to tap it again. Looks away for a moment, but the flash comes true. Actually, Almazar gets caught in the smoke, and I think that favors him. That means he does end up surviving. Nexa not sticking it and not able to connect the shot. Will indeed be taken down. As I said, Almazar needed 1 bullet, and he was able to get it done successfully. A 4th round found for Forza, and as you can see, although Valiants will get the buy again, they're going to spend pretty much everything. Weapons having to be dropped over, etc. Esperanto should drop over to Nexa, which indeed he does. Gets a gun for himself. The only weakness really being that MP9. And also the fact the Hunter was knifed in the beginning of the round. That's definitely not ideal, rather. Very aggressive early on. It's not working out for Valiants. Already losing 2 players. The round barely just begun. And it is a 5-on-3. Otto trying to force the issue to try and pull some kills back. Actually will be successful. And Nexa, I believe, over towards B again, but in the frag. But sadly, as he tried to change up position, Flit took the chance rather to make the push and make the play, and he made it happen indeed. B now actually open for the taken, but problem is so is A. Facecrack has realized this. He's taken full control of the A bomb site. I believe just heard Otto scoping towards Ivy. Oh, but he made Nice dropping down. His position rather, definitely going to be known. But you can see they're being careful. Although they did put the smoke down, they take their time to come out of Pop Dog, knowing that the dot stores. Ivy Letney catches Facecrack trying to creep into CT to see if he could wrap around on the up towards Ivy. But here we go, bomb being planted on B. Very open as well, a position that can be played for the ramp, and also by Flit if he comes in through connector, will be able to get that peak. But actually, he's going to wrap around. Wants to try and just work with his teammate on this one, which is understandable. Letney, though. Couple of flashes. Ooh, actually, might just go ahead and just straight up try and hold this. Is he going to be able to find it is the question. Not quite. Excess Power comes in. P250 in hand and gets the headshot. Must have been around the 2nd or less off that defuse. There it is. Forza going ahead and reclaiming the lead. Valiants now being put down to the eco. They're going to have to just take pistols into this round. As we should see Forza pulling it up towards 6 rounds. Already putting them in a pretty decent position. It's all about grinding those rounds out on the T side, rather. 6 being the number, rather, where you will be somewhat happy. I think past that point, good for Forza. But there we go, Hunter. P250 does manage to open things up. Of course, the weapon, they can actually pick it up from, sadly. And it's still just the pistols up against the AKs at long range. They are definitely struggling. Excess Power doesn't even need an AK, nor the op that's on his back. P250 being enough for him in this situation, apparently. There we go, the bomb is indeed gonna be planted. Next at this point. Just gonna go ahead and try and take the save, you would imagine. Only having 1,600 in the bank. I believe getting the full loss bonus of 3,400 after this round. We'll find out in a moment. I actually can't remember. Again, ESCA for some reason does not actually... Oh, my game just froze for a second. What? Hopefully this won't last long. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm not sure when my game froze. I accidentally clicked the Alt-Tab button, but normally it just does that fine and doesn't actually freeze. But yeah, next I believe getting 3,400 in this next round, so let's see. No, actually only getting 2,400, so they're only on a 3-round loss. I remember things wrong. And Nexa does get taken down in the end as well. Trying to steal away a weapon for himself doesn't work out. A buy again for Valiance though. The AUGs again being kind of the favoured weapon. 3 of them in play. Couple of M4s. Big issue is the fuse kit. Early on, some damage down the bush from Nexa, not actually going to work out. Jerry, even while he was blinded up, was able to recover, get his crosshair ready, and still find the frag. Already a 5-on-4 favouring Forza early on, but no longer the case. Amazar getting aggressive on Ivy, doing so on his own, does get taken down. Not really needed when you have a 5-on-4, in all honesty. Unravel right now. Trade's going back and forth, but a lot of damage has been taken by the surviving Forza players. Jerry, of course, extremely low. Face crack around half HP. And the footsteps have been heard. If they try and go pop dog, Esperanto's going to be waiting for them. Oh, but excess power catches the aggression from Letney. This is just ridiculous right now. Both teams trying to make plays. They keep not working out, and they end up just giving away picks. Again, though, Valiance, since they have done so much damage, it's still winnable. Jerry and Face Crack being heavily weakened opponents. So it looks like they will probably bring this towards B. That means Hunter's going to be there to ready to hold this down, and we know he is, of course, a very capable player. Jerry going to be leading the way. Very low HP. Potential for at least 1 kill to be found immediately by Hunter, and there you have it. He gets the first Esperanto on the flank. Does spot out Face Crack and eventually get that kill. And with that now, the bomb being dropped, nothing that excess power can do. His only chance here is saving that op over, and I presume that's what he's going to go ahead and do. Does need to be careful though, doesn't want to drop after the time. Esperanto looking somewhat tempted to maybe peek that, but I don't think it's going to happen. There you have it. And when a round comes in for Valiance, they bring it up to 5. But they are going to have to try and overcome another buy. Excess power can drop a rifle. Flick can drop one as well and buy for himself, so they should have they should have the 4 AKs in the op rather. I don't think they're going to have any weaknesses really in this buy, so a chance for Forza to come in with the reset. But of course they themselves invested pretty much everything into this round, means if Valiants do find this gun round right now, suddenly they're in a position where they probably will go ahead and claim the lead and potentially still get those 9 rounds on the CT side. Oh, but again, excess power opens it up. Very impactful on that op. Not too passive. He likes getting aggressive. He's good at opening it up and finding the advantages early on, but then also knows when to fall back off and not give it away. So, excess power impressing me so far. I have seen him play a few times before and always has done a good job. Forza want to try and get some pressure out A. He's actually only flit right now. That's dangerous. If he went down, suddenly the round would have gone back towards Valiant in a 4-on-4. As you can see, he finds 2 quick kills. Face Crack going to come in with 1 as well. And with that, the A-bomb site instantly falls under the control of Forza. The round, having seemingly just barely begun, is already over. As Nexa again is forced into a save. Double eco onto all 5 players pretty much into this next round. So a forced buy by Valiance, I would say, is pretty likely. Nexa gets 1 kill, but now his position known. I don't know if Forza want to hunt them down. They themselves not having very much money in the bank. Probably do want to try and keep all 4 of these players alive. Go 7-5. Valiance, of course, fully investing into this, as I said, with the double eco coming out for pretty much everyone. The M4 save that gives them some weapons at least. So let's see what can happen. This one up, if not Forza, likely to bring it up towards at least 9. Losing this one forces Valiance onto the eco, of course. And And already, as we see, the opening kill again being claimed by Forza. Jerry just emerges from Pop Dog, takes down Esperanto. As with the round having barely begun, again a 5-on-4. Jerry gets another kill. Hunter peeking in. Pixel angle being held. Does work out in his favor indeed. The kill go towards Forza. One trade so far from Letney. Make that 2. But he is all alone. Can he find any more is the question. Being flanked out. Too much from the handle. Will indeed be taken down. 8-5. And Eco going to have to come in for Valiant. So it should be 9 for Forza. As they look very solid here on the third map. And the third map of the series. And actually the final map of the night here for the European qualifier. We will, of course, be returning tomorrow. It will be myself again. I believe solo casting, but I may have Dinko hop to join me for a few of the games. So you may be familiar with him. But yeah, as I said, the full eco coming in. A couple upgraded P50s. Not much else to be purchased. And already Almazar with 2 opening kills. Got a bit risky. Almost went down and lost the op, but he should be okay as long as he pretty much stays behind his teammates. Although, there's 1 kill. Hunter gets a quick headshot. Shouldn't be able to find the op. Too much of a worry for Forza. They can pick that up themselves and just save it over. There's one from Esperanto though, so a couple of kills coming in. Problem is Esperanto does need to make a round win to be worthwhile. Damage not an issue at this point. 1 round left in the half. Forza they can buy easily. Go. Valiant's back on the bike. Can they find a 6th round? That's the question. The opening pick from Pop Dog. That's become a pretty common play for Forza so far. See, of course, this time being expected. Lightning shuts it down. Next, are going to be able to find a couple of kills up in the B halls. This looks like it could indeed be that 6th round for Valiant. Through the smoke, Almazar gets taken down. Excess power now left all alone. Op in hand for opponents. Although a couple of them are tagged up with the op, of course. It is still going to be difficult trying to segregate these 1v1s. Let's see if it's possible. Damage comes in. Now there's actually 3 players very low on health. Forces Hunter into the open, but it doesn't matter. He gets the headshot. 9-6 at half time. Forza's still going to be really happy. 9 rounds on the T side is great. But Valiant, they had an okay recovery. If they can pick up this pistol round here, then they definitely do have an opportunity to try and fight back into this game. Hopefully we won't be waiting too long to hop into the second half, guys. Just waiting for players to already up. Of course, it has been a long day for all of these players so far. We're getting quite late, of course, coming up on 11 PM here in Iceland. On midnight for the majority of Europe. I believe for Forza it would be actually the Russian players, at least. I think it'd be nearly 1 AM for them. Can Valiants do it though is the question. They did of course pick up that first map with the victory back on Mirage, but losing quite convincingly on Inferno and then their train struggling heavily on the CT side doesn't make you too optimistic about them being able to pull this off. But again, it is CSGO. You never know what can happen if the pistol is picked up by Valiants. Who knows? Maybe they can bring themselves right back into this. Only 3 rounds behind, of course. Here we go though, the pistol commencing and pretty quickly actually action going to come in. You can see Valiant straight down that B ramp. Flip finds 2. But Otto will be able to trade it eventually, so Let's see, can Valiance manage to bring it back in their favor? And that was a crucial one. Hunter needed to find that kill on Face Crack. And without that happening now, you can see all the kills go in favor of Forza. Jerry through the smoke actually going to stop the bomb plant. And that is a 10-6 scoreline now, as Forza continue to build up this lead for themselves. Just the eco right now for Valiance. That's a good find by Letney in fairness. There's an M4 to work with, and a dink towards Almazar right there from Otto. Could get dangerous. Ooh, 50 returns the damage. Very difficult to deal with that double drop down pop dog, especially when you don't have a rifle. Kill by Almazar, so again Forza just finding everything in this round. Almazar actually found 2 as they pushed out Ivy. But it looks like Forza may be able to extend this lead even further. 12-6 looking quite likely at this point. Hunter trying to make it happen, hoping to find something. Does actually take down excess power. Problem is, Letney gets taken down by Flit elsewhere, so does mean Hunter, of course, left alone. 4 health now as he's being tagged up even further. And a very easy target for Almazar on the Krieg. 12-6, Valiant's going to have to go for an eco again, and it should be 13-6 to Forza before we see the guns coming out. For that Valiant side, of course. Oh, opening kill actually coming in from Hunter right there. Not a big weapon to steal. Would have been an MP9. Definitely could have been better, but it's okay. Taking down Jerry early on, getting a man advantage. Still going to be tough for them to turn this into a round win, though, of course. Although, just as I said it, of course, Hunter finds another kill. Excess power pushes aggressive on B. He was the lone defender, so that means it's open for the taken. Luckily enough, for the sake of Forza, they're not going to commit quite yet, though. They are actually going to slow things down. And unfortunately for Forza, as they begun to rotate over towards B, it is actually the aggression being ready. They spot one player towards Ivy. Face Crack takes that kill, living up to his name. But Hunter again with his MP9. Can he find more is the question. Yeah, indeed he can. 7 health and he continues to find the frags. 4v2 now. The remaining players, they're not too sure what's going on at this point. They're going to actually begin to push out of Ivy now. Almazar and the AK brought down low, but they're making the kills happen. Problem is, low HP. Nexa comes in on the Deagle, finishes off Flit and Almazar. And Valiance, they pick up an eco round, one that is very much needed. And you can see now actually it's Forza that have the very weak economy that are going to struggle to invest into this one. Seems like an eco going to be the likely case, just some upgraded pistols so far. Flashes from Valiance, knowing they're up against a weaker buy, not wanting to give the pistols any opportunities. Ooh, but never mind. Excess power is going to create those opportunities for himself. Quick headshot on Esperanto. There is only 4 upgraded Deagles in this round. He gets one, which goes in, able to follow it up with another. And it seems like off the back of that now, Valiance are just going to straight up commit. Excess power still alive though, so maybe he can find some more on the Deagle. There's a second. Sees another coming out of A main being Nexa. And actually does a lot of damage on the Letney as well, so this could still get dangerous. Flit with a Deagle of his own, spots the push from Pop Dog, takes down Hunter. Oh no, it's a 2v2. This is falling apart. Letney very low on health. Nexa with the bomb currently, but he does find a very crucial kill on Flit. And now they have a good idea where excess power is. And Nexa, so quick on the headshot right there. If he went down, the 1v1 with Letney on 3 health could have went either way. So a very important couple of frags to be found from Nexa. But of course, that was an eco from Forza, so good damage being found overall. They'll be happy with that. Now they come out with the buy, including the double op setup. There is a weakness in terms of having the MP9 and also not all the utility they could hope for. But it's a decent enough investment, and there's definitely a chance here for Forza to try and take themselves another round. What the? Hunter's hand was really strange. He kept it out while he was doing the animation. But let's see. Up early on. Says power. Ooh, wallbang headshot into auto. Trying to pre-fire the corner. Worked out perfectly. Esperanto being tagged up as well by that secondary op. Or rather, I guess, yeah, secondary op in the hands of Almazar. I was correct. Looking good indeed right now for Forza. If they find this, the economy hasn't really built up for Valiant, so they'll still be in a really awkward position where the buy won't really be allowed. Esperanto on low health takes the up. Ooh, he comes in quickly. Excess power gets taken down. And maybe this is it. Valiants, they're going to fight back into this round. Esperanto on the up, although he is low health, can still have a lot of impact. We know that he's capable of it. As they slowly work their way forward on Ivy. 40 seconds remaining. At this point, A pretty much has to be the target. And as we can see, I think Forza do have an idea of that. They've rotated over another player to watch the back lines, leaving Flit in a position where he can rotate quickly through connector as well. And there's face crack ready. 3 players now. Smoke goes down, so that should at least allow for Valiants to actually push out. But let's see, face crack going straight through the smoke. Lines up 2. Doesn't notice a player to his right, but eventually gets it. Esperanto not able to connect that shot. And it spirals out of control for Valiants. 13-8 is going to be the score. And Eco going to have to come in from Valiants, as we should see 14 for Forza. And it is indeed the Eco, as I said. Coupled Eagles, a CZ, a P250, and a Glock. Not too much to work with. This should be 14 for Forza quite easily. Creeping forward. The Deagle in his hands currently. Maybe he can work an opening pick towards Ivy. Good damage there. Nice connection from excess power. He can actually find the kill for himself, but as we can see, eventually does. Kills coming in from Jerry as well now on the AK. And it's an easy shutdown. Kevlarless opponents being easy targets for those rifles, of course. 14-8 in Valiants, although they can buy. You see Esperanto being on 3200, not ideal. Everyone else going to get the AKs, I believe, but also not a lot of utility to come into play. When I say AKs, it does also now include the Krieg, so yeah. Oh, actually, Galil as well. Hunter won the sacrifice down. I guess that's worth it for the extra utility, but they need to make this round work right now. Otherwise, it is pretty much over and done with. Forza claiming this puts Valiants on a weak investment in this following round and puts them in a great position for a 16-8. Replay of Esperanto. I kind of wish, because I want to know how he missed that shot, but sadly I'm running this off of just one PC in my bedroom, so don't currently have the capabilities to do replays. Can set it up, I believe, but it'd be kind of difficult to do while casting as well, having to cut out replays, etc. So I don't think I'd really be able to. But yeah, let's see. This round, of course, being perhaps the most important so far for Valiants. Push towards A. Molotov actually doing some damage somehow, but as we can see, they're closing in the distance on the Galil, finds the opening kill. And Esperanto on the Mach 10 actually comes in with 2 of his own, so suddenly this round working out for Valiants. Almazar trying to pull it back, gets 2 with the mass, almost the 3rd. Letting down to 2 HP. If he got that, there was definitely a chance in the retake. But it doesn't matter. Would've, could've. It is actually just Valiants who find the kills and bring it up to a 9th for themselves. But they are going to have to overcome another buy here from Forza, who are going to look to try and get a quick reset. They're able to pull out the op, able to pull out the rifles across the board. And get a decent amount of utility as well to work with, I suppose. It's not amazing, but it's okay. They have a fuse kit on excess power. as this round being pretty important for both sides. Loser of this likely put down to an eco, so Valiant specifically, if they lose this, the game could be potentially over and done with. Here we go, Excess Power opens it up. Aggressive on Ivy. Nexus steps into the crosser and does pay the price for it. Ooh, actually creeps out in the sandwich. Almazar having no idea that that could be the case. Not many eyes on A main apparently for Forza. Also, now the push has come out through Pop Dog. Base Crack's in a good position though. If he can find at least one and then just fall back off, they'll be looking okay. And that's exactly what happens. He gets one. Now they're going to try and pick up the bomb and cross to the site. Excess Power is ready with the up. Gets off the angle for a moment, but he still finds the kill. And now it's all on Hunter. And 1v4. Gets the first kill, but 3 more to go. It's not going to be an easy task. And again, the bomb being dropped now on that bomb site means he has to try and retrieve it and deal with all of these players who are pretty much locked in on his position. Has been spotted. And eventually steps into the ops crosser. Finished off. And it's 15-9. Map and serious point here for Forza. This is, of course, the lower bracket. So Valiant's losing this, I believe, does mean they are eliminated. I'll go ahead and actually just double check for you guys. I believe this is a lower bracket game, if I remember correctly. Been a long day. Yeah, this is the lower bracket round 1, so I believe losing this, of course, does mean elimination for Valiant. So they're going to need to take 6 rounds in a row, take it into overtime, and make the comeback happen. Can they do it is the question. As I said, a week bye coming into what potentially could be the final round of the game. And already, Jerry opens it up. The Og comes in. Letney taken down early on. As a 5-on-4 is how we start things off here, and they just continue to go in their favor. Almazar coming in with some kills on the FAMAS. Eventually going down, but a trade again comes in, so a 4v2. As it's only Esperanto and Hunter now that remain. Esperanto, I believe, actually was spotted right there. Indeed he was by the upper. Excess Power. Not connecting the shots. A little bit dangerous, but doesn't really seem to matter. Hunter now actually all alone. Although he does creep up through Ivy. And get this one on Excess Power. Now everyone is just going to be locked in on his position. Jerry on the Og. Not going to find it quite yet, but as you can see, Flit comes in from behind. There it is. Forza closing it out with a 16-9 scoreline, as they do go ahead and take themselves the 2-1 rather victory here in this best of 3 series. A strong showing indeed, you do have to say. They of course put up a pretty good fight back on Mirage to try and make the comeback happen after having a pretty poor start. In the end that of course wasn't enough, but they came back in. They got the victory on Inferno convincingly and took another one quite convincingly, you do have to say, here on Train. And of course that means they do go ahead and keep themselves alive in this qualifier. They head on to the next round of the lower bracket, where I believe they are going to take on G2. That'll be tomorrow. That'll be a very interesting matchup. There'll also be Hellraisers versus Optic. And then the winners of those 2 matchups, I believe will also face off against each other. But that's actually going to be it from us tonight, guys. That's the end of the EU coverage, at least. There will, of course, be, I believe, quite a few more NA games being covered. I believe they're over on the B stream being covered by Jeet, the Danish caster. So make sure you go on over and check him out if you do want to keep watching some good CS. But that is going to be the end of this stream here, guys. If you enjoyed it, make sure to hit that follow button. And also, if you enjoyed my casting, of course, you can go ahead and check out my Twitter. You can see it in the chat if you type !caster. I wrote it there myself. And of course, I do appreciate every follow I get. It really means a lot to me, all the support, helping me grow as a caster, of course. And again, I hope you did enjoy the stream. But that's going to be it from me for tonight anyway, guys. So goodbye.
At the end of a black hole, coalesce beneath the ground. Altered by my own hand, I allow my feelings to become sand. If you're gonna cut me down, better do it quickly now. You can cut me down, but I won't stay for long. I'll grow back again. Oh yeah, my roots are strong. sunshine breathes the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Crack it.